Hello, everybody. Once again, it is time for Higurashi. Very, very exciting. Because I had to adjust the volume for last week's DRA stream, by the way, it might be a little bit off. I'm not sure. So if at any point it's like too loud or too quiet or whatever, just let me know as compared to, you know, how it usually is. But anyway, before we start, I also have to read out this donation from Arahabaki Gaming with the $10. Happy Frederica Friday. Excited for the big NezumiVA weekend. I cannot attend stream, but like Oyashiro-sama, I will be watching. Be on your best behavior or I'll sick the pregnant man on you. Enjoy. Thank you. And yes, big weekend, because tonight's Higurashi stream, tomorrow is Dual Destinies stream, and on Sunday, I've got a new video coming out about Shadow Generations, which you should also watch. Please, because I haven't put out a video in a while, and I kind of need that to perform decently well so that I can pay my bills, please. So yeah, without further ado, let's get right into it. I knew we wouldn't be doing any club activities after school today before Mion even said anything. I'd been invited over by Shion for an all-you-can-eat dessert. I made a point of leaving my lunch half uneaten. My expectations would only be rivaled by my hunger.
Keiichi-kun, you seem kind of happy today. Did something good happen? Did it?
I guess it was obvious. Rena had questioned me with a happy look. That's right. Why don't I invite Rena for dessert as well? No. If I recall correctly, Shion said something about having a ticket. At worst, the restaurant might be admission by ticket only today. If that was the case, then having Rena be turned away at the door would result in the worst feeling ever. Yeah, I got a little lucky. I'll tell you about it tomorrow. Rena, you'll definitely be jealous.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What is it? What is it? I'm jealous, I'm jealous! This lucky thing, is it cute? Is it?
Cute? I wonder what Rena would think of the uniforms at Angel Mort. They'd definitely be a critical hit. Probably. It's probably pretty cute.
What? I'm jelly! What is it? What is it?
What kind of fortune were you blessed with? Huh? Could it be you participated in the draw at Angel Mort about 2 months ago? And won? Hey now, I hadn't even transferred here 2 months ago. Oh, that's right. Then it's not the Angel's Dessert Festa then.
Michan, what's the Angel's Dessert Festa exactly?
You know that there's that family restaurant called Angel Mort right by Okonomiya Station? Every season they hold an event to promote their new dessert menu. That's today. Oh, it's no use going. The restaurant's reserved for people who won the draw. Mion explained once again what Shion explained to me last night.
Rena will have to stop by the restaurant sometime. I'll do my best to draw a winning ticket and aim to enter the next all-you-can-eat event.
Knock yourself out. By the way, this is just something I heard, but there's a rumor that the tickets are being sold on the black market for a pretty penny. Hearing that story, I felt even more appreciative of the ticket that Shion had procured for me. I just thought I was lucky to be able to eat dessert for free, but it turned out that that ticket was much more valuable. The number of things I had to thank Shion for had increased again. Thanks. I didn't know it was worth so much. I whispered in a voice only Mion could hear. That was how I conveyed my feelings. Mion looked at me for a moment before she tilted her head to the side and smiled confusedly. What? Did you say something? It would be a problem if you said something to me right now. That smile seemed to be telling me as much. I guess Mion wouldn't be accepting any gratitude while she was Mion. I'll go to the restaurant. Today I'll thank Mion while she's Shion. Well then, this old man will take his leave here. The work today is gonna be a little rough. Later! Mion waved her hand energetically as she left.
Hey, Keiichi-kun. Mii-chan's been kind of weird lately. Like she's elated or something.
What? You think so? Rena was pretty sharp when it came to these types of things. To me, Mion seemed the same as always, but Rena apparently felt something different.
You don't know, Keiichi-kun? I totally thought you knew.
Rena's skirt fluttered as she spun around with a coy smile. Know what, exactly? I was obviously weaseling my way out of the question, but I wasn't lying. Honestly, I didn't really know what was going on. Why did Shion, a persona of Mion that she'd created, appear before me? Something was blatantly up, but Rena paid it no heed.
Oh, really? I wonder what it is then. When Mii-chan's in a good mood, so's Rena. Oh.
Saying that, she spread her arms wide and spun around happily. I didn't know why, but Rena was in a really good mood. It was so infectious that I had to smile too. Even the chirping of the cicadas seemed joyful.
But you see...
Rena abruptly stopped spinning. Her expression had returned to a more somber one.
You see, Mii-chan, lately, she's been in a lot of pain.
What do you mean, pain? The pain that Rena was talking about probably wasn't physical.
At first, she tried to pretend it wasn't a big deal. But, like a wound, it began to fester and grow. Eventually, she was no longer able to bear the pain and woke up in the middle of the night. And then, she phoned Rena. Mii-chan was crying.
I'm sorry. What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? Huh?
Oh, whoops.
What is Rena talking about? What?
Hey, don't play dumb like that. Just now you said...
I don't know. Rena doesn't know anything. Well...
Rena spun as she laughed innocently. Eventually, she appeared to get sick, stumbling as she had steadied herself with her hand against the wall.
Oh, the room's spinning.
That was dumb. That's what you get for getting carried away and spinning like that.
Sorry. Oh, I think I feel sick.
I'll lend the ditz a shoulder to lean on. To be stumbling around like a newborn foal at this age is actually quite a feat. Rena, in a good mood, only babbled incoherently after that. I laughed as I responded to and chided her. However, the chance to revisit that heavy topic Rena had brought up before never arrived. Literally, like, the world's most obvious, like, hey, dude, you really hurt her feelings not too long ago. Just so you know. And Keiichi, like, huh? What? What's going on? As soon as I got home, I tossed aside my school bag and changed in a hurry. The effects of only having a light lunch were starting to show, as my stomach began to let out fickle growls. Alright, let's go, to Angelmort. It's time to face the land of endless dessert. Preparations for battle are complete. Tally-ho! Bro who says tally-ho. Angelmort had a decidedly different feel to it compared to yesterday. Dessert festa today, admittance by reservation only. Nonetheless, the front of the store was being swarmed by over a dozen young men. Judging by how they were looking upwards in jealousy instead of entering the store, they weren't invitees. Why would they gather here if they knew they couldn't get in? I found out the answer when I passed through the crowd and began to climb the steps to enter the restaurant. Are you a participant? Do you have a ticket? Yeah. Well, I was lucky. As soon as I said that, I was immediately mobbed. It was like being in the middle of a football scrum on a crowded train. What's going on? The reason was this. It wasn't just one ticket per person. One ticket could let up to 4 people inside. Ah, so it's like that, huh? Seems like I should have invited Rena and the others. Thanks for the tip, but I'll pretend I didn't hear that. With an uplifting smile, I turned and ignored them. When I did, their arms all reached out at once, like the souls of the damned seeking... Sucker? Is that it? I guess. That ticket can admit up to 4 people! Please, bring us with you! What selfish people. This was the only reason they were crowded in front of the restaurant. Dozens of wretched arms reached out for me like the teeth on a giant rake and grasped at the air. Suck warrior. I was already climbing the stairs to the entrance. Man, what a heartless dick! Grab him! This isn't something to joke about. I flew up the rest of the stairs and threw myself inside the restaurant. It was like I had entered a different world. Yeah, so, as you guys will probably be able to suspect at this point, this scene has quite some groaners in it. It has one of... actually, I'm not going to get too into it, but just know that not all of it sucks. Just a lot of it at the beginning. That being said, once we're through this scene, I'm pretty sure we're mostly done with this variety of stuff in this arc. The miserable throng of the damned hurled curses at me from the other side of the glass door, but inside of this completely soundproofed and air-conditioned restaurant, with the angelic smile of a waitress to welcome me, they were nothing more than a refreshing piece of scenery. I knew that I shouldn't laugh, but I began to let out a sinister cackle.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Angel Mart. Due to today's dessert festa, the restaurant is reserved for customers who won the draw. Could I ask you for your name and ticket?
I don't have a ticket, but I should be on the guest list. Maibara.
Maibara. There it is. I'm sorry, but may I have please have your full name?
Keiichi Maibara. My apologies for
the inconvenience. You're here by special invitation, right? I'll show you to your seat. Please, this way.
The mood inside the room was incredibly heated. The booths were packed to the brim. Men in their prime were stuffing their faces with dainty desserts that didn't suit them at all. It was a rather unnerving spectacle. Soon after I was shown to my seat, Shion arrived. Didigan with the $5. Sending this one out. Please watch Keiichi for me. Make sure he develops the disorder normal people have. I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Angel Mart.
Hey, Shion. Thanks so much for today. I really appreciate it.
You were a bit late, so I was getting worried. I'm really happy you came, though.
It may have been because other customers were around that her tone was less casual, but she still tipped off that welcome with her usual brilliant smile.
As you can see, there's a lot of customers here today. I'm not sure I'll be able to take a break. Please, take your time and relax until I'm finished. When I'm done, let's go play somewhere, okay?
Whispering just that last part into my ear, Shion winked and returned to the kitchen. Maybe it was because the mood in the restaurant was so heated, but Shion seemed a bit bolder. Even a small change in her mannerisms was enough to set my heart aflutter.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
While I was overwhelmed by the atmosphere inside the restaurant, orders from the new summer menu were carried out one after another. Every single one was extravagantly huge. I get it. You can eat all of these amazing things for free. No wonder a ticket was worth its weight in gold. On top of all that, it was plenty delicious. From dishes with a general appeal to insane ones aimed at a specific audience, there were absolutely no gaps in the repertoire. No matter how you look at it, I don't think one person can eat this much. Well, let's just leave it at that for now. It didn't feel relaxing in here at all. Probably because the fervor inside the restaurant was clearly abnormal. All the other booth seats were crammed with groups of 4. Sleazy men were gorging like pigs on cutely decorated desserts, and it wouldn't have been a surprise if they started licking the plates. It was more than a little unsettling. It piqued my interest, so I started listening in on their conversation, and what things I heard.
Yeah, Angel Mart, so moe. Me? I bought my ticket for $70,000 on redacted auctions. I told work that I was attending a relative's funeral. The uniforms here are the greatest. I wonder if the waitress would wipe it for me if I spilled some water on my pants right meow. Meow meow.
God, this guy sucks.
I heard they're planning on selling Angel Mart figures. We'll have to pay heed at the next event. Speaking of which, the major figure maker decided to bring out the line. We must confirm the release date. The problem is there's too many variations to bulk buy them. If it were just a normal set of family restaurant uniforms, there'd only be 10 types. But including the secret set with different poses that are planned, there's 100 or so. Someone trade with me when I get a double. It's my duty as a fan to complete the collection right away. No, this is destiny between us.
The words spilling out of their mouths were pretty much all incomprehensible jargon. but they still keenly conveyed that hidden behind them was an invisible aura of abnormality.
Sorry to keep you waiting. The next dessert is Tropical Cinnamon Love Affair. Is something the matter?
No. It's just, it's kind of different inside the restaurant today.
Our restaurant's pretty famous in their circles. Well, we were aiming for that, so it's all well and good. But during Festus, there's something of the more hardcore crowd, so it can be a handful.
The waitress informed me quietly with a wry smile.
The customers seem rather riled up, almost like a pack of hyenas. Seems a lot of the customers today came from unreasonably far away. Those types of people are fairly prone to losing their self-control, so it's a little scary. If you don't keep your guard up, something bad can happen.
What did she mean by keep your guard up? At that moment, a large crash resounded through the room. Harmonia with the Canadian $2. TW Angel Mort, hate this place, bleh. Me too. I turned around, startled, to see that a waitress had fallen down and spilled the order she was carrying right onto a customer. Wait, isn't that Shion? Rainbow Alchemy with the $5. This is the first time I've watched live. Really excited to get to more of my favorite character, even if it means getting through this scene first. Yeah, we just gotta muscle on through. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. You can skip this dialogue, though. Yeah, I'm probably gonna skip some of this dialogue.
I'm so sorry. Your food is,
Oh, what have you done? The jeans that I bought at a certain specialty shop for a whole 1,800 yen are all... yeah.
What the hell is that? For somebody who just met with disaster, he seems awfully happy.
How tragic. It seems that little Miss Waitress here will... yeah.
The conversation suddenly veered off in an odd direction. Hey, what did he say? Did he want Shion to wipe him down? Right over that...
but that is...
Yeah, I'm not gonna say all that. The chant quickly spread throughout the room. Totally cornered, Shion went pale. She looked over to a more experienced waitress for help, but was only met with a head shaking out of pity. Arahibaki gave me with the $2. I think I'm happy to miss this part. Hang in there.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Sonozaki-san was tripped. Customers who do that purposefully to get their clothes dirty have been on the rise lately.
So you're saying that she was tripped? Then what happened just now wasn't an accident? It was on purpose?
The regular girls are careful about it, so they definitely don't end up like that. But Sonozaki-san's only a seasonal hire, so she had her guard down. The customers today could easily pick up on that, so she's been targeted since this morning.
What's the manager doing? He should just kick those thugs out!
We're in the service industry, so there's not much we can do about it.
She laughed as she said that in a resigned tone. Shion trembled uncontrollably with a dishcloth in her hands as she turned bright red. The man who had been doused in frosting splayed out on the bench. Still mentally unprepared, her trembling hand inched forward, goaded on by onlookers. Archiver of Worlds at the $2. This is such a waste of Helter Skelter.
Come! It's time for the...
From my male point of view, it might have been a ridiculous spectacle I could just smile wryly at, but... Keiichi, what? From a woman's point of view, this was obviously pure humiliation. When I was trapped by those thugs and had been paralyzed with fear, Shion fearlessly stood up to them and saved me. Still, as humiliating as it was, Shion was also partly to blame for this, and it wasn't as though her life was at stake, right? Even these guys, they were just going to jeer at her in a bit of a lewd situation. It's not like they were going to eat Shion alive or anything. It'd be alright if I could just console her afterwards.
Even I was scared, but Kei-chan was in trouble, so... I had to be brave and do my best.
When I, a man, was being assailed by 3 thugs while paralyzed with fear, Shion saved me without a second thought. What about now? These sleazy, filthy... I'm not sure how I feel about that word, but we're trying to pin the blame on Shion. This time, our roles were reversed. Hey, Keiichi Maibara, if you don't save her now, when will you be able to repay the debt you owe her? You scared, Keiichi Maibara? At that time, Mion, didn't even show a hint of hesitation. Then what about now? I'm not hesitating. Then what? If you're not hesitating, then why aren't you helping her?
Now resign yourself to your fate.
Shut up, you greasy fat ass! Get out of here before I get angry! I grasped Shion's shoulder firmly and pulled her behind me.
Kei-chan.
Yonder waitress was the one who wet my pants.
The one who needs punishing is you. Enough with the empty words. If you're a man, talk with your fists! My body was lifted into the air like nothing. I was thrown right back into my own seat. This guy is strong? No matter how you look at it, athletic and... Okay, Keiichi. And this lardo aren't even in the same area code.
Many otakus are unexpectedly well versed in some obscure martial art. Don't be misunderstanding us.
Did he... Wait. What did he... Misunderestimate? Dude, do you know how to speak? The man smirked, showing off his gum line. Kei-chan, are you okay? Damn it. How lame must I look right now? You were tripped, weren't you, Shion? They're the ones in the wrong here, so don't let them take advantage of you.
That may be, but it was still my fault.
Whoa! One more time! Let's do it! Don't you go thinking that this is enough to make me give up! One more time!
You're all talk.
I'm not done yet! Rise, my will to fight! Not just running. I planted every one of my steps firmly as I closed the distance to... Keiichi, you can stop with the fat insult stuff, please. There are many other reasons, or many other things that you could accuse this man of that are more applicable as insults. Each time I ripped my foot off the floor, I could feel my burning spirit flare up from the point of impact. Everything slowed down like I was walking underwater. As I stepped forward in that viscous flow of time, I calmly measured the gap between us. With our difference in height, reach was my ultimate advantage. There was an ever so tiny distance between us where only my punch would be able to reach. I unleashed my furious fist of righteous anger, but it flew towards his face slowly like I was punching underwater. Reacting to that, with a smirk on his face, he easily slipped inside of my punch. I hadn't realized it until now, but in this mired time, I was able to observe his baffling counterattack with almost painful clarity. His arms slowly swung around in a large windmill motion, wrapped around my whiffed punch, and descended in an arc. That arm swung around like the arms of a clock, and came into contact with my head, twisting my upper body around. Dragging my head along, he followed through with another rotation. This time, he rotated his entire body like a top, followed by another rotation, combining defense and offense. It was a brilliant counter. That's right, 3 times. I was thrown after 3 rotations, I think. In this viscous region of time, I was unable to struggle, and I could only wait dumbstruck until the moment I was thrown. The moment I was, that sluggish temporal anomaly, abruptly ended.
You lack training, young man.
I was loath to admit it, but against somebody trained in martial arts, I couldn't win through force of will alone. After my consciousness faded in a wave of dizziness, when I came to, I was lying down in my own seat. Thankfully, you weren't injured. The more experienced waitress from before wiped the sweat from my brow with a towel. While she was doing that, a red-faced and teary-eyed Shion trudged over. Are you okay? Doing all of that for my sake? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, too. That wasn't much help. I've never won a fight before. No, you just trying to help made me happy. I'm not joking. It's just that I was thinking that it was lucky Kei-chan came here today. As she said that, she stuck her tongue out teasingly. She wiped off the whipped cream with the washcloth she was holding in her hands. Sonozaki-san, you can take your break now. You still have 1 or 2 hours left, don't you? No, it's fine. Even though it's just part-time, it's still a paying job. I want to work properly while I'm on the clock. So really, you don't have to worry about me. She couldn't even put up a brave front. I would never think for a second that Mion could be that weak. Alex Thomas with the $10. I'm on Chapter 3 of Umineko, so I haven't watched those streams to avoid spoilers, but I've beaten Higurashi, so I'm happy to be able to catch these. Your VA is astounding, and this story is peak. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. This was Shion, and she had been harassed by some unreasonable riffraff. That was reality.
Kei-chan, don't mind me. Please eat as much dessert as you can. When you're done, we'll have you fill out a survey. Well then, I've got to get back to the floor.
After some consoling words and a sympathetic smile to Shion, the other waitress started to head back to work. That's when I stopped, where I stopped her. Excuse me, could I borrow your phone?
The phone? It's by the register. I'll show you where.
By the way, I think after this stream I will go ahead and put, like, kind of similar to one part in Umineko, though it was a very different kind of trigger warning. I think I'll probably go ahead and put, like, time codes in a pinned comment that's like, this scene lasts from this point to this point, and here's the gist, if people want to skip it later, so there you go. I pulled a 10-yen coin from my wallet. This wasn't about saving face. My being a worthless coward was an unchangeable fact, but I could just cry myself to sleep about that later tonight. Now was not the time for tears. I had to fight. If I recall, one ticket's good for up to 4 people, right? Is it alright if I call over 3 more people?
Yes, that's fine. For the time being, I'll write them down on the guest list. Could I have their names?
I turned around and glared at the greasy hooligan who subjected Shion to that humiliation. There are 3 things that aren't working in your favor today, punk. The first is that I owe Shion. The second is that I'm a man who's not afraid to throw away his pride to win. And the third is that we're the most powerful club members in history. Please add Rena Ryugu, Satoko Hojo, and Rika Furude to the guest list.
Understood. I'll do that.
I'll have the best and most powerful club members join the fray. They can bring down 1,000 foes. You fat asses! Prepare to meet your maker!
This is a nice restaurant. Oh, the uniforms are cute. Rena wants to wear them too. Oh.
On top of that, we're being treated to dessert. I'm deeply moved.
Yeah, eat as much as you like. Don't worry about my share.
Keiichi-san, enough with the charades. Let's get to the point.
Rena and Rika-chan put down their forks when Satoko broached the subject. After looking at them for a few moments, I pressed my forehead firmly into the table. I beg of you. I don't care if you make fun of how pathetic I am. Please lend me your strength. The 3 of them seemed surprised by the sudden turn of events, but nevertheless listened to what I had to say without making fun of my unusual behavior.
What's the matter? Something happened, didn't it? Didn't it?
Actually, Mion's younger sister Shion is working part-time at this restaurant.
Oh, that little sister you were talking about, right? Could it be her? Could it? She resembles her. Resemble? That's just Mion with her hair down, isn't it?
I didn't know what to say.
If Keiichi says that's Shion, then that's Shion.
They might be twins, but can they really look that much alike? They're called monozygotic twins. They really can look identical.
Rena gave the most plausible explanation, so everybody else was convinced. Well then, do you believe me? I'll get to the point then. I recounted everything that had just happened. How Shion was targeted, how she was antagonized by the customers, and the humiliation that was forced upon her. Also, how incredibly pathetic I was. I included everything without trying to hide it.
That's awful. Poor Shi-chan.
However, for you to be unable to help her, there should be a limit to how unsightly you can be.
There's nothing I can say to that.
Satoko-chan, to admit that you lost and to seek help is a very difficult thing to do. Keiichi-kun chose to help Shi-chan rather than save his pride. So pathetic.
Rena's follow-up stung a bit, but I could only be thankful that she understood. Satoko was calling me all sorts of names, but there were no malign intentions behind her words.
Then what should we do?
Her voice was monotone, but there was a hint of resolve in her words. I replied to Rika-chan's suggestive silence in kind with my own quiet resolve.
Well, I thought it would be something like that. It is a bit much for Keiichi-san to handle alone.
Then you'll help?
Of course, Keiichi-kun. We'll help anybody who's being bullied.
I remembered when I was cornered by those thugs. What Shion had said about the strong feeling of solidarity in Hinamizawa really began to hit home. However, Keiichi Maebara, now's not the time to get choked up with tears of gratitude. Now is the time to fight! Sorry, I owe you one.
You tried your best, but didn't stand a chance alone. How sad, how sad.
Rika-chan gently patted my head for me, but there was no mindless pity in the palm of that hand. It was overflowing with a strong, dependable feeling of leave the rest to us. Mion can't join us due to various circumstances, so I'll temporarily be taking command. Our strategy will revolve around Shion's defense and the extermination of the enemy's combat capability.
Who's the enemy? Are there a lot of them?
From this point forward, anybody who messes with Shion shall be considered an enemy combatant. There are no rules of engagement. Compensation will be the dessert you just ate. Any questions? Everybody had already entered club mode, their eyes peering at the riffraff clamoring inside the restaurant like predators stalking their prey from the darkness. Rika-chan held up her hand. What is it, Rika-chan?
Do we have to show mercy?
Of course we don't have to. We have no need to show mercy to the rabble that would dare lay a finger on Mion's little sister.
Then it's okay, Keiichi?
Rika-chan was serious. She was really ready to pretty much murder someone. I'm counting on you, Rika-chan. I, Keiichi Maebara, shall assume all responsibility. Rout them!
Alrighty. Rena's gonna do her best too.
Sorry. Please do.
Keiichi-san, you don't have to be so tense. Well, we'll just wait and see. By the time you finish that parfait, we will have finished cleaning up too.
Well then, everyone. Let's give it our all.
Go for it. Yay! Yay!
Thus the most powerful warband the world had ever known, trained by Mion, began to move. I was the oldest and the only boy, and behaved like a leader, but when you consider our club activities, I was by far the most junior member. Individually, everyone besides me had terrifying combat capabilities. If all of them combined their strengths to protect Shion, I couldn't even imagine. I was probably about to witness something terrible and awe-inspiring.
Sonozaki-san, deluxe parfaits for table 7. Sure thing.
Shion carried the order to the tables. For Shion to carry all 5 parfaits without wobbling took so much effort that she didn't have the breathing room to pay attention to her feet. June Pop 45 with the $2. Get their ass, Rika! Show them the 64 palms! Ora, ora, ora!
Comrades, here she comes yet again. This time we'll have her spill everything on my pants.
And yeah, okay. It was the same wipey scheme that had occurred just a short time earlier. This time, another one of them was trying it out for himself. The very depravity of these men was itself a full-out attack. Rena, this is Keiichi. Ambush them around tables 5 and 6. Rena, do you copy?
The restaurant's uniform's so cute. Oh, I want to take them home.
Shion, her bottom swaying while carrying the parfaits, was being chased by an equally swaying Rena. She was supposed to be escorting Shion, but Rena was instead transfixed by the back of her uniform. From a normal person's point of view, it was probably like having a fox guard a henhouse, but when it comes to Rena, things are different. Cute mode, 120% synchronization. We've won.
When Rena's in that state, even the laws of physics don't apply.
Shion's legs, unsteady and defenseless, were being targeted by those sleazebags.
Now, my comrades!
Okay, yeah, never mind. We don't have to read that fucking line. A leg snaked out to trip Shion's defenseless feet. Egat, 3 of them at once!
Yeah!
It happened in an instant. The 3 fools writhed in pain as their legs bent at unnatural angles.
What is this madness?
Rena teetered into view and gave them a warning.
Oh, no mischief, okay? No means no. No! Rena's gonna be the one to take her home.
This girl, what's with that strange technique?
The human scum clutched at their bruised ankles as they passed out.
That's our Rena-san. No matter how many times I see it, it's almost frighteningly quick.
Yeah, it's an unbreakable barrier. Anyone within a 2-meter radius who attacks Shion's completely obliterated by Rena. As Shion was making her rounds through the restaurant, there were people here and there collapsing with welts on their legs or hands.
How? Rena-kun... Keiichi-kun, this is Rena.
Rena-kun, I've swapped bodies with Keiichi. I don't know.
There's nobody left that'll bother Shi-chan, so I'm going to take her home now.
Rena, this is Keiichi. Good work. Please continue the mission. Also, permission to take home denied. I repeat, permission to take home denied.
Then I'll just look. How?
I guess just looking is fine. That wouldn't prevent her from guarding Shion, so I guess it's okay. Anyway, thanks to this, I knew who had tried to mess with Shion. Anyone who was clutching at their arm or leg while they were writhing in agony was basically branded by their bruises.
Currently, we've finished identifying all enemy forces. Proceeding to the next phase. Satoko, this is Keiichi. What's your status?
This is Satoko. That's a rude way to ask. Keiichi-san, exactly who do you think I am?
Satoko was in the kitchen. She had spread open a sketch of the restaurant on the counter, replete with order chits and their destinations, and was now sorting through the freshly made desserts.
Hey, what are you doing? Now. Sonozaki-san, it's alright. Just leave it to her. More importantly, we're taking all these orders out at once, so I'm counting on you.
The veteran waitress was briskly directing her juniors as the trays went out one after another. All the desserts that had passed through Satoko's hands were delivered at once.
How? Lots of cute desserts are coming. How?
I think you know this, but don't touch them. At least if you still value your life.
I know, but... How?
Certainly, they were incredibly cute-looking desserts. They were all works of art that you can enjoy before you even take your first bite. However, since Satoko had meddled with them, they were nothing more than an unpredictable danger. Blissfully ignorant of the fact that were the men now stuffing their faces. Almost right away, they realized that something was wrong. Satoko, what did you mix in there? It couldn't have been salt or Tabasco, right?
My, what are you saying, Keiichi-san? Yeah, you said no mercy. I might not look like it, but when it comes down to business, I like to be very thorough.
As she said that, she twirled a dubious file in her fingers before putting it away smartly into her pouch.
Rika, this is Satoko. The customers are moving. Escort duty is all yours.
Leave it to me.
Come to think of it, I didn't see Rika-chan anywhere. Where could she be lurking? Clatter, clatter. Several men stood up suddenly from their seats, surveying the restaurant for something. That restless fidgeting, and that look of relief when they found the single place hanging from the ceiling. Written on that placard was the word, restroom. They began a mad rush in that direction. It wasn't just one or two people. All the people that were branded as the enemy were standing up from their seats while clutching at their stomachs.
I think I was a little too greedy. Where's the washroom? Mewtwo. Not a number 1, but a number 2. I need to cash out, Meow. Where's the toilet? I found it. You're in for it now.
I felt dirty just thinking about what Satoko probably did to their desserts. The problem was how to follow this up. I was intrigued, so I followed the rush of men to the washroom. The narrow hallway connecting to the restroom was crammed with about 10 men.
What is this?
As I peered over to see what was happening, whoa! It seemed the toilet was clogged and backflowing, unleashing a loud gurgling sound and a terrible stench. There was no way to use it in this state. Damn, that's Satoko! What a frightening display of power! No, this wasn't Satoko's doing. It was divine punishment. Yeah, they were just unlucky. I'll just apologetically ask one of the employees here to clean it up.
I can't do my business like that! What do we do now, comrades?
It was a brilliant combination of traps, but it would be better if there were one more push to the kicker. Seeing as it was Satoko, she wouldn't have overlooked that.
Now that it's come to this, it's time for the last resort.
Faced with a moral dilemma, that man had only one option: women's restroom.
Isn't using the girls' room gonna get us in trouble? I'm pretty sure there's no female customers today. Why didn't I think of that before?
Yeah, okay. What a brazen bunch they are. The men, sweat now pouring from their brows, made a mad rush to the girls' room without any hesitation.
Meep.
There was a girl there. It was Rika-chan. The men stood there, frozen in various complicated poses indicating their surprise. Rika-chan also seemed dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events, but the look on her face was strangely perfect. This was all part of the plan as well. You sly dog, Rika-chan! I never should have underestimated you!
This is, you see, Mademoiselle,
Meep.
the men's room's a bit dangerous at the moment, so we just want to borrow the toilet right meow, meow.
Meep.
But I guess it's not right after all, right, my comrades?
Just by having a girl stand there in the restroom, I never knew it could put up such an overwhelming barrier. There was no way anybody could be brave enough to lift Rika-chan out of the way to try to do their business. This was the most they could do after all. If it were a man in full club mode, for example, someone like me, they would plow through Rika-chan without a second thought. Now what are you gonna do, you fat asses? The price for tormenting Shion still hasn't been paid.
If you're in trouble, I can help you.
That would be much appreciated. How would you do that?
You can use one of the toilets outside. I'll show you to them.
That would be perfect. Please. At this rate, it'll end up becoming a group enemy puree.
Enema puree, wow, okay, gross. Rika-chan, with a pleasant smile on her face, guided them with a casual stride in her step. In this race against time, her slow pace was sadistic torture.
Mademoiselle, is the toilet far from here?
We'll get there soon.
Obeying Rika-chan's directions, they were about to leave the restaurant.
Kage-kun,
Finish it. Give him hell.
Yeah, leave it to me! I spread out my arms and blocked them as they tried to leave the restaurant.
What's the meaning of this? We're at DEFCON 1 here.
Listen up! Yeah, okay. Listen up! You know what happens if you set one foot outside this door, right?
What's the meaning of this preposterous statement?
Look, it's written right here on the ticket. Not valid for re-entry. See? You're free to use any toilet you want, but the moment you step outside that door, you can't come back.
You'll remember this?
I don't want to guide anybody who says scary things like that.
Everybody panicked as Rika-chan began to turn back. They could only figuratively and literally fall in line. All the waitresses also lined up to see them off.
Thank you very much for coming.
We shall return!
The bell rang playfully as the door shut behind them.
How pathetic! Too easy! We did it! Yay!
Rena and Satoko clapped their hands together. Phew, I couldn't hold a candle to those guys by myself. When we get the group together, we sent them packing like a herd of cattle.
With opponents this week, any of us could have taken them on by ourselves. Keiichi-san, you need to up your game.
I was loath to admit it, but Satoko was right. Damn it! One day I'll be strong enough to be worthy to stand alongside them.
But I'm really glad that we were able to protect Mi-chan's little sister. Now there's none of those bad people who are pulling pranks left.
You're blessed to have such wonderful friends, Sonozaki-san.
The veteran waitress was also smiling. After the herd was sent packing, it had calmed down completely inside the restaurant. Shion was flustered as she glanced between us and the now empty seats.
You did that for me? I mean...
Shion's expression was somewhere between happy and guilt-ridden. Her face had turned slightly red as she ran into the kitchen.
Whoa, Shi-chan is cute. They really are twins, how?
Given Shion's personality, there's no way that she'd thank us directly. We might have been a bit excessive in our means, but I'm really glad we were able to save her.
I think you know this already, but Sonozaki-san's very grateful. As a representative of the floor staff here, I also extend my gratitude.
The applause quickly spread throughout the entire restaurant. Not only the other waitresses, but also the customers that were genuinely there to enjoy the desserts. Everyone was lauding our efforts. When we had mostly finished eating and were filling out the survey, Rika-chan made her return. Oh, good work! Did everything go alright? You took a while.
I'm sorry. I got lost on the way back. It was a lot of trouble.
Rika-chan likes to stray down some pretty strange roads, so she gets lost pretty often.
How did you get lost just guiding people to a nearby toilet?
Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses. Rika has a lot of strong points that more than make up for that.
I can see that. That expression in the girls' room. You're quite the thespian.
Keiichi was being horrible. He was thinking if I were in their shoes, I'd just run her over and rush into the washroom.
What? Did what I was thinking show up on my face again?
Keiichi-kun was a pervert.
No, I mean... I could laugh about it then, but a few days later, a newspaper headline read, 10 unidentified men were taken into custody in Hirayama. The men claimed they had traveled from Shishibone City by foot to find a toilet, but the spot they were taken into custody was XX kilometers away from Shishibone. When I read that article, I realized how terrifying Rika-chan really was.
Well, thanks for treating me. I'm happy that you called me here today.
Oh, are you going home already? You can stay a little longer.
I was in the middle of organizing some drawers. If I leave it like that, I won't be able to put out the futon.
Ah, I guess that's true.
Oops, looks like I called her at a bad time.
Yeah, when I phoned her, she said she was in the middle of cleaning her room. But she still came. Well, it was an emergency, so it couldn't be helped.
Besides that, I got to eat a lot of sweets, so I'm very happy.
Thanks for today. Sorry for calling you out suddenly.
Tell Shion I said bye.
I'll be taking my leave then. Rena-san, please take your time. Yeah, I will. Later!
Rika and Satoko, in a good mood, horsed around with each other as they left. Alright, and now we're pretty much done with Angel Mort for the rest of this arc. Pretty much. I mean, like, there's some, like, little scenes here, but, like, none of them are like that, you know, so we're safe. While Rena and I were having a discussion about the dessert we just ate, Shion arrived with some coffee.
Oh, did the two little ones leave already?
Hearing them called the little ones was so strange, I inadvertently bust out laughing. Apparently they were in the middle of cleaning, so they went home. Shion had brought enough coffee for 4 people.
Oh, I heard from my senior. It seems that you went through a lot of trouble for my sake.
It was no trouble at all. None other than Shi-chan was in a pinch after all. Oh, is it alright if I call you Shi-chan? It matches with Mi-chan, so I thought it'd be cute.
Well, whatever you want.
Shion seemed a bit hesitant when Rena started talking to her. Rena's pretty sharp about some things, so Shion was probably worried that Rena would find out that she was Mion after talking like this. Shion said she'd have work soon and hurried off back into the kitchen, leaving behind coffee for just the 2 of us.
She was a bit upset with Rena. Maybe she thought I was being too friendly, huh?
She's just embarrassed.
Still, they really do look the same. Instead of twins, it's like there's another Mi-chan.
They look the same, but the atmosphere around them, or rather their insides, are completely different. I think those types of twins are pretty interesting, though.
You think that, Keiichi-kun? I think they're identical on the inside, too.
It somehow became silent. Rena was just staring at the pattern the milk made on the surface of her coffee without saying a word. For somebody like me who could never stop talking, it was a rather uncomfortable moment. Rena's off-put mannerisms seemed to imply I said something I shouldn't have. That unpleasantness carried on for a little while. Rena, you said it was today, right? That Mion was hurting?
Did I say something like that?
Don't play dumb with me. You definitely said it, on the way home from school. Rena answered by laughing while continuing to play dumb, questioning if she had said that. As thick-headed as I was, I had a faint realization. Rena wanted to say that I was the one who hurt Mion. But when? Me? Hypothetically, if something like that happened, it's not something I did out of malice. I continued the conversation, but left out the assumption that I had hurt Mion.
Yeah, I think that's true. I don't think Keiichi-kun had any bad intentions.
Rena replied, also leaving out the assumption that I had hurt Mion. But that confirmed it. I don't know how it happened, but it seemed that I had hurt Mion. And Rena was upset with me due to the fact that I hadn't realized it.
I don't want you to misunderstand. It's not like Rena is mad at you.
Seeing right through what I was thinking, Rena said that as she smiled even more gently than usual.
It's just that... How do I say this? It's hard.
If I made a mistake, please say so clearly. I'm so thick-headed, I disgust even myself. If there's something I should apologize for, then I'd want to know even a little quicker so I could make up for it.
I don't think the Keiichi-kun's made a mistake. Depending on how you look at it, Mi-chan might be the one who's being unfair. Taking the stance that the girl was the one being unfair might be unfair in itself.
What Rena said was draped in mystery. Unfortunately, I have no idea what she meant. The only thing I got out of it was that I had said or done something to inadvertently hurt Mion. I'm begging you, Rena. Mion's one of my best friends. I don't want to leave something between us that could cause problems later on. So tell me, how did I hurt her?
I can't tell you. You need to realize something like this for yourself.
Rena was smiling like she always did, but spoke bluntly. The fact that she had this strength of will surprised me for a moment. I'm asking you because I can't figure it out, you know? My tone had unintentionally become harsh. Rena was also surprised for a moment, but quickly returned to her flat demeanor.
Well then, I guess just a hint is fine. This is special, okay?
Sorry. Please. I'll think about this seriously. Rena looked around the restaurant, searching for Shion. Shion was working enthusiastically, but without confidence as usual.
Shi-chan, if she ties her hair up, it's impossible to tell apart from Mi-chan, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So then, if Mi-chan let down her hair, would she be impossible to tell apart from Shi-chan?
Probably. But what does that have to do with anything?
What if that her being the younger twin was a lie? That she was just Mi-chan pretending to be your sister? What would you think?
Rena was sharper than her daily behavior belied. I was hesitant in verbally affirming that, but it was the right answer. It might be unfair to answer a question with another question. But if, like you say, Mion's just pretending to be Shion, what purpose would that serve? After maintaining the silence for a while, Rena glanced at the clock.
That's what I want you to think about. That was maybe too much of a hint. Oh.
After thanking me for the dessert, Rena stood up from her seat.
Sorry, I was asked to buy a few things, so it's about time I left. Is it okay with you if you tell Shion that I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye?
Yeah, I'd tell her.
Sorry. That Rena's so short-tempered. Sorry for getting angry. Keiichi-kun isn't the one at fault here.
Rena was harsh in her apology, but I was the one who really should have apologized.
I think to Mi-chan, it's something that doesn't bother her much anymore. So if you want to forget the whole thing happened, that's fine too. But you see, as a girl, I'd hope that Keiichi-kun realizes it by himself and comes to apologize of his own volition. Oh.
Switching to cute mode only at the end, she disappeared in the direction of the register. While I was staring into space, somebody suddenly tapped me on the shoulder.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm finally done.
It was Shion, who had changed into her street clothes. She flashed a smile while greeting me. Thank you so much for today. Everything was delicious. We were all really happy with it.
Oh no, don't mention it. But I'm glad everybody had fun. That girl that was just here left as well?
She had some shopping to do. She said she was sorry for leaving without saying anything.
I see. Well, then should we leave as well? Even though I'm off duty, I'm still nervous around the workplace.
We ended up strolling around without any destination in particular. I'd been sitting the entire time, so I was in need of a breath of fresh air. When we left, the sky had already become draped in a veil of darkness.
It's gotten dark already, even though I promised I'd be finished early.
Shion seemed upset that there wasn't much time left.
Oh well. At least we've got a little time to chat like this.
Saying that, Shion set out for the tree-lined boulevard behind the station. The front of the station was slowly becoming crowded with businessmen heading home.
Well then, I guess I should start with an introduction. I was mistaken for my sister when we first met, so we never got to properly introduce ourselves.
I could only smile and laugh wryly.
My name is Shion Sonozaki. I'm only similar to my older sister in appearance. My sister's rough around the edges and hot-headed, but I'm a composed and methodical person.
I remembered what Rena and I had been talking about earlier. I said that they looked the same, but their personalities were different, while Rena said that they were both the same. I don't know what tipped her off, but Rena figured out that Shion was Mion. Also related to that, she said that I had hurt Mion. Rena had given only one hint. That was, why is Mion pretending to be Shion? Shion, what did you hear about me from Mion?
My sister seems to have taken a liking to you. She talks about you quite a bit. Like about club activities, about getting pranked and pranking you back. Boyish kinds of stories. You really do get along.
Boyish kinds of stories, huh? Come to think of it, I think there was something that Shion told me before. Kei-chan, you don't think of my sister as a girl, do you? Was that what happened that had hurt Mion? Mion herself said that she wished she'd been born a boy and that being a girl didn't suit her. She said a lot of things to that effect, didn't she?
Kei-chan, you look like you're having fun.
No, that's not true.
Even though you're bad at hiding things, you sure like to lie, don't you? Still, I don't hate you for it.
Saying that, she lightly chopped my forehead. Even though Shion was enjoying herself, I was still trying to figure out how I had hurt Mion. I was having a hard time trying to figure out the riddle that Rena had left me with.
Hey, see that? Don't you think it's pretty? You think even a guy would find it pretty?
Yeah, it is pretty. Shion was having fun window shopping, dragging me to all sorts of stores that I would normally never enter. It wasn't like she was begging me to buy her anything, and I wasn't getting bored either. It was just something to talk about as we walked around. In an easygoing way, we browsed through numerous stores. We discussed all sorts of topics that I knew nothing about, but I didn't lose interest. I had the feeling she was good at conversation.
Kei-chan, is this your first time doing this kind of thing?
Yeah, it is. Somebody didn't bring me into these accessory shops, I don't think I'd set foot in one my entire life.
Not that. I meant more like this.
What? I leapt back when Shion suddenly linked her arm with mine.
Hey, you don't have to act so surprised. It's not so embarrassing to link arms with a girl, is it?
Shion's expression was a little bit miffed, but suggestive at the same time. I'm not that embarrassed. If you want some arms, I can spare one or two. Here.
Kei-chan, you really know how to entertain someone. I see why my sister took a liking to you.
If you don't want my arm, I'm taking it back.
Oh, come on. I'm happy to have it.
Laughing in good spirits, Shion locked her arm with mine. My heart skipped a beat.
This question might be a bit mean, but I want to enjoy seeing your reaction. Kei-chan, have you ever been arm in arm with a girl before? Around a bonfire at a field trip doesn't count, by the way.
That little devil. She was asking that question knowing full well what the answer would be. Well, the field trips are out. This is rough.
I thought as much.
That impish laugh really is the same as Mion's. You really are Shion. You really are Shion, right? You're not just Mion saying that you're Shion, are you?
Are you thinking that my sister might pretend to be me?
I thought you were twins until just now, but the way you mess around's just like Mion.
You're just saying that. You can tell us apart easily.
What do you mean by that?
If my sister was holding your arm like this, would you get nervous?
I would. I'd be completely on edge worrying about when she would go for an arm lock. Shion laughed so hard that she had to hold on to her sides. Hey, is it really that funny? You're tearing up.
No. It's just... I was just thinking about how hopeless my sister is. She isn't even able to get a young man hot and bothered while she's arm in arm with him. She really is a failure as a woman.
I remembered once again that I'd heard someone say that before.
Sometimes I think that my sister would have been better off if she'd been born a boy. If she did, I'm...
Huh? What? Rephrase that!
Just kidding.
Yeah, thanks. Mion did say something about wanting to be born a boy.
My sister's on the fence as to whether she wants to be a boy or a girl. Well, it's the price she pays for living an awkward lifestyle. Just leave her be.
You've been saying some pretty harsh things about your sister right now.
Mion has some soft parts to her that I don't like.
The way Shion talked somehow sounded cold. Shion, do you not get along with Mion?
Well, we get along well enough. Still, there's a few things for which I can't forgive her, as a sister. Hey, look at that! Don't you think it's cute?
I turned around to look at where Shion was pointing. What was there was the familiar display window of a toy shop. The same shop that was the stage for the incident that occurred during last Sunday's club activities. What Shion was pointing at was a display with a plethora of adorable dolls that looked like the sorts girls would like. I wonder why girls like these kinds of things.
It's because they're cute. Don't you think they're cute, Kei-chan?
I'm a man, so I don't really get that vibe.
Now. Which one do you think is the cutest out of all of these, Kei-chan?
Shion, pulling on my arm, motioned to the row of dolls. They were lined up like they were close sisters taking a commemorative photo. A few of them seemed strangely familiar. I've seen those 4 over there somewhere.
Oh, I guess they really are famous. If even you know about them.
Shion sounded impressed.
These are new dolls that were brought in from England. They still have some available here, but around the cities they have trouble keeping them on the shelves, even though they're supposed to be inexpensive. It seems they've starting to come at a premium.
I guess girls still like these kinds of things even as they grow up.
Depends on the person, but I think girls who don't like dolls and stuffed animals are pretty few and far between. Even my tomboy of a sister said these were adorable.
Oh? Even Mion says they're adorable. That is pretty amazing. That's right, I just remembered. The store owner gave this one to us after Sunday's event. Except for Mion, who was a relative, everybody had gotten something.
I really do think that one's the best. The frilly dress really gives it something.
That's it. That's the one the shop owner gave to me.
So it seems.
Shion replied softly but clearly.
Uncle Yoshiro gave those out for helping liven things up at Sunday's event. Seems he gave them to the 4 friends my sister brought along. So, you got the doll with the dress then. What did you think? It was really cute, right?
As a man, there's no way I would think it was cute.
So what did you do with the doll?
I wasn't really gonna do anything with it, so I gave it to someone.
To who?
As Shion laughed, I could hear an audible click run through my head, like the piece of a jigsaw puzzle snapping into place. Thank you very much for today, everyone. You made the event turn out great. It's not much, but here's something extra for today.
Ah, Uncle Yoshiro, isn't there a little something for me, too?
My. Quite an adorable one, is it not?
When Satoko and Rika-chan opened up the bag, there were cute little stuffed animals inside.
Wow, they're so cute. Can I take them home? I really can?
Which means there's something for me too? Whoa, I got a pretty adorable one. It was a stuffed toy wearing a beautiful dress, one you'd use to play house. Rena's eyes were glued to my stuffed doll. Satoko was the same. And Rika-chan too? I see. It wasn't just Rena, Satoko, and Rika-chan. There was one other person who seemed jealous.
Kei-chan got the one that fits him the least.
Not wanting for her expression to give it away, she had said that to hide her embarrassment. Well, I guess it's cute and pretty. I can admit it's adorable, but a doll with changeable clothes is...
If you walked around with it, then you'd be treated like a weirdo starting tomorrow, definitely.
Mion's usual teasing way of talking. I looked around to see who I should give the doll to. Mion was right in front of me. Mion was the only one who hadn't received a present, so I thought about giving it to her. But I didn't.
Huh? You're giving it to me? To Rena? Thank you!
Turning away from Mion's covetous gaze, I gave the doll to Rena. Mion's smile bore into my back. There was no way I couldn't have noticed. Why did I not give it to Mion? Since Mion was the only one who didn't get anything, wouldn't it have been just standard practice to give it to her? At that time, I had noticed that something was wrong. That's why I said it. Just protecting myself. If I didn't give it to Rena, then walking the streets at night would be scary.
No doubt.
Thought about giving it to Mion, but it just didn't feel right. Something dark flickered briefly in Mion's eyes, but at the time I didn't notice it. I had thought to give it to Mion. Why didn't I?
You know it. I sometimes wonder why I wasn't born a boy.
Mion herself had said that with a laugh, so I didn't realize that I had hurt her. That's right. Mion's more suited for cool things, so I think having you help out here was the right choice. Huh? Shion asked, probably thinking she misheard me. That uniform, it would never suit somebody like Mion. But if it's Shion, I think it works.
You mean that,
Shion, like Rena often does, spaced out and turned bright red. Mion seemed really happy. She seemed happy that I complimented Shion. Saying that it didn't suit Mion, that it suited Shion. Saying that it suited her seemed to make her happy. Mion's younger twin sister. She's got a different personality, but she's a dead ringer for Mion.
That's right. We look similar, but our personalities are completely different. I'm very kind and thoughtful, but Shion has a cold and scary personality.
I think that when you guys were born, Shion got all the feminine aspects. Unlike Mion, she's a cute, cheerful girl. Mion made a strange face that was both angry and happy at the same time. It seemed she was happy that I said Shion was cute. Sneaking a look inside the box, to say that she put some of the leftovers inside would have been a lie. There was an elegant meal stuffed inside. Is it really okay? There's not like a ton of hot sauce mixed in or anything, right?
Jeez. I'm not my sister. I wouldn't do that kind of thing. If you don't like it, you don't have to force yourself. I'll just go home and eat it myself.
I'm not my sister. That was how she had said it. Shion was insistent that she wasn't Mion. She was saying that she was Shion, and that I shouldn't think of her as Mion. When Mion was Shion, it carried a special meaning.
Michan's mysterious, right? She's a girl, but it's like she's a guy.
That's what Rena had said.
But you see, even that Michan is actually really feminine.
Rena, how much did Mion pay you exactly?
That's not true. Geez, I'm trying to have a serious conversation, you know?
Rena began to pout. Now probably wasn't the time to joke around.
Michan's the club president, so she's trying hard to lead everybody. But she's really a very cute girl. I really don't want you to forget that, Keiichi-kun.
There never was a riddle to begin with. Rena was saying the answer right from the beginning.
So then, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Yeah.
I know Kei-chan didn't mean anything wrong. At least he didn't intend to.
Yeah. Keiichi-kun isn't the type of person to hurt others. So there's no reason for you to feel hurt by this, Michan.
Then, what was it? Frustration? Sadness? I don't know at all.
Did you want it? The doll, I mean. It wouldn't really help even if I gave you the doll I got, would it?
Atropos with the $2. Solve my fucking riddle. You're right.
How about this, Michan? Try asking Keiichi-kun. You might be able to solve the problem if you tackle it head on.
There's no way I could do that.
Is it too embarrassing to do that now?
I want to try again. There's somebody other than Mion. This time I can be more honest with myself. Don't get me wrong, I'm pretty fond of the relationship I have with Kei-chan. This may be selfish, but one more time.
Keiichi-kun will definitely notice.
I wonder if that's true.
Rena will cheer you on too. So let's find a way for you to ease your sadness. Believe me, I won't let anything that happen that will make you cry, Michan.
I'll believe.
Keiichi-kun will definitely come to understand. He'll say he's sorry for saying something so callous. Then he'll bring you to that store and buy that doll for you as a present.
Yeah.
And then, Michan, you'll say thank you. You can't fool around. Say it honestly.
Yeah. If I said I wanted it, Kei-chan, would you buy it for me?
Mion said it quietly, doing her best to quell her embarrassment. I would have reflexively begun to lightly tease her to hide my embarrassment. But like Mion, I quelled that impulse. Okay, Mion. As thanks for everything until today, I'll buy you whichever one you want. My voice cracked with the unfamiliar words. In order to not lose to Mion trying her best, I tried my best as well.
But I'm not Mion. I'm Shion.
Shion, then. I'll buy it for you, Shion. Shion looked down. Red-faced, she pointed at the doll in the dress through the store window.
Is it really okay? The one in the dress. It's a little expensive, isn't it?
This isn't a matter of price. This is a matter of feelings.
When I was saved by Kei-chan from those unsavory customers today, I was really happy. Even though my coworkers didn't save me, Kei-chan did. He grabbed me by the shoulder really firmly, right? Right then, you were really cool. Even then, I was so embarrassed I couldn't properly express my gratitude.
I clamped my hand down on Shion's head and ruffled her hair roughly, like how I would to Rena and the others. When I did that, Shion, like Rena would have, spaced out and blushed slightly. You don't have to think too hard about it. I should have just given it to you back then. If I did that, then everybody would have a good laugh. Shion didn't respond. She had turned bright red, like she was trying to hold back both laughter and tears. I'll go buy it for you right now. Wait right there.
I'll go with you.
Saying that, she grabbed onto my arm once again. She wasn't trying to be stoic anymore.
I think I know why my sister likes you. Hey, is it alright if I start to like you a bit too, Kei-chan?
The unfamiliar situation made my head start to spin. Whoa.
Oh, what am I doing?
I had reached my limit. Smiling wryly to hide my embarrassment, I dragged Shion into the store with me.
Excuse me. I want to buy that doll in the dress that's in the window.
After a moment, I heard a voice of acknowledgement, and an apron-clad employee soon appeared.
Kei-chan! And why are you here? This has nothing to do with you. I'm on a date with Kei-chan right now.
Huh?
What? Why is Kei-chan?
Even if you ask why, I'd like to know the answer myself. Mion looked at me with an expression of confusion and surprise. But that was the same with me. If she was there, then who was next to me?
I said it right at the beginning. I'm Shion Sonozaki, my sister's younger twin. Kei-chan, you even called me Shion, didn't you?
Shion, saying that, pouted cutely.
What is going on? Tell me, Shion! Not much. I was wondering what kind of person this Kei-chan you were so infatuated with was. So I happened to give him a ticket to the dessert festa. There, when I was being bothered by all sorts of troublesome customers, Kei-chan gallantly appeared.
Bailey with the $2. Dick move, Shion.
And saved me by kicking them all to the curb, or something like that.
What? Both Mion and I raised our voices pathetically, expressing our confusion to the utmost.
Mion, you phoned me. Yesterday, right?
I didn't! I have no idea what you're talking about! I delivered that bento for you, didn't I, Kei-chan? That was me, right? Or was it my sister? The person known as Mion Sonozaki put together a bento and bravely went to a boy's home to deliver it, maybe? Oh, you're a lot bolder than you look, sis.
With a loud pop, a trail of smoke began to rise from Mion's head.
No, I don't know. I don't know. See, Kei-chan? My sister says she doesn't know. So everything up until yesterday was me, Shion Sonozaki. You might have thought it was my sister pretending to be me, but with this, there's no doubt, right?
I couldn't tell up from down at the moment. If there was a mirror around, I could have seen my eyes go wide from the shock.
Now, little Miss Shopkeeper, could you wrap up that doll in the window? It's the first present from the person I've come to love, so make sure you tie it up nicely with the ribbon.
Mion, completely flustered, was being cornered by a sly-faced Shion. My brain had stopped working.
Arabaki Gaming with the $5. The proven existence of Marcy also implies the existence of Sharcy. So now, Chad, what will you do now? Oh my god.
Wait, what? Huh? Kei-chan? What's going on? Well, let's go. Kei-chan, it's already dark out, so I'll see you home. Sis, sorry, but could you phone the house in Okuninomiya and have them send out a car?
Indigo with the £2. Sharcy is real!
Maybe a van that we can fit a bike into, please?
In contrast to Shion, who had glee written all over her face, Mion was an empty shell and looked like she could burst into tears at any moment.
Oh, Kei-chan.
Oh, wait, okay, no, that was Mion.
Kei-chan!
After that, Mion's grumblings were unrelenting. Again, just a reminder to the chat, please no, like, oh, you know, there's something in the future, oh, you'll never believe what happens later. Like, please, don't do that. Don't do any of that, please. It hasn't been a while.
Stop saying it's been a while. We've seen each other every day up until yesterday, haven't we?
Whatever, if you say so, we'll go with that. Someone from Shion's house came to get me in a station wagon. I had initially refused, but Shion insisted, and so both my bicycle and I ended up stuffed into the car. Said car was currently driving across the single bumpy road leading to Hinamizawa. For goodness sake, Shion was at Mion's level at least, or maybe even a better actor. Either way, no matter what questions I had pressed her with, she'd slip out of them like an eel. Still, you two look so alike. If you tied your hair back like Mion does, would you look exactly like her?
Who knows? That's probably what would happen. We're identical twins through and through. In the past, we could just change our clothes and no one would be the wiser. I remember we'd swap places at every opportunity and fooled a whole lot of people.
The middle-aged driver wearing a black suit heaved a heavy sigh, like he were a butler.
What's wrong, Kasai? That was a pretty deep sigh.
Excuse me. I was just thinking that you haven't changed.
You could see many years of hardship on the man's face through the rearview mirror.
Anyway, Kei-chan, your house was around here, right? Kasai doesn't know much about Hinamizawa aside from the road that goes to the Sonozaki main house. If you leave it to him, he'll take you all the way to Yagochi.
I don't want that. Excuse me, could you stop at the narrow road at the next right? I'll walk from there. He stopped the car at the desired place. The driver, Kasai-san, got my bike out of the trunk for me. Sorry about that. Thank you for showing me home today.
Was it Kei-san? Your name, that is.
Yes.
You must be having various difficulties, but I believe she'll grow tired soon, so please endure things until then.
He gave me a deep, deep look of sympathy. This guy has definitely been dealing with the Sonozaki sisters ever since they were little kids.
However, like Mion-san, she's a kind person at heart.
So that means she'll be as much of a bother as Mion, right? The man's face frozen in a smile, his reply lost. Hey, back me up here.
Bye, Kei-chan. We'll see each other again soon. Say hi to my sister for me. Maybe I'll start going to Hinamizawa tomorrow?
Don't you dare. If you transferred in, I'll transfer out to a school in Okinomiya.
Wow, that was really mean, Kei-chan.
A short beep of the horn. The man gave a little wave to me from the driver's seat. Then, the car withdrew into the dark night roads, leaving dust in its wake. Man, this entire day made no sense. I ran into Mion while I was with Shion, and the former's expression, like a pigeon shot with a pellet gun, had finally begun to make a strong impression on me. Oh boy, oh boy. The next day. It was a strange day, where Mion was desperate to regain her composure. Every time our eyes met, she would say that she had something to do or that she had to use the washroom and run off. Unable to just watch, Rena was taking care of her the entire time.
Guys, you don't have to invent new twins for me, by the way. You already made a dark twin like months ago, like during the what was it, the Sonic stream, I think it was.
Oh my god. Anyway. Unable to just watch, Rena was taking care of her the entire time.
Mion-san, she's acting totally strange today.
I know the whole story, but it's hard to explain.
There are times when girls are emotionally unstable. It's best to just leave her alone.
Turning around, I saw Rena calling me from the hallway. I wondered what it was.
Kichikun, over here, over here.
What is it? Calling me over like this. Is it a secret?
That is... It looks like it was a disaster.
Yeah.
Michan seemed pretty broken, but I somehow got her working again.
I'm surprised you managed it. How did you exactly?
The same way I do with television. Just come at it from a 45-degree angle and hi-ya!
Saying that, she made a chopping motion. You know, I can't tell if you're joking or not, right?
She'll be fine by tomorrow. Also, there's something I want you to do, Kichikun.
I don't mean to do anything. I didn't mean to do anything wrong, but I still feel guilty. I'm listening.
Thanks. You see, Michan's just going to pretend the last few days never happened.
Never happened, huh? I see. Well, that's one way to run from it.
So you see, Kichikun, could you pretend too? Then Michan can go back to normal.
Just doing something as simple as that. Is it really gonna be okay?
Please, until Michan gets her feelings in order, just go with it.
Okay, I got it. Even though I shouldn't have been at fault, for some reason I felt guilty. The one at fault here was the one who knew about the entire situation and pretended to be Mion for an entire day. Shion. But she never once said that she was Mion. What am I supposed to be angry at? Seeing me stomping the ground impatiently, Rena giggled.
But Kichikun, you knew as well that Michan has some cute things about her.
Rena talked in a calm voice as her hair rustled in the wind. Yeah, I know that she'll never let it be boring.
Good.
Following this curt reply, Rena looked up at the sky and stretched.
As long as you realize that, Kichikun, these past few days will soon be nothing more than a story to laugh about.
Copying Rena, I also began to stretch as I looked at the sky. Harmonia with a Canadian $2. So when will we see Rena's twin, Shenna? Okay. The clear sky towered into the distance.
There's no club activities or anything today. Sorry, Kichikun, but just for today, can you go home by yourself? It'll be all back to normal by tomorrow, so just for today, okay?
If all it took for everything to go back to normal was to leave Mion alone for today, then it was an easy decision to make. Got it. Can't say it directly to Mion, so I'll say it to you. I still feel kinda guilty about it, so I want to apologize.
No. The root of the problem was Kichikun saying something insensitive, right? So if you learned anything from this, you need to look a bit into gaining his sense of delicacy.
Right. I'll try. That day was the shortest day of my life. Rena was talking to Mion while accompanying her around the entire time. It looked like a really fun conversation, so I reflexively thought about joining in, but I had made a promise not to. It seemed that Mion was also trying her best to ignore me. So likewise, I did my best to ignore her. For the first time in a while, I ate lunch alone. Mion and Rena ate theirs by themselves. As I let out a sigh in my ashen mood, Rika-chan came over and patted me on the head.
Both Keiichi and me learned a whole lot.
I'd never say it like that. It made it sound like we were having romantic problems. I didn't like that one bit. Hopefully the teacher wouldn't notice and call us to the staff room after school or something.
I'm sure that Keiichi will grow up to be a wonderful adult. Pat, pat.
Rika-chan is the studious type, so maybe you'll grow up to be an amazingly wonderful adult?
Of course. When I grow up, I'll be super amazing.
My, when I grow up, I'll be an amazing lady, you know.
No matter how old you'll you'll still be a brat. You can put money on it.
What did you say?
As Satoko snapped her fingers, a wash basin fell from above, hitting me squarely in the head. Yeah! Ow! What do you think you're doing, Satoko? Bang, smash, pinch, squeeze. It was a day I could thoroughly appreciate the value of having friends. Today was Saturday, so school ended in the blink of an eye. It really felt good to go home with the sun so high in the sky. On any other day, our club would have been up to mischief during our ample after-school time, but today, Rika-chan had a rehearsal for tomorrow's Watanagashi to go to. How's that going, Rika-chan? Do you have it down in practice?
I'll try harder than last year.
You were so exhausted and sweaty after last year's ceremony.
She'll look far more fit for the role this year. Please look forward to the fruits of her training.
The Watanagashi festival everyone had been talking about was tomorrow, wasn't it? The festival being in June felt a little early to me, but the onset of summer came quickly this year, so it fit the image of a summer festival pretty well.
Okay, we'll be off then.
Look forward to tomorrow. Good day to you all.
Satoko and Rika-chan waved to us energetically, then left. You know, I never asked. Where is the festival happening anyway? I don't remember there being anywhere around here that seemed suited for hosting one.
They do it at the Furude Shrine. We went there for a walk one day, remember? It was that place with a really good view.
Oh, right, I remember. There was a shrine all the way up on that hill, wasn't there? Seemed far too grand for Hinamizawa.
There's a great meeting hall in the shrine, too. The older people get together there and sing karaoke or practice calligraphy from time to time. It's more like a recreational facility than a simple shrine.
I see. Guess it makes sense that it looks so grand then.
Mi-chan, is your family gonna help set up today?
Yep, we have male hands for that. Most of our relatives come from town to help.
Male hands, huh? Well, I mean, I have nothing to do at home today, so... Would it be a problem if I squirmed my way in there to help out too?
Huh? You want to help us, Kei-chan?
Not if that'll bother you at all. I was just kind of interested. We had bone dances and other festivals in the town I used to live in, but I didn't even know where that took place, much less wanted to help. You could say that I had absolutely no connection to the region. Having come to Hinamizawa, though, it really made me feel like this place was a home that I'd return to. Before I knew it, I harbored a little interest in the small community activity of preparing for a festival the day before.
I wonder if you'll be able to, Kei-chan. Kei-kun. There's a lot of building tents and setting up chairs. I hear it's pretty hard physical labor.
I mean, I wouldn't be doing it alone, right? The more hands we have, the faster it'll go. Mion looked happy to hear that, but at the same time, her expression was complex, tinged with hesitation. Rena gave her the last push for me.
It's decided then. You should go for it, Kei-kun. He's all yours, Mi-chan. Put him through the ringer.
Well, can't argue with the recommendation from Rena. Okay, then go home first, put on some work clothes, and come to the shrine. Oh, and you might want to bring a towel to wipe your sweat, too.
Got it. I may look scrawny, but I actually quite like breaking a sweat under the hot sun.
Careful you don't hurt your back, okay? Right, enough of my old man spiel. I'll go to the shrine, too, soon as I've changed.
Mi-chan, do your best, too. Bye-bye.
Mion waved vigorously to us and left. As far as I could tell from her gallant, retreating figure, she seemed to have recovered from the weak state she had yesterday.
Girls are quick to get over things. Mi-chan's already fine.
Right. Her switching back to normal so cleanly really makes it easy for me to talk to her.
It was kind of funny, though, wasn't it? Kind of like Cinderella. Like you can't meet her anymore once the magic wears off.
Rana began to giggle a fair bit in amusement. Did she like this sort of thing? Incidentally, me going along with it gave me a weird, hard-to-describe feeling. Did I turn myself into a plaything, or did they do it for me? If you think it's so funny, then you should try pretending to be a different Rena, too.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Keiichi-kun, what kind of Rena would you want to meet?
One with the... Okay, yeah, just shut up, Keiichi.
I can't do that.
She'd be great at cooking, and make me lunch, and come to see me in the mornings.
I do that already.
I pull Rena's head into a tight grip, then start to pet it. You're Rena Ryugu, right? Rena, not Reina. So you just stay as Rena forever, got it?
Thanks. Have fun helping set up the festival.
You got it. Let's meet up tomorrow. I got changed right away, and slinging a towel around my neck like Mion suggested, I set off for the shrine. At the shrine, there were more people than you'd imagine even live in Hinamizawa there. All cordoning off areas and setting up tent frameworks, chatting amongst themselves as they did so. Alright, where's Mion? The liveliness of the throng didn't make it easy to look for her. I searched around as if I already worked there, and suddenly the principal called out to me.
It isn't my Bara-kun. Interesting. Have you come to help with the Watanagashi setup?
Hello. Yes, I was just wondering if there was anything I can help with.
How commendable your attitude is. Feel free to sweat to your heart's content.
Spurred on by the principal, I came upon a group of people setting up tents.
Oh, what's this? It's my Bara-chan. Did you come all this way to help us?
I hadn't found Mion yet, but I supposed I'd just get in her way if I ran into her. Yeah, I'm here to help. Just tell me where you need me.
You young ones all have all the vitality. Here, grab some work gloves. Ever built a tent before?
No, never. Delighting in teaching a new skill to someone younger, plenty of people happily taught me all sorts of things.
Okay, kid, go inside the tent and tie up the cords to the top. After that, we'll stand it up and tie the rest of them. Butterfly knots are okay, right? There and there. All done? We're standing it up. 1, 2, 3.
What was once nothing more than a collapsed tent was raised on 4 splendid legs before my eyes in mere moments. Whoa, seeing it put together like this is actually pretty moving.
Come on, no time to stare and wonder. We've got a lot more to do. We packed the tents in the truck, so go get them from there. They're heavy, so take someone with you. Nah, I'm good. I may look scrawny, but I'm actually pretty strong. Whoa!
They look light enough, so I thought they were, but they are heavy.
That's why I told you to have someone help. Come on,
said the man, lifting it up with a grunt and taking it under his arm. Either I'm weak or these old guys all have superhuman strength.
Let's go. You're the youngest one here, so we're gonna make you sweat for it. Do your best. Beer after work's the best.
I'm a minor. Sweat dripped down from my body. I'd been fully and completely absorbed in helping them. I would never have thought the cold barley tea from the Women's Society could taste this delicious.
You're so young. Make sure you drink a lot.
Thank you. It was then I realized a crowd had formed near the shrine a ways off. When I took a closer look, I saw a girl dressed in shrine maiden garb and a handful of old men looking like they were preparing for the ceremony together. Is that Rika-chan?
Hey! Rika-chan! Do your best!
I shouted, and it seemed like she heard me. Rika-chan, positively exploding with vitality, answered with a smile. The older guys with me watched Rika-chan as well, with distant gazes.
Rika-chan is doing a great job. She seems far more used to this than she did last year.
Oh, okay. that was an old lady, I see. The old lady who gave me the tea clasped what looked like prayer beads in her hands and said, "Rika-sama, we thank you, we thank you." And just like that began to respectfully pray to her. I just remembered that they called it the Furude Shrine. Wasn't Rika-chan's full name Rika Furude? The man standing next to me answered my question.
That's right. Rika-chama's Furude clan is ancient and honorable, and has worshipped Oyashiro-sama for generations.
I'd always gotten the feeling she wasn't quite your average person, but it turned out she was from an esteemed family.
After her father, who was the shrine priest, died the year before last, she's really been doing her best to learn the rituals. I wish the priest could have been here to see how wonderfully she'd grown up.
What? Rika-chan's father passed away?
Okay, break time's over. Let's get these chairs we're not using back to the gym in Okinomiya. Maki-san, pull the truck around here and take a few people with you. Alright, Maibara-kun, let's get to work on one last job.
Yeah, you're gonna make me do more work? I can't tell if they know I'm a minor or not, but the older men all cheer me on, encouraging me to do my best and that the beer will be great.
Kei-chan, working hard, I see.
I passed by Mion. She was carrying a big cardboard box. Looked like she was right in the middle of working as well. Judging by the sweat seeping into her shirt, seemed I wasn't the only one with his hands full.
Yeah, I'm working my ass off. You work hard too. Beer's gonna be great.
We were worked to the bone until the sun began to set and it started cooling off. It was soon full-fledged night, and the clear sound of the Higurashi eased the moderate pain I felt. The older guys began their night before drinking party in a tent a fair bit off, causing quite a ruckus. The shrine grounds, on the other hand, had turned into a lonely road, tickled by the cool evening breeze, despite being so festive a little while ago. The wind felt good. I leaned on one of the stone guardian dogs at the front of the shrine. I gave my legs a good stretch as I let my mind wander, and suddenly, a paper cup filled with barley tea was thrust before me.
Kei-chan, great work. Here's some tea for you.
You're so considerate. Thanks, me. Her voice sounded exactly the same, but it somehow felt different. Wait, you're...
Hey, it's Shion. Don't go giving Mion all the credit. She isn't considerate at all. Don't get us confused, okay?
Shion, you little... Now that I've caught you, you're not getting away!
It was your mistake, Kei-chan. I've never said that I was anyone other than Shion.
I guess I can't argue with that.
That's right. You're no match for my older sister, so I can't let you be a match for me either. Anyway, your tea? It's going to get warm.
Yeah.
Come on, please cheer up. I'm trying to make it up to you with this tea.
Well, she did come all the way here to give it to me. I guess I'll accept it. I took the cup and downed it in one gulp. And then, suddenly, ah! I heard a loud shout and it got stuck in my throat. Which one is it this time? Is it the real Mion?
Shion! Why are you hanging out with Kei-chan again? Because unlike you, I'm very considerate. Kei-chan was so sweaty I couldn't leave him alone, so I brought him some tea. By the way, why are you holding 2 cups of tea?
Mion's face went bright red, and she tried to hide the paper cups behind her back.
This is, There's no way such a rough, timid, good sister of mine would ever briskly bring a male classmate tea, is there? So, what are they? What are those 2 cups of tea? These are, right. I was just so thirsty I figured I could drink too. That's so like you. Come on, chug, chug!
As Shion cheered at her, Mion downed both the cups of tea, one after the other.
What a fabulous drink that was. I expected nothing less from you. Kei-chan, you give her a hand too.
Wait, suddenly this situation's gotten unbelievable. Mion doesn't usually get manipulated so easy like that. I've known for a while now, but Shion is terrifying. Mion, you can't hold your own against Shion?
I hate her! And lately I hate her even more!
Just then, I heard the snap of a camera shutter. Good evening. Festival's coming up tomorrow. Thanks for all your hard work setting it up today.
Good evening. Oh, Shion-chan? It's quite unusual for you to come here. Oh, hey, it's Tomitake and Takano-san. Good evening. It has been a while, hasn't it?
So, you're that transfer student I've been hearing about, Keiichi Maebara-kun, right? You really did a bang-up job today. I'm impressed. I feel like I've seen this photographer guy before. Have we met before? I'm glad you remembered. We passed by many times on the road, Keiichi-kun. I'm Tomitake. I'm a freelancing photographer from Tokyo.
Good evening. Do you recognize me?
I'm sorry, but I don't.
She's Mio Takano-san. Do you remember when you were at the doctor's office when you still had a cold, Kei-chan? Mio-san's one of the nurses who works there. Call me Takano. I'm pleased to meet you. Tell me when you're coming in for treatment. I'll prepare a huge needle for you.
That's very thoughtful of you. Tomitake-san seemed to be quite entertained at the Sonozaki twins being in the same place, and he took picture after picture. Wow, I'd heard you two were identical twins, but it really is quite something to see you side by side. You really do look exactly alike.
We're not just alike. On the outside, yeah, okay, that's sure. What happened to the background? Okay, I guess it's fixed now. I think there was a glitch there for a second. God, you idiot! What the heck are you doing?
Things have never been as lively as when the two of them are together. I thought you were exactly the same at first, but I've started to get a handle on which is which. Mion's Mion, and Shion, well, she seems a far better actor than Mion was. In the first place, somebody that could spurn Mion so easily would have shown such weakness to those... wouldn't have shown such weakness to those guys, I'm just gonna say guys, at Angel Mort. If that was the case, then that cowardly behavior from that day was all a complete act! There, it happened again. I don't know, I think there must be something weird going on with the game code for the mod or something. I don't know why. Well, whatever.
Just pretend that the background isn't warping for some reason.
They were even more alike when they were little. I heard even their parents had a hard time telling which was which.
That's really easy to imagine. I totally understand what they must have gone through. Takano gave me a kind of odd look, but explaining would have been a pain, so I didn't bother.
Tomitake, you going straight back to Tokyo after you get your pictures at the festival?
What? What is going on? Why are there two of him? What's happening? Oh my god. Okay, I think there's just going to be glitches for a bit. Sorry. I'll try to fix this for next time? Question mark? Oh, you had the exact same glitch? Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I'm just gonna, like, save real quick. And then go to the menu and see if that happens again. No, this is not intended, Seditious. This is not normal. Okay. Sure. It's only for this episode from what I've played. Okay, interesting. Anyway, yeah, this has never happened to me before. Usually, unfortunately, Harmonia, whenever you update the mod, you have to, like, redo the entire save file, I think. R. Habaki Gaming with the $2. The presence of Shomitake solves Hiku.
Yep, though I would rather just stay here forever. Silly adult things, that's all.
I hope your photos win a fabulous prize soon. I've been praying for it.
Thanks. Next time I come, I'll bring the pictures I took of all of you today.
Maibara-kun, you did a lot of work today. You must be tired from all the physical labor you're not used to.
Huh? Well, I'm tired, but it was still pretty fun.
Ah, youth. I'm so jealous.
Takano-san smiled with an adult elegance that no one in my circle of friends possessed. The wind caught her hair. She gives off an intelligent beauty.
Oh, why hello everyone.
Seemed like our merry crowd was standing out. This time, an overweight older man addressed us. And again, it was someone I thought I knew. If I recall correctly, he's a policeman, isn't he?
Oh, Oishi-san. Good evening. Doing a preliminary security inspection for tomorrow?
Something like that. Oh, but isn't Tomitake-kun? Certainly has been a while. I'm honored you remembered my name. You really do love Hinamizawa, don't you? The apartments around here are far cheaper than the ones in Tokyo. You should just move over here and get it over with. I know a realtor I can introduce you to.
I appreciate the thought. I'd very much like to follow up on that.
All right, everybody. Have a good year. And Happy New Year to the Sonozaki twins, too.
Happy New Year, Detective Oishi. We appreciate your work. We'd like to end this year's festival with the least amount of inconvenience possible.
That's pretty strict on me.
Detective Oishi left us with a low laugh and headed off to talk to some police officers standing a ways away. I gave Mion a glance and saw her making an annoyed face, as if she were glaring bullets at someone she hated.
Yeah. It'd be nice if the police didn't have anything to do during Wet Nagashi this year.
You like this place too, don't you?
Oh, you mean to say you dislike it, Jiro-san? I quite enjoy such fantastic stories, you know. Especially with the times being so dry and uninteresting.
The curse of Oyashiro-sama, you mean? Curse. Tomitake-san used a troubling word. Then suddenly someone tugged on my arm.
Kei-chan, I'm pretty hungry. Want to go to the tent with the drinks and have some candy and sweets?
I'm up for that. I've gotten a little hungry as well.
Okay, let's go.
A moment later, Shion said something to Takano and Tomitake that stung my ears and gave me a start.
I wonder who will die and who will disappear this year.
I pulled back from Mion's grip and stopped abruptly. Shion, what did you just say? It felt like the air around us dried out all of a sudden.
Let's go, Kei-chan. They're talking about something silly anyway. You still haven't told Kei-chan? I make it a point not to spread stories like that.
Shion's cold and quiet tone and Mion's harsh voice were quite the contrast. Hey, wait, hold on. What are you talking about? If you know something, then tell me. It doesn't feel right being the only one left out, you know? I don't understand this. Someone explain it to me. However, Mion didn't seem to be all that willing to grant my request. She squeezed my hand in hers a bit, but when she realized I would hold my ground on this topic, she let go.
I'm gonna go to the drinking tent first then. If you don't come soon, Kei-chan, there won't be any left for you.
I get it already. I'll be there soon. Mion left, trotting towards a particularly noisy tent on the other side of the shrine grounds. Before she got there, she stopped and turned back around. I showed no signs of going after her, though, so she ran off. I could tell you if you haven't heard, I suppose. But it might be smarter not to ask and go with her to eat dessert. Hey now, you've already gotten my full attention here. I'm not going to leave without asking at this point.
I think Kei-chan has the right to hear this, too. My sister was just stealing that from you.
Shion's voice was bristling with thorns, as if somehow blaming Mion. What on earth are you talking about? I don't really like people acting so self-important. Takano-san, realizing how prepared I was, looked across the group. After confirming there were no objections, she opened her mouth.
Do you believe in curses, my Birkin?
Curses? I think they're interesting, but I don't really. I felt their cynical stares and winced. It was like they were telling me it was stranger not to believe in curses.
You're not wrong, Kei-chan. Curses are just superstition. It's only natural that you wouldn't believe in them. Mm-hmm. Besides, you can take all the time you need to decide whether you believe in curses after you've heard us through,
said Takano-san, giving a little smile. They're trying to scare me. At least, that's what it feels like. Alright, I'll start. Keiichi-kun, do you know about the Hinamizawa Dam project? Oh, yeah. The other day at Angelmort, Shion, or Mion rather, told me all about it. You mean the plan for the giant dam that would flood all of Hinamizawa, right? That's right. Residents of the town banded together to fight it, and a fierce battle with the government unfolded. I've heard that too. The entire village united, using all the power at their disposal, mass media, political influence, and other things, and fought the country. The way Mion described it made it sound like a boast. Oh, you know quite a bit about it. Yes, you're right. It's practically an epic tale, how just 1,000 or so villagers banded together and rejected the government's plans.
Did you hear this from my sister? She likes those kinds of epics, you know.
Yeah, she told me. There was, however, an office for the Hinamizawa residents' opposition faction. It was this shrine.
You know the assembly hall? That's where it used to be. Now that the whole thing is over, the senior citizens just use it for group activities. At the time, though, it was their last bastion.
Takano-san explained this, pointing a finger towards the assembly hall. I'd been carrying things in and out of there all day. I mean, I would understand if they put an office like that in the mayor's house or something, but having an office on shrine grounds made it feel kind of like a base camp for Sengoku period warriors. Just a second, I need to drink water. That was basically the mindset, though. Placing the main force in the shrine dedicated to Oyashiro-sama, Hinamizawa's guardian deity, was like a prayer for victory. Oyashiro-sama. That was definitely it. They mentioned Oyashiro-sama's curse before. Is it the same Oyashiro-sama? Do you know about Oyashiro-sama, Keiichi-kun? It's the name of the god worshipped at this shrine. It's said that he protects all of Hinamizawa. Well, I don't really know much about him. I see. I think Takano-san knows more about the rest. Tag, you're it.
Well, that generally is the whole story. Oyashiro-sama is the ancient god passed down in Hinamizawa, and the villagers say he's been protecting this sanctuary from the poisons of the outside world.
So essentially, he's a basic, standard guardian deity. I guess you can find that sort of god anywhere you go.
There's research into whether worshipping Oyashiro-sama is a manifestation of a kind of elitism, too. What I mean is that the worshippers might think of themselves as chosen people.
Believing yourself chosen? A nationalistic belief that you're part of a superior race, or that you're a special clan chosen by the gods. They believe that they're a superior clan, so they believe strongly in cooperating with others, but they also end up being exclusionary towards other clans. I won't go into too much detail, but it's the sort of national and religious ideas that lead to war. Of course, that goes for Japan, too.
A long time ago, the people of Hinamizawa strongly believed themselves different from humans, that they were above them. They believed that interaction with the lower world would sully their souls. So everyone believed that if one from the lower world came to the village, they would be sullied and suffer the wrath of Oyashiro-sama. Apparently, that kept everyone away.
Villagers that hate outsiders come up all the time in mystery novels. This was once a classic example of a xenophobic village.
Well, they'll deny it to preserve their pride. It was all a long time ago, after all. Things are different now.
Shion followed up quickly, having sensed the thorns in Tomitake-san's words. Tomitake-san, embarrassed at what he said, scratched at his head. So, this shrine worships Oyashiro-sama, thinks of Hinamizawa as holy ground, and it's a symbol of their traditional hatred of the outside world. I get it. So that's why they chose the shrine of Hinamizawa's guardian spirit as their base of operations, to resist the sullied dam construction project that came from the outside. Correct, smiled Takano, pleased. She must dislike stupid people. Superstition, every last bit of it. The villagers gave everything, desperate to oppose the dam construction. And right in the midst of it, the incident drove home the finishing blow. Oyashiro-sama's curse.
The person managing the construction site of the Hinamizawa Dam was murdered. 4 years ago, I believe? It took the newspaper by storm. Do you remember it?
No, not really.
He had a fight with a subordinate and was beaten to death with a pickaxe. His limbs and head were torn off, and the remains disposed of.
The construction manager was murdered and dismembered. Such a gruesome incident. But it was just that, an incident. A person caused the incident, after all. Should they really put it down to a curse?
Then the following year, the man who had organized Hinamizawa's group of dam proponents, he fell from a cliff while on vacation and died. Apparently, it was an accident.
Of course, most of Hinamizawa was hostile towards him. The police were all over the case as if it were a homicide, but in the end it was judged to have been an accident. Now it's an accident. This is the most curse-like one, but it's still far-fetched.
And then, on the next year, this time the priest of the shrine contracted an unknown illness and suddenly died. This may sound a little rude, but the old priest was kind of a wait-and-see type. The whole village was in an uproar about the dam, but he kind of just didn't want to seem to bother. The shrine was the symbol of the opposition movement, and its priest, well, his attitude worked against him. The villagers at the time had hoped for a leader, but their hopes were betrayed. Some people were apparently pretty angry, too. So at the time, all the older people were like, "This is Oyashiro-sama's curse." That's what they said.
It did seem like every year, dam-related people to the village had resentment. Dam-related people the village had resentment towards were dying. It was pretty creepy. Oh, and also, it's interesting. All of these incidents and accidents always happen on the night of the Watanagashi festival.
What? See? Starting to sound like a curse now, isn't it?
Then, the year after that, in other words, last year, the sister-in-law of the man who was the leader of the dam proponents, the one who accidentally died, was discovered dead, having been beaten to death. Of course, they caught that criminal.
See? Really seems like a curse, huh?
4 years in a row. Each one of the incidents and accidents were relatively commonplace. But every single one of them happening on the night of the festival worshipping Oyashiro-sama, that's not normal.
The old folks have been blindly accepting Oyashiro-sama's curse because of the incidents these past few years. Even younger people, too. At first they thought it was stupid, but now, nobody makes fun of it.
Yeah, I can see where she's coming from. Even me. Even if I didn't think there was a curse at all, thinking about the incidents like this makes me feel like maybe it's real. For example, just look at the preparations for the festival you were doing today. Everything might have gone crazy during the battle against the dam, but just a few years ago, the Watanagashi festival was never this well attended.
Well, I guess you're right.
Whoops. Minimized the game by accident.
If we didn't have Oyashiro-sama to talk about, we wouldn't all be coming to a festival like this, huh? There's a lot of people who say that infidels might be punished, so they might need to go to Oyashiro-sama's festival.
Shion nodded as if she were mocking herself. So how about now? Kage-kun, you're starting to get the feeling that maybe, just maybe, the curse is real, aren't you? I mean, you can't just laugh off people related to the dam construction project all dying like that. If even I feel like this now, then the more superstitious members of the village must feel stronger than that. Well, I mean, I still don't think there's a curse. I can understand those that believe there is, though.
Wow, Kei-chan, you can really keep a cool head about this.
Shion grinned, realizing I've rejected the curse.
If it's neither a curse nor a coincidence, then what should we make of these incidents?
Takano-san said, smiling playfully, as if posing a riddle. Neither a curse nor a coincidence, but every year someone dies. What should we make of that, then? Tomitake-san, catching on to the fact that I had no idea what to make of it, opened his mouth and came to my aid. Takano-san's suggesting that it might be the work of real people. Huh? Simple process of elimination would have gotten me there. I was a little taken aback at not having realized the answer immediately.
Well, think about it. If it's neither a curse nor a coincidence, then people must be willingly carrying it out. It's the only explanation, right?
Takano-san pressed on. I smiled bitterly in spite of myself. Here I was just a few minutes ago, thinking the very concept of a curse was absolutely absurd. When suggested that it was someone's doing, I ended up thinking there wasn't any way it could be a person. But Takano-san was right. It was either a curse or it was a person's doing. If unrealistic things like curses didn't exist, then the obvious next step would be to start thinking that it was people behind it. But if that was the case, I glanced at Shion.
If the culprit's a person, then they'd have to be someone from Hinamizawa. That's what the police officer Oishi-san thinks right now, too.
Hey, wait. That can't be. I thought I now knew the reason Mion didn't want to talk about this. If Oyashiro-sama's curse really existed, then that's fine. It would be divine judgment for the dam project business. However, if Oyashiro-sama's curse didn't exist, which it obviously didn't, then the culprit would most likely be someone from Hinamizawa. The villagers had worked desperately to oppose the dam construction project. I knew they had used all sorts of methods to fight against it. If one of those methods was... maybe...
People whisper that Oyashiro-sama's curse could be the doing of a secret group in the dam resistance movement.
Shion dryly put words to my exact thoughts. Of course, I didn't expect it. She was from Hinamizawa, so I didn't think she'd come out and say it herself.
If you calm down and think about it, anyone would come to the same conclusion. There wouldn't be a motive for anyone but people who benefit from opposing the dam, right?
I guess that's true. Admitting to the existence of a darker side of the dam conflict would be rude to Mion, who spoke of it so highly. So I just couldn't accept Shion's seemingly logical viewpoint.
One more thing. The police probably don't know this. There's proof that someone from Hinamizawa committed these crimes, and the people of Hinamizawa know it.
Huh? What? Shion rebukes me to keep my voice down. Sorry. But this proof, what is it?
It's the fact that one person dies and one more person disappears.
One more person disappears? Did that mean that someone besides the one who died from the curse was a sacrifice? What do you mean by disappear? They just vanish and you never see them again?
That's right. Suddenly, and without a trace.
As she spoke, Shion pretended to do a trick with her hands like she were making a magician's hat disappear. One dies a mysterious death and one disappears, never to be seen again. A strange vanishing act. But then why? How does that equate to someone from Hinamizawa being the culprit?
Well, actually, Hinamizawa has this one really old legend. It's about how people offer sacrifices to Oyashiro-sama to calm his wrath.
Sacrifices?
Yes. They say that they used to wrap a living person up in a bamboo mat and let them slowly sink into a bottomless swamp.
Takano-san, though explaining something pretty terrible, had a look of glee on her face as she did so.
As far as I can glean from literature, it actually took 3 days and 3 nights for them to sink. See, even people a long time ago liked symbolism. As the body sunk, Oyashiro-sama's anger would be quelled. Both were submerged into the deep.
Takano-san was the only one laughing at this. Was she telling a joke or something? Shion didn't move to deny it, but I felt a difference in temperature between her cool expression and Takano-san's.
This whole conversation, well, I think you can imagine after hearing it, but it's the secret history of Hinamizawa. Everyone who's been in Hinamizawa for a long time knows it, but they don't talk about it.
Takano-san's not from here, but she knows quite a lot. She really likes local history, folk legends, stuff like that. She learned about it all by herself, too.
I'm really not all that amazing. Just curious, that's all. Like a child. I just want to see scary things for the fun of it.
Tomitake-san laughed, a little bit embarrassed. Wait a minute. What does that mean? The other person who disappears during the incidents. You're saying they're offered as a sacrifice? Yeah. Shion answers in one word before anyone else can speak. Someone dies, then someone disappears. Well, whether they actually get sacrificed or not is a different issue. But every time something happened in the past, one person died, and one other person disappeared. For example, the first one, where the dam site manager was killed. Apparently one of the people responsible for that still hasn't been arrested. Couldn't that just mean he managed to get away? I don't see why we should treat him as a sacrifice. Well, that's basically what I think too. There was also the year after that, with the leader of the dam proponents. You said he fell from a cliff and died while on vacation, right?
Apparently his wife fell as well. The police investigated fervently, but they were never able to find the wife's corpse. The river under the cliff was actually pretty high at the time, though. She could have just been buried under the sand at the bottom of some lake downstream or something.
The perpetrator of a dismemberment like that wouldn't want to be caught, so they'd be desperate to run away and hide, too. I thought I'd heard about cases where the corpses wouldn't surface after the person drowned in a swelled river like that. She vanished because of an unfortunate accident, but I still didn't see the connection to sacrifices. If you took each of the past incidents in turn, none of the disappearances evoked that terrifying of an image.
The year after that, with the priest suddenly falling ill and dying, is much clearer. His wife left a suicide note. They found it in the house the night the priest died. It said something along the lines of her quelling Oyashiro-sama's wrath through her death.
The curse seems to turn up in this one, though. Well, we may never know the truth of the matter. The swamp the wife drowned herself in was the giant bottomless one Takano mentioned before. The police investigated it, but all they could find were several of her possessions. They never found the corpse. The police suspect it was a fake suicide, and they're still investigating it now. Someone dies every year, and in the same way, someone goes missing every year. Is she trying to tell me that everyone who vanished was kidnapped by some extremely efficient means and dumped into the bottomless swamp, still alive and drowned to death? But a curse? That's unbelievable in its own right. And the next year, what was it? The dam proponent's sister-in-law? She was killed. So, at the time, someone else vanished?
Someone did disappear. It was a boy around my age, named Satoshi Hojo. He's the nephew by marriage of the woman killed.
Shion cut in with a slightly strong tone of voice. She knew the boy who had disappeared pretty well. At least that's the vibe I was getting.
Well, that about sums everything up. One person always dies and one person always suddenly disappears.
Leaving the suddenness aside, the fact that each incident involved one person disappearing. So that means the first person who dies is because of Oyashiro-sama's curse, and the second person who vanishes is because the villagers sacrificed them? Is that it?
Kei-chan, there is no curse. Somebody kills the first person under the guise of the curse, and somebody takes away the second person to be a sacrifice.
But Shion, that means the criminal is in the village.
And that's what I've been guessing from the start.
Wait, what? ERA, what are you talking about? No?
It's pretty shocking though, you know. We live in the Showa period. It's kind of hard to believe people are committing murder like it's nothing, using some ancient justifications, huh?
It didn't have anything to do with our discussion, but I got the feeling that maybe Shion didn't like Hinamizawa very much.
Yeah, pointing to this line, something to keep in mind. If you guys were feeling a little intimidated about how to go back and evaluate the previous appearances of Shion, there's a good hint for you.
Mion enjoyed talking about Hinamizawa and its epic tales, so she had avoided talking about Oyashiro-sama's curse, which didn't paint Hinamizawa in a good light no matter how you looked at it. She was trying not to give me a bad impression of the village, so she didn't say anything. Shion, on the other hand, was somehow different. She wasn't rejecting the concept of a curse to purge Hinamizawa of this bad impression, but rather because she strongly believed that a member of the village was the criminal behind this. Her conviction seemed a bit removed from the tight sense of community held by the people of Hinamizawa. Once upon a time, they looked so alike you could mistake one for the other. But talking to her now, I was getting a powerful feeling that Shion had a completely different personality than Mion. Than everyone else. They all think someone from Hinamizawa did it, right? Neither Shion nor Takano-san answered that. The deafening silence told me all that needed to be said. Then, let me ask another question. If someone from Hinamizawa is the culprit, then who is it? Neither Shion nor Takano-san had a reply to that question either. Though it may have been rude to ask, I had hoped they wouldn't have one. The reason I asked was to argue that their explanation that the culprit was from Hinamizawa was nothing more than one possibility. Shion caught on to my plan. She gave a pained smile at my petty spite and opened her mouth to speak.
All I said really amounts to circumstantial evidence anyway. If any of us really knew who it was, we'd have gotten them into police hands already.
Damn, I got confused. Is Satoko the woman's daughter and Satoshi? No, Takano is not related to Satoko and Satoshi. Satoko and Satoshi's parents are dead.
As would anybody. Then what about Takano-san? She too smiled dryly as Shion had and opened her mouth.
Well, I'd like to clear one thing up. I'm not a detective or anything, alright? In all honesty, I'm not really interested in who the culprit was.
Takano-san, you sure are a handful. Tomitake-san gives a bitter laugh at her surprising opinion on the matter. Not a glare. I'm angry all of a sudden.
You see, I just like cruel and atrocious ancient traditions and fairy tales. I only enjoy them from a curious onlooker's perspective. So even for this string of incidents, it's not so much finding out who the culprit is, but enjoying thinking about how the old traditions displayed by the incidents themselves still seems to have some pretty deep roots around here.
Though she described herself as nothing more than a curious onlooker, her smile was as sharp as the tip of a blade. Women like her felt very strange and a little scary to me. Maybe it's just that I was in a fearful awe of the person whose emotions I couldn't comprehend.
Well, I don't think any of this is interesting at all. The Watanagashi Festival's coming up tomorrow, but I don't want anyone to die or disappear.
Tomorrow, huh? That's right. It had completely slipped my mind. The string of murder incidents people attributed to Oyashiro-sama's curse. It wasn't over. If last year's incident wasn't the end, then tomorrow night at the festival, would someone die and someone disappear?
I do wonder who will die tomorrow, and who will disappear, though.
Takano-san said, running a comb through her hair with elegant movements, with a thin smile and a voice that nearly made me shudder. She almost looked like she was enjoying the thought of the incidents that could happen tomorrow. Then, out of the blue, we heard a loud round of applause. They seemed to be ending the drinking party early. Right, I was making Mion wait this whole time, wasn't I? I should go back to her soon. You're teasing the kid too much, Takano-san. Now Keiichi-kun thinks it's all true.
I apologize. It's that bad habit of mine again, said Takano-san, sticking out her tongue bashfully.
The strangeness in her expression was nowhere to be found. When Takano-san sees an innocent child like you, she can't help wanting to poke fun at them. It's a real bad habit. Keiichi-kun, you listened to everything so earnestly that she ended up getting carried away. Unlike Takano-san, Tomitake-san seemed like a totally normal person with common sense. They were apologizing after realizing what kind of impression they'd given me. The stuff Takano-san said is all fiction. If it made you harbor any bad impressions about Hinamizawa, then we apologize for that.
Jeez, Jiro-san.
You apologize too, Takano-san. Tell him you're sorry for scaring him. Takano-san and Tomitake-san were arguing and messing around now. The strained air around us had already dissipated.
Kei-chan, you should get going soon, too. Mion's the jealous type. If she sees me, she'll probably start a fight, so I'll just be going home.
Really? Then I'll go see what Mion's doing and apologize for making her wait, I guess. Sorry for being such a nuisance, Keiichi-kun. Could you tell Mion-chan we're sorry for borrowing you for so long? Ah, yes. I don't think telling her will make her feel any better, but sure. Tomitake-san and Takano-san, standing next to each other, both began to chuckle.
Okay then, Kei-chan, let's try and run into each other tomorrow, and run into each other at tomorrow's festival.
We'll see each other. I mean, it's us we're talking about after all. We'll be making so much trouble it'll be hard for you not to find us. Shion and I said our goodbyes to Tomitake-san and Takano-san. Before we could leave, Takano-san called out to us.
Thanks for listening so earnestly to what I had to say. You're just so good at listening. I had a great time talking to you.
Good at listening? No, not at all. I was just in a state of perpetual bewilderment from all the shocking topics being thrown at me one after another.
Was the true crime girly a thing in the aughts? Oh, true crime girlies, like, not in the exact same way, but yeah, they've been around for a really long time. There were people writing love letters to Bundy in prison, dude. So, they've definitely been around for a while.
Did you like my story today?
Well, it was pretty interesting.
And then I'll tell you some more sometime, okay? There's a lot of pretty interesting legends and fairy tales about Hinamizawa. Of course, a lot of strange and creepy ones, too. I'll choose a bunch of my favorites and tell you about them.
I was kind of happy, but kind of worried. I can't help but smile dryly and scratch at my head. Keiichi-kun, you can go home now. And Takano-san's just messing with you. They say goodbye again and run off. I heard Tomitake-san call out behind him in a clear voice that we would see each other at the festival tomorrow. When I went to the tent Mion was waiting for me in, she was nowhere to be found. I made her wait so long, maybe she got mad and went home. After asking some adults passing by, I heard that she went home talking to some relatives. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. But my regret for having made Mion wait wasn't enough to triumph over the impression Takano-san and Shion's uncanny story left on me. Serial murder incidents had happened 4 years in a row. Would tomorrow's events make this the 5th? And the possibility that someone from Hinamizawa was carrying this all out under the guise of the curse. The queer tradition of ritual sacrifice, entirely unbecoming of the Showa period we lived in. I regretted it a little, though it was too late. If none of those creepy stories had anything to do with me, then I should have let Mion pull me away from the crowd. I felt a little ashamed about letting my cheap curiosity get the best of me.
Ooh, we got lots of tips. From the scrapbook 1.
Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the ancient Onigafuchi village, the anger of Oyashiro-sama, his curse, was feared above all. However, it is seldom stated anywhere what eventually happens and what sort of divine judgment, curse, befalls them when Oyashiro-sama is angry. From various reports, all hell will break loose. Demons will come flooding out. The miasma from hell will flood outward and kill every villager, letting not a single one escape. The ones evoking images of the village being annihilated stand out the most. These terrifying ideas of divine punishment are in alignment with many other religious beliefs regarding the apocalypse, hell, and it's easy to imagine that there are just ways of convincing people to obey the teachings in order to prevent such an end. The conditions for inciting Oyashiro-sama's wrath are likely the same as the taboos in Onigafuchi village. I believe that when an act was performed that violates one of these taboos, Oyashiro-sama was termed angry. And in order to quell his anger, they would perform the aforementioned sacrificial ritual.
Why does the fucking program have a sound for you, like, toggling the thing now? Hold on, let me see if I can turn that off, because that's annoying. I don't want it to be making a noise every single time I use the filter. Let's see. I don't see one, unfortunately, which sucks. I wonder.
What the
turn that off. Okay, I have an idea. Let me open up volume mixer. Fuck. If I mute the program in volume mixer, it mutes my audio too. Shit. Huh. Ah, that sucks. I really don't want it to do that, though. Yeah, I don't like that. I mean, I guess it's just because they don't expect you to be capturing your desktop audio at the same time while using it, but that is a really stupid change. Damn. I don't want to waste too much time on this, but that sucks. Well, for now, at least, just try to ignore it. I'll try to figure something out with it later. I don't want to waste too much time on it right now.
The human sacrifice ritual. The sacrificial ritual was a simple drowning, involving plunging sacrifices into Onigafuchi swamp, which was considered hallowed. Of the rituals of Onigafuchi village, this one was unique in that the sacrifice would sink slowly over the long course of 3 days and 3 nights. I believe that it wasn't so much the killing of this sacrifice that was important, but rather the symbolism of them sinking as the submerging of Oyashiro-sama's anger. For that purpose, they must have had a passion for learning various methods for keeping the sacrifice from sinking too quickly, to force them to sink more slowly. Unfortunately, as far as I can tell from the records, those methods were not recorded. My thoughts are that they may have used logs or some similar material to craft a raft, then set up a scaffold on there, hung the sacrifice up with ropes, and let them sink little by little over time into the swamp. However, if that were the case, it would not be strange if the ritual implements used for such a ceremony were honored as holy and enshrined somewhere. Implements used for the ritual. Ritual tools utilized for ancient religious ceremonies are commonly referred to as implements, or ritual implements, and even now some of them are enshrined on the property of Furude Shrine and the 3 families. However, the unidentifiable tools are all decorative, and none appear to have been used in rituals governing the dark side of Onigafuchi village. As the Edo era came to a close and many traditional rituals were lost, were they lost as well, or perhaps buried in the darkness? I don't believe so. Both the implements used on the night of the feast of Onikakushi and those used during the sacrificial ceremony must still exist, enshrined away from the eyes of the masses. Without a doubt, they exist here today at this very moment in Hinamizawa. Also, I'm nearly certain where they've been enshrined. What was once locked steadfastly has for some reason changed this year to a cheap-looking padlock. He may be able to do something about such a lock. However, it's not far from the assembly hall, nor is it even far from the presence of people. However, I will not give up. The night when it becomes a blind spot to every villager in Hinamizawa is coming soon. Soon, it will be Watanagashi.
I really hate that stupid noise. Why isn't it... in the settings that you can turn it up. I'm sorry, I'm just like, I'm so hung up on this because it sucks. I don't know why. Yeah, like I'm really looking at it. I'm looking like everywhere, and I do not see a setting to turn it off. That's gonna make some things not great later. Like I don't think it would be good to use later if it was doing that. Because I wouldn't want it to be doing that every 2 seconds during like a phone conversation or something, you know? You know what? Sorry guys, I'm gonna take a quick BRB and try to look at some of these things real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry. Okay, I'll have to look this up again later because unfortunately there's I just can't find a solution to it. Apparently there originally used to be a toggle for it, but it's just fucking gone. It's literally not there. And I can't find anything about it at all. And I can't find any people talking about the update for the program or anything like that. Really fucking annoying, but I guess we're just gonna have to go without the phone filter or any filter for this stream in particular. Sorry. We'll figure it out later. Festival's around the corner. Rabble, rabble, rabble.
Hey, you worn out already? Tomorrow's the real thing. We're gonna be partying until morning, until the very end of it all. Got it? Got it. I'll give it everything I've got. Alright then, youth's the greatest. Good work, everyone. Tomorrow's Watanagashi at last. Let's go get some shut-eye in and save our energy for tomorrow night.
Tomorrow is finally Watanagashi.
Festivals are split into two groups, those who enjoy them and those who support them. The former only need prepare their minds, but the latter needs not only that, but also painstakingly crafted plans and preliminary arrangements. While the general majority attending goes about enjoying the festival without a care in the world, we'll be strained the whole way through. Why? Sure as hell know why, because the beer after everything's over is the best damn beer you'll ever have. At times like these, it's best to have energetic, physically fit people. It wouldn't be worth it if you didn't do your best until the very end, enjoying it the whole way. Oh, he's here! Oishi-san came in. Everyone hurried to stand up.
Hello, everyone. Excellent work out there. You can be at ease.
Thank you, sir! Not even my seniors, who usually talk big about themselves, can hold a candle to Oishi-san. We all bow as if we were one of those cheering squads of old. Corrado Oishi, a detective just waiting to retire, one who doesn't pay much mind to the rules and regulations, and doesn't do too much in the way of real work. He looks like a rotten old man with a penchant for dirty jokes. My seniors, though, tell me he was a real fighter in his younger days, and that he may or may not have been quite a heroic legend, may or may not have quite a heroic legend trailing behind him. Anyway, he surely had much more dignity and presence in the room than the section chief who came in with him.
Everyone, I really thank you for your hard work on the preparations for the festival tomorrow.
Everyone present stands upright and lends their ear to the chief's directions.
We're on heavy alert for any thrill-seeking criminals expecting another incident like last year. I need all of you to focus your energy as much as possible in your mission to prevent any crimes from happening.
Yes, sir!
Of course, it'd be best if nothing happened. However, everyone, please assume that an incident will in fact occur. Prevention's number one, but it probably won't be enough. This year, too, someone will die and someone will disappear. There's really no doubt about it.
Everyone apart from the section chief smiled painfully. Oishi-san, that won't do. We need to be more serious about this.
The important part isn't to get past the night of the festival. It's to be able to quickly, swiftly, and aggressively pursue whatever does happen tomorrow night. I won't tolerate anything less than your best. Clench those cheeks. We're gonna rip all the skin off the ghost of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Yeah!
Alrighty then. Let's continue. I really meant to say things differently. I really didn't want to feel this way. Miscommunication drove in the wedge. Those stuck in apprehension, driven to fear. Nobody can stop it now, as cold, hard emotions claws deeply and cruelly at my bared heart. Watanagashi. At that time, why did I whisper in remorse, but now those words simply rang hollow.
Wah! It's Kage-kun. Good morning. Good morning.
Rena was ecstatically waving her arms at me, already brimming with energy. What do you mean, good morning? It's already evening. Just say hello or something.
But this is the first time I've seen you today, so I think good morning's right. It's right.
I got it. Okay then, good morning it is. Good morning, Rena. I grabbed Rena's head and rubbed it with my hand. She squirmed, reveling in the motion like a cat. Hey, Kei-chan. Sorry about yesterday. Left without telling you. No, it's my fault. Sorry for making you wait so long.
Are you talking about setting up for the festival yesterday? How was it, Kage-kun? Did you do your job properly?
The slight muscle pain throughout my body and my sluggish movements were already obvious. I did great. I'm pretty worn out now, though. I grinned dryly, and the three of us break out into laughter. Where's Satoko and Rika-chan? Are we meeting up with them on the festival?
Yep. Rika-chan's actually been there since yesterday because she has such an important job. I think Satoko-chan stayed with her, so they're already at the shrine.
Right, I just remembered. Today was Rika-chan's big performance. She had been practicing especially hard for this day. As her friend, I needed to make sure I went and cheered her on. Alright, let's go right away. Yeah! As we got closer to the shrine, we started passing by more people and seeing a lot of parked cars. It began to get noisier, too. I thought I could hear something like a Bon dance song. Without being able to restrain my impatience, I dashed up the entire flight of stone stairs.
Kate-kun, you're going too fast. Wait for me.
Man, Kei-chan, you're such a little kid.
Whoa! The shrine grounds. They were packed with people. It was a festival if I ever saw one.
Wow, they went all out this year too. Amazing, amazing.
They're coming from Hinamizawa. Huh? The old man from the Kimiyoshi branch family's here too. He'd been struggling with health issues since Watanagashi last year, but it looks like he got better.
Yeah, there were a lot of villagers here that I didn't really know. They must have all been pouring in for just today.
Oh, it's Satoko-chan. Hey! Oh, if it isn't everyone. Yes, hello to you all.
Yo, Satoko. There's a lot of people today. Don't get lost in the crowd, okay?
Who do you even think you're talking to?
Satoko, too, seems somehow energetic. Of course, I'm the same way.
Where's Rika-chan? She still has free time, doesn't she? Rika was giving her respects to the mayor and other important people. She shall come before long.
I see. Rika-chan is the shrine maiden for today's festival, after all. It's probably a pain for her to say hello to all the elders.
It really is a pain. Hello, everyone.
Oh, Rika-chan! I want to take you home!
Rika-chan wore an immaculate shrine maiden outfit that looked fresh off the shelves. It was a perfect fit for her somehow mystical appearance.
How's it fit? It's not too long, is it? My grandma gave me some safety pins just in case the sleeves are too long.
It's alright. It really is comfortable.
As she spoke, she began to do some twists and stretches.
It's great, it's so cute! Oh!
There was approximately one person here getting a nosebleed from watching Rika-chan move.
Kate-kun, don't you think she's cute? Don't you? If you don't, then she'll be all mine, and I'll take her home with me!
I think she's really cute. Totally cool. Enough that I want to pretend to be her big brother or dad and take pictures with her. What do you mean by that, Keiichi? If we take a picture from two different places and make it stereoscopic, we can eat it. Eat, or rather stare at, a real-life Rika-chan at our houses whenever we want. What? What are you talking about?
Oh, that sounds great! That sounds fantastic!
Rena's eyes and mine glittered as we... Okay.
The joke's on you, Keiichi. She's your dad. That is true. She is Keiichi's dad. We've established this.
Rika, you'd best stay away from them.
Yes, or I might get locked away in a basement somewhere.
You look like you're enjoying it though, Rika-chan.
Me, you're being harsh.
We all laughed together again.
Okay, let's not hang around here. Let's go to the festival. There's not much time left until Rika-chan's big debut.
You're right. Great. Let's go, everyone.
Yeah!
Yo, if it isn't the daughter of the Sonozaki, eat up! The yakisoba's packed full of pork. This year we filled it up as much as we could. We even put in fried calamari.
Gotcha, old-timer. The yakisoba this year looks like quite an achievement. You got squid too. Put a lot of time into this, didn't you?
Wow, it's tasty, it's tasty!
Yeah, the squid's delicious, but the aroma's just fantastic. It wonderfully compensates for how soft it tends to be. There's a delightful amount of squid and pork in it, too. Yep, not bad at all, I say.
Kei-chan, you sound like you could walk into a cooking program and become the host.
Yeah, when I see Kate-kun acting like it's so good, it somehow tastes even better.
I don't discriminate among delicious food, so anything that I say is tasty has got to be worth trying out, right?
Then Keiichi, please give us your opinion of this yakisoba again.
I'll do it in 2 words.
Absolutely scrumptious. If I had a second stomach, I'd buy another one right now.
Having heard my 3-star rating, a whole line of people suddenly formed in front of the yakisoba stand.
Wow, that's amazing. Kei-chan said it was so good that the little crowd started to form. Not bad.
It was nothing to brag about, but I still decided to stick out my chest and put on airs.
Oh, is that so? Then perhaps I shall try it out. Mister, could I perchance bother you for one takoyaki?
Real carrier with the Canadian $5. Coming off your Sonic OVA video, I demand Art of Oishi dressed as Old Man Owl. Yeah, that's true. In case you didn't know that, so if you've ever seen the old Sonic OVA, like Sonic anime OVA, the old owl man shares a voice actor with Oishi, and Sarah, the little cat girl, like the anime cat girl that has a crush on Sonic, shares a voice with Satoko. Satoko bought a stick of takoyaki, balls of fried octopus, from the adjacent stand, and after blowing on it, put one of them into her mouth.
How is it, Satoko-chan? If you give it a good rating, then Rena will buy it too.
Chomp, chomp, chew, chew, gulp.
Now it's time for Hinamizawa's very own food critic, Judge Satoko Hojo, to give her impressions.
Though she said she was all for it a moment ago, Satoko hesitated to give her thoughts. Hey now, what's the matter? Everyone else takes one of their own and puts it into their mouths.
Huh? Rena got...
I don't know if I should say that.
Rena got scammed, let's say that.
Mine's bad too. There's no octopus in it.
This takoyaki vendor. Could this be some sort of summer festival only octopus free takoyaki stand? An evil takoyaki stand that skimped on the octopus just because they figured it would make them good money today.
Mine has some. Yeah, it's pretty good considering there's octopus in it.
How am I supposed to explain that this octopus-free takoyaki is any good?
Everyone wondered about that. Our quizzical looks seemed to be drawing equally dubious stares from the people in line.
How about this? Takoyaki without any octopus is really healthy. And even people who don't like octopus can eat this delicious takoyaki.
After hearing that, several surprised guests left the line. It had the exact opposite effect.
Alright, then I'll give it a try next. A self-inspired take on takoyaki in which you can clearly taste the simple flavors of the flour, green onions, and pickled ginger. The unaffected taste is bolstered by the absence of octopus.
It wasn't half bad, but after hearing that there's no octopus in it, Cotton Claws, even more people left the line. Rika-chan, any good comments? You can be honest.
400 yen is too much for this.
Yeah! That was too honest! Even more customers left the line, dealing a lethal blow. There were other takoyaki stands around, after all.
Well, I mean, we might not want to be doing this. Hey, Satoko, you started all of this, so give us a big turnaround.
I cannot do it! How do you expect me to lavish praise upon takoyaki without any octopus in it?
Ah, you idiot! Satoko's angry outburst was the finishing blow.
The customers are all gone. Huh? The guy's staring at us. Why is that? Why is that? Oh.
There's no saving this crowd. Perhaps I, Keiichi Maibara-sama, will lend a generous hand.
Keiichi-kun, you could do it. We want you to save the takoyaki vendor who didn't put any octopus in.
Don't smile as you say something so bitter. Alright, fine. This may be the only chance you'll get to see a pro at work, so watch carefully. I shoved the stick into an octopus-less takoyaki and crammed it into my mouth. As before, there wasn't any octopus in it. But Mion's had some in it. That was the important point. The man who runs this takoyaki stand, he truly loves takoyaki, in every meaning of the word. No, it could even be said that he adores it. Eh? Everyone gasped in surprise, including the takoyaki vendor glaring at us. This man truly does love takoyaki, and because he loves it, he doesn't want to create half-hearted random ones. Isn't that right? The takoyaki vendor looked down, unsure. Those watching were listening intently, wanting to know why octopus-less takoyaki deserved such a high rating.
Keiichi-san, if he really and truly loved takoyaki that much, why did he make takoyaki without octopus in it? Is he not betraying that very takoyaki?
You may be right. In one sense, it is a betrayal. However, it's the best possible compromise this man could find. This man is making real takoyaki today, as he always does. However, only one or two of them on each stick are the real ones.
Well, you're right. The one I ate had octopus in it. And considering it did actually have it, it didn't taste bad at all, you know?
Right. That was a bona fide takoyaki. And as for the other ones, It was the biggest compromise he could make against the biases of the general populace, who all think there need to be 8 pieces on a stick, or else it's not real takoyaki.
Huh? Kate-kun, I don't understand what you mean. Why is one of them the real thing and the others are fakes? Why?
The secret lies in the octopus. Mister, this octopus, it's true Akashi octopus, isn't it? In recent years, the number of octopuses caught in Akashi has decreased, and their prices have risen drastically. The prices are now so high that you wouldn't think of them using them in takoyaki. Then, the man who had been looking down this whole time mumbled. Yeah, that's right. Akashi octopus. It's very expensive. But this man absolutely had to have the Akashi octopus. He could have bought much worse quality octopus for cheaper, as much as he wanted, and he would have been able to fool everyone. There are plenty of other scamming takoyaki vendors who claim theirs are from Akashi, even though they're not. But this man wouldn't accept it. He wouldn't tell lies. Akashi octopus are supreme. He would never relinquish this one stubborn conviction. This man loved takoyaki. That's why he never lied. Yet, there was one point that he absolutely had to compromise on.
What might that be?
The number. The popular opinion is that a stick of takoyaki should have 8 pieces on it. Even if it's real Akashi octopus, he couldn't charge 400 yen for just 1 piece, could he? If he didn't have 8 pieces, nobody would buy them. This man wept over it. In order to make just 1 true piece of takoyaki, he wouldn't ever let himself lie through the other 7. Oh, whoa! The octopus-free takoyaki vendor burst into tears. I gently clapped one of his shoulders. No matter what anyone else says, I will never forget how genuine you are. You, sir, are a true vendor of takoyaki. You are the only one in the world with the right to call himself that. Clap, 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 clap. As I embraced the shoulders of this man, shedding his manly tears, those watching delivered a round of applause, moved by my speech. Everyone, I beg of you, please eat some of this true takoyaki vendor's takoyaki. If we don't treasure genuine men like this, then how can we protect the true path of the takoyaki? If nobody else will eat them, then I will eat them all!
Whoa, everyone watching is lining up! Kate-kun, you did it! You did it!
I think it's more that they thought Kei-chan's propaganda speech was interesting rather than that the takoyaki actually looked good.
Kei-chan, you could probably sell plain old rocks if you tried. You would do well at product demonstrations in a supermarket.
I suspect he would be good at selling off suspicious wonder knives.
Absolutely stunned at my successful pitch, the guy manning the stall next to this one called out to me. Hey, you guys do that for my sweets too! Great, you all get the gist of it, right? It's your turn this time, Rena.
Okay, I'll do my best. Oh, when apricot sweets are cold, they're very, very good. The apricot's sitting so quietly and nicely on top of the syrup. Oh, it's so cute. I want to take it home. How?
It looks like she lost herself in this midway through, but a girl giving it such natural praise was itself bringing in some customers. A line was quickly forming behind Rena. Next up is the Okonomiyaki stand. There we go. Satoko, you're up.
The crunch of the fried tempura batter mixed with the yakisoba is simply to die for. With a huge piece of bacon laid on top, when you bite into it, it all comes flooding out. Chomp, chomp, chomp.
Yeah, that's freaking great. Now I want to try some too. Then a huge line formed at my words. What on earth is this? So basically, all of these onlookers are just following us around to all these stands.
When people hear about food from others and they try it for themselves, it tastes a lot better than it normally would.
So that's it. Even Rika-chan was gorging herself on the food, getting sauce on the bib she'd put on to prevent her shrine maiden outfit from getting dirty.
Nice, the older guys are getting into it too. Okay, Kei-chan, which one should I do?
Right, Mion, you go to the stand next to that. Show them the depths of your power!
Huh? But Kei-chan, the stall next to that is...
Whoops. A goldfish scooping stand. A bit out of our element.
No, as club president, I won't flee no matter who or what my opponent is. Let's get started!
I look forward to a splendid performance, Mion-san.
The onlookers were also watching Mion with hopeful eyes. Welcome, welcome! Here's your net and the bowl.
Okay, here we go.
The goldfish are energetic today. They really look delicious. Small things like these. Oh, okay, I see.
The goldfish are energetic today. They really look delicious. Small things like these, you could crunch them down whole.
Mutter, mutter.
Mion-san, what in the world are you saying?
Mi-chan, you eat them? Did you eat the one Rena caught last year too?
No, I didn't say anything like that.
Mion's face went red as she shook it vehemently in denial. Well, I mean, you just said so yourself that they looked really delicious.
Yes, you did indeed say so. My sister is omnivorous. She eats anything that can go into her mouth.
If they taste good, then maybe I'll try one next time.
No, Rika-chan, don't! You'll get sick!
Wait a second. Hey, what the hell? Shion, how long have you been here?
Hey, Kei-chan, Mion, everyone, good evening. Where did you come from, Shion? I've been here since the bit with the yakisoba. You were all so loud that I found you right away. Jeez, you've got nothing to do with this, do you? Go somewhere else already. Jeez, Mion, don't treat me so cruelly. Right, Kei-chan? You're okay with me being here, right?
She asked, grabbing my arm and pushing her chest into it. Okay. Yeah, there's like... I think we're just gonna, yeah, go right through this bit here. Enough of that. Enough of that. Enough of that. Enough of that. Enough of that! Thank you. Shion, Rika-chan, and I, our faces now bruised, fell to the ground, limbs sprawled.
Nice job, Rena.
Everyone is so dirty, how?
Rena punched me. It really hurts.
Rika, you get what you deserve.
Sheesh. Now that Shion was here, the energy around us had increased by 120%.
Your friends are so much fun, Mion. I never get bored of them. Right. If you weren't here, it would be way more fun, you know. I want to stay with you all, but if I continue seducing Kei-chan, my sister looks like she's literally going to bite my head off. So I'll retreat for now. I'll be back. See you, Mion. Don't be back. Get the salt. Someone get the salt.
After teasing her older sister so much, Shion ran into the crowd of people and disappeared.
I feel that I've borne witness to a rare side of Mion-san. When Mi-chan is with Shi-chan, she looks kinda cute.
Rena smiled happily, earning her a whack on the back of the head from Mion.
Don't say dumb stuff. Let's get to the next stand already.
We went about just like that, really noisy and lively, to the other stands. We were paying money towards the beginning, but midway through, the guys running the shops thought we were being just too funny, and we ended up being able to fool around without paying much more. Thump! The vigorous sound of a big taiko drum echoed through the air.
Rika, it looks like it's time.
Yep, looks like it.
Right, it's just about time for Rika-chan to appear in the offertory dance.
I'm a little nervous.
Believe in yourself. All of your sweat will definitely amount to something, Rika-chan.
Mion slapped hard on Rika-chan's back.
That's right. You'll do fantastic, Rika.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
I ball my hand into a fist and raise it into the air. We're rooting for you, Rika-chan! Go for it! Yay! Remember?
Go for it! Yay!
Rika-chan gave the best smile I'd ever seen, then pivoted on her heel and ran off.
Okay, we should get going too.
Right, let's go cheer her on.
You mustn't. You must keep silent during the performance.
I got it, jeez. I rubbed a hand through her hair. She was worried about her good friend up to the end.
Then we better hurry. All the good spots will be taken. Come on!
Mion ran off and everyone else followed a moment later. A large amount of people had already clustered into the tight space to watch the edifying dance. Yeah. Spaced out for a second. Wow, this is a lot of people. I turned around to look at everyone else, but nobody was there. Where did everyone go? They probably got lost among all these people. Finally, I spotted the back of Mion's head on the other side of the crowd. It definitely doesn't look like I can get over there. Well, we got separated, no big deal. We can just meet back up when Rika-chan's dance is over. I gave up on finding the others and wandered around, trying to look for a place where I'd be able to see better. It didn't take long for me to realize I'd have to settle for watching between the heads of the other people in front of me, though. Thump! Once again, an even louder taiko drum resounded. This one was to announce the beginning of the dance. I couldn't see very well, but it seemed like Rika-chan had come on stage with the elders who were in priestly garb. I heard low exhalations of admiration and the seniors rubbing their prayer beads in gratitude. Everyone's heads were in the way, and I couldn't see. It was really frustrating. We should have cut playtime short and come here to get good spots earlier. After Rika-chan intoned the prayer, she took the festival hoe and walked to the pile of quilts stacked on the altar. That's right. The point of the ceremony was to purify bedding and to hold a memorial service, wasn't it? Then the solemn offertory dance began. She had practiced using a mochi pounding mallet. The awkwardly shaped festival hoe that Rika-chan held seemed really heavy. Back and forth, up and down. It was doubtlessly difficult to even lift in the air, but she sweated and waved, raised and dropped it again and again. She couldn't just deal with it and do it grudgingly. As the shrine maiden, she needed to retain the dignity and solemnity present at this festival. There must have been a ton of pressure on Rika-chan's shoulders right now. Damn, why am I cheering her on from a place I can barely see her? I'm her friend, so I should be right up at the best spot rooting for her.
Kei-chan, over here.
Someone tugged lightly on the back of my shirt collar. It was Shion. She beckoned me outside the crowded ring of people. She had a mischievous grin on her face, and I took it as her saying she knew a good place nobody else knew of. Shion? What's up?
Shh! Just be quiet and come with me.
After she told me so, she ran in a big detour around the throng. Man, it's great to have someone who knows the lay of the land here at times like this. Impressed though I was, I nearly lost sight of her right away. No more getting separated from me. I ran after her so that I wouldn't be left behind. As I wondered in anticipation what kind of secret spot Shion had in mind, we left the crowd of people and went around to the back of the shrine grounds. Hey, wait, where are we going? We're getting further and further away.
Shh! Just stay quiet and follow me. You'll understand soon.
Shion gave me a wink that reminded me of Mion as she said that. No sign of people and not much moonlight. It was dark. We had gotten pretty far away from the crowd of people on the shrine grounds. How are we supposed to see Rika-chan's dance from here? I see. There's some high spot around here, isn't there? Like a rooftop or somewhere we can look down at it, right?
What? Why do we have to climb onto the roof?
Well, how else are we supposed to see Rika-chan's dance?
Did you really want to see Rika-chan's dance? Kei-chan, could it be that your strike zone is really low?
I don't think we're understanding each other here. Weren't you going to show me somewhere I could see Rika-chan's dance from easily?
What? Who made that promise?
Yeah! What's going on? Why me? Why do I always misunderstand Shion? Is it my fault? Am I just reading the wrong things into it? Then why did you call me all the way out here? With an expression that indicated she wasn't fooling around, Shion pressed her index finger to my lips and said, slowly and quietly,
This place is a dark, dead, empty spot. You can't see it from the festival grounds, and now a male and female of the same age are all alone together.
Eh? Could this be? Shion, she's not planning something crazy again, is she?
Shh! Look over there.
Oh, wait.
See?
Shion whispered, pointing into the dark underbrush. And there we saw 2 figures, one male and one female.
What's that?
Is that?
We're right at the scene of a rendezvous, of course. See? Look closely. Can you tell who they are?
I peered intently into the dark at Shion's suggestion. Oh, it's Tomitake-san and Takano-san. The 2 of them were clearly breathing quietly and glancing around to make sure nobody knew where they were, as they crouched before the entrance to a wooden storehouse-like building. Wait, Shion, could this be what you wanted to show me?
Kei-chan, you can see Rika-chan's dance any year, but you won't ever get another chance like this, okay?
I had the thought that the Sonozaki sisters each had their own personalities, but at times like this they seemed all too similar. I'm going back. Don't call me for something like this again.
If you move now, they'll see us!
At our noisy argument, Takano-san suddenly turned around.
Oh my, who might that be?
We held our breaths and tried to wait it out, but it seemed like Takano-san was now acutely aware of our presence. Shion and I exchanged glances, then gave up and climbed out from behind the bush.
Well, hello there. The moon sure is beautiful tonight, isn't it? My. If it isn't Shion-chan and Maibara-kun. Good evening. Yes, the moon certainly is pretty.
What's this? Keiichi-kun, you sure are smart, you know that? Having a secret date in a place like this? Then I guess we accidentally interrupted something important. You're the ones who were meeting up secretly. Tomitake-san and Takano-san laughed to themselves, and it got on my nerves for some reason.
Wait, so you two weren't having a little rendezvous then?
Of course we weren't. Though I don't dislike that kind of romance.
Unfortunately, this wasn't the location of a rendezvous either of you would want to see. Sorry for not living up to your expectations. If this wasn't a rendezvous, then what were you doing? Tomitake-san, were you messing around with the padlock on the door just now?
After she said that, I looked at the two of them again, and I definitely saw it. They were hunched in front of a warehouse door, fiddling with a pretty heavy-looking padlock. Guess we've been found out, huh? We were trying to break into the warehouse, but don't tell anyone, all right? Don't tell anyone? Are you thieves or something? I demanded unthinkingly, just because of how absently Tomitake-san was grinning.
No, never. Thieves are people who steal things, right? It's not like we were trying to take anything out of here. I see. Then why are you trying to unlock that door? This is the forbidden storehouse for ritual tools. They say only the Furude family and a mere handful of others are allowed in.
Forbidden storehouse? I took a few steps back at that and looked on at the entire warehouse. It certainly looked like one, built removed from any signs of people, almost as if in secret. It was filthy, revealing how little it was ever opened. And it was built to be durable, giving it a strange, overpowering impression. Now that I looked at it more closely, it was certainly different than normal warehouses.
This place. They're called ritual implements. Basically, this is a warehouse where they store such tools used in rituals. Well, more accurately, maybe it's a temple where the implements are enshrined. The ritual Ho Rika-chan is using for the offertory dance was inside here until today. Of course, if anyone but the Furude family enters, they bring impurity into it, so absolutely no one is allowed a single step inside it. It's a sanctuary.
Shouldn't we absolutely not be coming into a place like this, then? However, Takano was wearing such a childlike expression, an innocent smile at best, and terribly cruel grin at worst.
I told you I was researching Hinamizawa's folk tales and legends out of an interest in them, didn't I? A lot of the answers to questions I'm curious about are hidden away inside here. I've waited all this time until today for this chance.
A chance. Everybody's eyes were fixed on the dance at the shrine grounds today. This was the ultimate blind spot.
I see. I didn't know you had lockpicking skills, Tomitake-san.
Stop it. I don't want to be doing this, okay?
Sorry for taking you along with me, but this was all thanks to you, Jiro-san. I really am thankful.
Sheesh. This is the only time, understand, Takano-san? I don't want to be sneaking into places like this.
You really are a good person, Jiro-san.
Kerclink. Tomitake-san undid the padlock and placed it to the side. It's open.
Thank you. At long last.
Takano-san gulped. With an unusually excited air about her, she gave the heavy door a shove. The sharp smell of mold and dust flowed out from the gaps in the doors. I had claimed curses didn't exist, but in this situation, I could believe them. If we went into such a holy place with our shoes on, it feels like we could be punished somehow.
How about it? Your accomplices, too. You came all the way here, so why not come in and take the tour? It'll be a little field trip to a museum of precious cultural artifacts that conceal the secret history of Hinamizawa. And it's only open today.
We're not accomplices or anything.
Aren't you interested, though? Come on, let's take a peek.
Shion said predictably, linking her arm with mine. But we definitely shouldn't be doing this. This is a holy warehouse, isn't it? You said ritual implements, right? I really feel like we shouldn't go in.
I'm a part of the Sonozaki family, so I have a pretty good guess as to what we'll find in there. But I want you to see it too, Kei-chan.
You want to show something to me? I thought it was just a ploy, but Shion's eyes looked entirely serious. Of course, she was the sort who could lie with a straight face. Of course, I was an average boy too. My curiosity was at least twice that of a normal person. sleeping, forbidden treasures, never to leave this warehouse. Chances like this don't come around too often. If I had to choose, then I want to see. Until the locked door is open, though, I don't know about this.
If you're not interested, Kei-chan, then you can leave now. I think you'll wonder about it later, though.
Tomitake-san spoke after listening to our discussion, himself having sat down on the stairs to take a short rest. I'll keep watch here. Go in and check it out with them. I'm not too interested. But it might be pretty interesting for a young guy like you, Keiichi-kun. He said, laughing mischievously. There was no ill will in his laughter. Tomitake-san, do you know what's in here? Kind of. Takano-san told me all about it.
Must be a pain to have to go along with your companion's unique hobbies, huh?
Tomitake-san didn't answer that, only responding with a pained smile. Takano-san had this kind of scary air about her, like she'd drop absolutely everything else for something she had an interest in and go straight for it, but Tomitake-san, on the other hand, seemed like the gold standard of what a normal person should be. Having him tell me so frankly to go check it out suddenly made the guilt feel lighter. Okay, but just a little. If it's not interesting, I'm leaving.
You got it.
Shion gave me another Mion-like wink.
Looks like we're decided. Shall we go inside? Jiro-san, we'll leave this to you.
Tomitake-san waved his hand to see us off. The inside was pitch black, but Takano-san turned on the battery-powered lantern she'd brought, revealing a pretty cramped front room. It's so dark in here. Everyone, take care not to trip over everything.
I appreciate the concern. Okay, doorman, keep a good watch. We're shutting the door now.
Takano-san smiled spitefully, as if leaving Tomitake-san out of something fun, and began to close the door. Man. All right, everyone. Have fun. There was a low, heavy, and loud noise, and we were completely cut off from the outside world, and covered in silent darkness. Takano-san's lantern was the only light we had.
It'll be fine. It's an outdoor lantern with backup batteries inside. It won't go out or anything.
Looks like Takano noticed my uneasy expression. I couldn't help but blush a little and avert my gaze. Deeper inside, there was a heavy and old but sturdy door with solemn decorations on it. It was the last door sealing away what was within.
Strange how it has an antechamber, even though it's just a warehouse, isn't it? I believe it's set up this way so that you can open one door at a time, never letting the room with all the tools be seen from the outside.
Takano-san explained this, awfully impressed by the construction. But still, it's really dark in here. That, over there, I spotted a circuit breaker hanging from a clump of wiring, clumsily attached to the wall. Oh, here, isn't this the light switch or something? I flipped the biggest switch I can find, and with a click, the pitch-black room was illuminated by an old bare light bulb. Everyone scrunched up their faces at the sudden strobe-like brightness. Don't! Before she even finished, Shion slapped my hand and flipped the switch back. There was another loud click, and the room returned to darkness, with only the lantern for illumination. Ow!
You can't, Kei-chan. We snuck in here, remember? If you turn on the light, it might give us away.
I'm scolded by Shion fairly harshly. It looked like she was worried about whether someone had seen them from the momentary light.
It's all right. It was only for a moment.
Takano-san remained a relaxed adult. It seemed like she was confident she could talk her way out of it if someone did see us.
Let's go in. Here we go. There.
The even heavier door opened, and at this time, it wasn't just the dust that came out with the air. There was also a nasty smell. One smell was like opening a dust-filled cupboard in the back of a kitchen that hadn't been opened in years. And the other smell, the nasty one, was hard to explain, but it was like the raw odor of a fish market. From how the sound echoed, this room felt far larger than the first. Takano-san held up her lantern and revealed the contents of the expansive room. Whoa! At the back wall of the storehouse right in front of us was a Buddha-like holy object, standing there, looking down at us. I was taken aback by its unseen force, lit up by the slender beam of this lantern.
That's the guardian god of Hinamizawa. Oyashiro-sama. It's far grander than the one at the shrine.
Oyashiro-sama. So, this is the spirit protecting Hinamizawa, the one guarding the holy land of Hinamizawa from the impurities of the outside world, and the one delivering punishment after punishment upon those who attempted to sully the land with the dam construction.
It looks like there are far more tools stored here than I thought, but this is so sad. None of them have been maintained. How unfortunate that they're in such a state.
Even in the dim light, I could see a lot of strange objects lining the walls, ceilings, and shelves. Takano-san, speaking as if in a trance, was infatuated by the various implements filling the dark room. They weren't very festival-like or traditional, but instead this was more like the workshop of a blacksmith or a carpenter. There were a lot of large wooden and metal tools packed in there. Putting it bluntly, it was all pretty boring stuff. I'd imagine there would be more artistic things in here from the Heian period, but these are a far cry from being cultural artifacts. My expression betrayed my dashed hopes, and they caught on right away.
Oh, is this not interesting for you?
I'm not into literature or art, so I can look at this stuff, but I don't really understand its value.
Keiichi-kun, you really do look like you don't get it. I guess that's only natural.
Takano-san reached into a paper bag that she'd been holding the whole time, took out a worn scrapbook, and began to flip through it.
Then just for you, Keiichi-kun, I'll tell you an old story. It's a common tale in this region. If you go to the library, it would even be on their recommended reading list.
Telling stories in such a dark, creepy place. She must have a horror story in mind. Shion's face belied nothing but calm. If she had the same personality as Mion, she'd have found fault with me being scared. I'll endure it for now and pretend to be calm.
Okay. All right. I'll read it.
After confirming that I was going to be quiet and listen, she began to speak softly like a kindergarten teacher reading a picture book.
Long, long ago, in a certain village in the mountains, there was a swamp. This swamp was very, very deep. Some even called it bottomless. People said it was connected to Hell, the land of demons.
The rumors said that it was deeper than the ocean, and that anyone it swallowed would sink into the underworld, bottomless swamp. Its name was Onigafuji. Wait, I thought back to the story I heard yesterday about the sacrifices sinking into the bottomless swamp. Could that be the swamp that she's talking about? So then the village was Hinamizawa, right?
You catch on quickly. That's right. Though it was called Onigafuji Village at the time.
Onigafuji Village? That's a pretty inauspicious name.
It evokes quite the image, doesn't it? I heard that the name was changed in the Meiji period.
The name of the swamp connected to Hell was Onigafuji, which meant the demon's abyss. And the true name of this village, Hinamizawa, was Onigafuji Village. The villagers belonged to that abyss, or to Hell in other words. They lived their lives worshipping the swamp said to connect to it. Oh no, wait, sorry. I don't know why I was reading that as Keiichi.
The villagers belonged to that abyss, or to Hell in other words. They lived their lives worshipping the swamp said to connect to it. But then, one day...
demons began to appear, one after the other from deep in the swamp. The villagers feared that Hell was overflowing. The demons mercilessly attacked the villagers. They could only watch and fear. They could do no more than hide themselves and tremble. So, did someone exterminate them?
Unfortunately, there is no Momotaro or Superman in this fairy tale.
Then, how did they get the whole village together to fight them?
Heavens, no. The villagers weren't nearly strong enough to fight on equal terms with the demons.
Then, the only recourse would be to flee from the village.
They couldn't do that either. To the villagers, it was their beloved homeland. It didn't matter how terrifying the demons. They wouldn't have run away so easily.
Then, what did they do? Wouldn't they just get wiped out? Unable to fight and unable to run, all they could do was wait for the village to be destroyed. Then, when everyone had lost hope, their god, Oyashiro-sama, descended upon them. I see. So Oyashiro-sama came down from the sky and beat up all the demons, then.
You're such a boy, Kei-chan. He always jumps straight to using force to resolve things. Criminal Sin with the $10, just dropping in to say I've been loving Higurashi so far. Thank you, and I'm glad you've been enjoying it.
Shion sighed, a little annoyed. Embarrassed, I held my tongue.
The thing about Oyashiro-sama, he wasn't a violent god who would beat them up like you're saying. He was a kind god filled with love and benevolence.
The strength of Oyashiro-sama descended from the heavens couldn't be compared to that of the demons. They didn't even fight. They simply prostrated themselves before his radiant authority. Oyashiro-sama urged them to go back to Hell from whence they came, but the demons wept and challenged him, saying they could never return.
The world of the demons, too, has harsh commandments. They claimed they had been banished from hell.
Demons, who didn't have a place to go, neither in hell nor the human world. Of course, they were at fault for attacking the village. They deeply reflected on it and were sorry.
As the villagers conversed amongst themselves, little by little they came to pity the demons, and after talking with everyone in the village, they decided to live alongside them.
A lot of fairy tales have just been them being exterminated or driven away, but you don't often hear ones where they live in peace.
You're right. Demons are supposed to symbolize all evils. A story where they decide to live together with humans is certainly strange.
When the demons first heard the villagers' invitation, they doubted their ears, but soon burst into tears of joy. The villagers had given them a place to live. It was said that in payment for this good deed, the demons shared their many kinds of powers and secrets with the villagers.
Oyashiro-sama was very pleased with this happy exchange. He gave the demons the bodies of humans so that they would be indistinguishable from the villagers. He himself decided to stay on the surface and watch over the everlasting peace between them.
A land in which man, demon, and god live together. I had thought the word demon was a noun meaning evil that needs to be exterminated. A god may have mediated for them, but you don't often hear happy endings like that where both sides live in harmony. I see. I guess it is kind of interesting.
Although the normal fairy tale ends there, it was revised quite a bit during the Edo period into a much longer story.
After that, the humans and demons intermixed, and eventually there was no difference between them. So, the demons ended up disappearing?
No, not at all. Half of them stayed just as they were.
The knowledge the villagers had received from the demons basically made them into something inhuman, what people call transcendent. They were well aware the power they had was heresy, and those below worshipped them. They lived out their lives in secrecy.
This story is the root of many derivative tales and pieces of fiction. It's the foundation, I mean. The basis.
What do you mean by root?
She means the part about the villagers having demon blood. What I mean is, all of the legends from around here are based on the premise that the villagers are descended from demons.
There was a hint of amusement in Shion's face as she said that.
This is such a, this bit is so interesting if you've read Tsukihime and know that, Ryukishi was very inspired by Tsukihime. If you've read all of that visual novel and you get to this part, you can look at this bit and be like, oh, yep, yeah, I see it. I see the inspiration happening right here.
It was like she wanted to say that she, too, had demon blood in her. Is there any proof, though? Maybe it's somehow rooted in historical fact, just beyond fairy tales.
Oh, Maibara-kun, then do you believe that demons really did come out of the swamp and breed with humans?
Well, it's not that I don't believe it, but when she said demon, she meant the ones from hell, but in ancient Japan, the word wasn't necessarily used to denote only that kind, right? The more well-known use involves the drifting foreigner theory. As the story goes, Westerners who were shipwrecked in nearby seas had such markedly different customs that they were called demons. Japanese people were relatively similar in appearance to other Asians, but everything about those from the West were different. Their physiques, their faces, and their skin color. In Japan, terms like red demon and blue demon evoke images especially of Westerners. Lacking in skin pigments, Westerners would sunburn easily and turn red. Being fair-skinned, I think blood vessels appearing on their skin would look blue, too. A handful of accidental aliens would drift into Japan and came under persecution, being called demons. They would flee into the mountains to survive, turn into bandit groups, and attack villages for food and the like. How does that explanation sound? Maybe it's a bit childish. Takano gave me a weird smile when, having come up with such an impromptu hypothesis, I unconsciously followed it up with self-deprecation. Still, she didn't smile as if to make fun of me.
It's not ridiculous. There are a lot of people who subscribe to the drifting foreigner theory. Even so, nobody actually knows what happened. Were they groups of foreigners who would turn to banditry, or were they really demons who would come from the bottom of the world?
Then, Takano-san, which one do you believe?
The truth of the matter aside, I'd rather believe the more fantastic explanation. It's more fun that way, isn't it?
Her answer made her sound a wee bit like a romanticist. Here I thought she'd reject unrealistic stories like that.
Now then, this is where the fun begins.
Takano-san brought an end to her storytelling and waits for a moment as if to tantalize us. Suddenly, Shion looked around as if something had caught her eye. Her head bobbed to and fro, like she was making sure nothing had changed. What's wrong, Shion?
I'm sorry. Please don't worry about it.
Shion pretended as though nothing had happened. Takano-san had also made sure nothing had happened, then cleared her throat and broached the next subject.
I explained that half of the villagers have demon blood. That blood, they actually say it's the blood of the kind of demon that eats people.
Man-eating demons? That escalated quickly. Wow, he really said that. That escalated quickly.
That blood still runs through the villagers' veins. They say that sometimes the blood awakens from its slumber.
I thought the fairy tale had a happy ending, with the humans and demons living in peace, but it began to suddenly change into a brutal, bloody story.
Well, they eat people. They say that every decade or so they can't help but want to feast on human flesh. The villagers can't eat other villagers. So when this happens, it's said that they descended on the human villages and conducted onikakushi.
What's an onikakushi?
Broadly speaking, it's when a demon kidnaps someone, when a person is demoned away. They say that the villagers of Onigafuchi would overwhelm unfortunate human villagers in order to kidnap sacrifices.
Takano-san's explanation was plain and simple, but when I imagined what it must have been like, it was terrifying. They lose their human reason. The villagers turn into real demons en masse. They attack the villages they loathe in the dirty world of the masses below, and then they kill and eat their sacrifices. So they're no different from demons after all. What did Oyashiro-sama do? Wasn't he supposed to be staying in the village and watching over them?
Oyashiro-sama knew about it, of course. Onikakushi isn't indiscriminate. The villagers apparently never kidnapped anyone other than the sacrifices decided upon by their god. In the texts, it's usually one or two people.
A village inhabited by those both human and inhuman. It was like the heartwarming episode's colors had inverted like negative film, revealing the painful and ugly truth.
So in the nights when they stole away villagers, they would feast on their kidnapped sacrifices, which is why the nights came to be known as Watanagashi.
Watanagashi. Tonight's festival was Watanagashi. I just couldn't reconcile the fun festival with the horrible tale Takano-san was telling me. Watanagashi. Well, wasn't it about giving thanks to the futons we use over the winter or something?
Kei-chan, Wata has another meaning, you know. It means entrails.
Shion, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Entrails? Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Like fish guts. Wait, what? Like a jigsaw puzzle, the fun times I had today, and Takano-san's grotesque tale clicked together in my mind. Watanagashi. So, gut spilling. I didn't think saying that could ever feel so nauseating.
Yes, it's as you imagine, my broken. Right now, the Watanagashi festival might just be a somewhat early summer festival occurring every June. But it used to be different. It used to be a ghastly, cannibalistic feast, held on the night the villagers had collected their unfortunate dinner.
That can't be true! I had no real reason to say that, but I couldn't help it.
My broken, you said that Watanagashi is a ritual about purifying futons, right? What do you think the futons filled with cotton, with wata, represent?
Futons are futons! They're beds! They're things for sleeping in! What else could they possibly represent? I was rattling on, desperately attempting to deny the horrible festival that Takano-san was describing. Deep down, however, I found myself understanding all too well what she meant. Futons, stuffed with cotton. If the cotton represented entrails in both pronunciation and meaning, then entrail-filled futons would have to be humans.
Why don't you think back to the offertory dance Rika-chan performed? Do you know what she was doing up there?
No, I don't! I didn't even watch the whole thing anyway!
Shh! Kei-chan, you're getting too worked up.
Shion grabbed one of my ears, reminding me that this wasn't somewhere I should raise my voice. Even so, I still can't suppress this agitation I feel.
Rika-chan was carrying a festival hoe. You've probably realized it already, but that's not a hoe for plowing fields. It's a tool for dissecting human bodies.
I didn't see the dance all the way through, so I don't know what kind of performance Rika-chan was putting on after I left. When I told this to Takano-san, she kindly explained Rika-chan's dance to me. To summarize what she said, After what I'd seen, Rika-chan would pierce the futons with that hoe, cut them open, and pull out the cotton inside. She'd cut out the cotton, one bit at a time, and set it afloat. That's the kind of ritual it was.
Broadly speaking, it was quite the bombastic ceremony, where they'd rip out the guts and throw them into a basin. And then the ritual was over. It's thought that afterwards the villagers, each with a different role, dismantled the flesh piece by piece and feasted upon it.
At Takano-san's strangely happy giggle, I felt for some reason violent displeasure. Rika-chan, every day during our lunch break, she'd take a rice-pounding mallet into the schoolyard, and she'd work so hard, sweating bullets, to practice for the offertory dance she had done today. All that effort, all that work, Takano-san disgraced it, even though she worked so hard to practice for today.
Takano-san, I think you should choose your words more carefully. Kei-chan's pretty naive, so don't tease him too much.
A moment before I opened my mouth to express how angry I was, Shion stopped me. Shion must have been fully aware of how that story made me feel.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd like a story with that sort of shock value since you're a boy.
Takano-san spoke without a hint of malice, as she smiled gracefully.
After hearing all that, did you figure out what kind of stuff is in this storehouse, Kei-chan? See, look.
Shion pointed out one of the walls vaguely illuminated by the lantern's light. There was... Mere moments ago, they hadn't held my interest. They were just boring-looking tools lined up on the shelves. All those uninteresting tools I didn't understand how to use. They all suddenly took on a new meaning, and I couldn't help but let out a groan. At first, they had looked like carpentry tools, like chisels or planes. However, when I thought back, I'd seen pictures of these sorts of tools before. Yeah, they came up in a Japanese history textbook. Yes, on the page introducing the Kaitai Shinsho, or the new text on anatomy.
These sorts of things. They're printed realistically in the literature of Germany, capital of the medical world.
These aren't carpentry tools. These strangely shaped tools. They're for dissection. Everyone knows that in the Edo period, they would dissect the corpses of those who had been put to death in order to gain knowledge about Western medical techniques. Illustrations of the dissection tools they used at the time came up in textbook supplements. The things hung up on the wall all looked exactly the same as those.
If you want a scarier way of looking at it, think of them as cooking utensils.
Takano-san, holding the lantern, the only light source in the room, led us along the wall. She had only the only light, so I had to walk after her whether I liked it or not.
Look.
Takano-san illuminated a coiled chain which left a bigger impression than the other things we saw. The chain in itself was nothing unusual, but further along it were metal fetters that were like hinges, clearly meant for binding people.
Kei-chan, look at that.
Shion tapped me on the shoulder and pointed to a restraining table that was clearly shaped like a person. My spine froze. My blood felt like it was turning into sherbet as it crawled up my back. On each of the joints, there were things like chains and iron balls attached. It was like a table searching for its next sacrifice, ready to spread their arms wide and close them in.
It's probably a chopping block. I think you'd strap the sacrifice down to prep them for eating.
The words chopping block sent a jolt through my body. When I looked more closely, there were many dark slices carved into it, as through from a knife or a saw. They were the most clear-cut signs of usage you could ask for. It proved these tools weren't just for show. They were used for their original purpose. If someone was strapped tightly onto this table, they probably wouldn't be able to move even a muscle. Their guts would be defenseless. You'd take one of those eerie cooking knives lined up over there, stab them with it, and then you'd slice open their belly and dissect them?
I'd heard the stories, but this is incredible.
Before coming in here, Shion had mentioned she had a good guess of what was inside, but it seems to have exceeded her imagination.
There's still more. How about it? More fascinating than a wax museum, isn't it?
Takano-san had this happy expression, like she was visiting a toy store for the first time. I don't get it. This Mio Takano person had nerves of steel. Are these bizarre, grotesque objects that fascinating to her? I, for one, was not enjoying myself. I'll be frank, This was all too weird for me. Still, there was something even more horrifying than all of this. That would be none other than Takano-san herself. Takano-san, holding the lantern, giving off such a thin beam of light. If she suddenly turned it off, then I would... What would I do when, the next moment, everything went totally dark? That's why I was scared. Takano-san had the only light, and anyway, I was scared. At some point, Shion had started holding onto my shirt sleeve. It was a little annoying to walk like that, but I didn't shake her off. That minor sensation allowed me to feel the presence of an ally here and now. Before we had even walked halfway through the storehouse, the air I felt on my skin changed completely. These cruel tools lined up, all crammed together in this place. Some were horrible ones made to take away sacrifices' freedom, and some were tools made to efficiently disassemble and prepare the bodies for consumption. Those were the things I understood. There were plenty of other strange-looking objects that I couldn't even guess the purpose of. Now that I was here, I didn't have the slightest desire to hear the details about what sort of terrifying reasons they were meant to be used for. At the very least, they were all completely different from the sort of clean, simple killing function of a katana. Tools to kill people were obviously constructed in such a way that they could kill people. If that was the goal, then the person you used them on would obviously end up dead. The kinds of tools here, however, were different. The tools that were here were for cutting people, for crushing them, for boiling them and cooking them, and for grinding them. They were tools of torture. They weren't made to kill people. People dying was just an incidental result. Actually, they might not even kill them. If the sacrifices could die during such a horrifying ritual process, that would be nice, but they don't even die in the end. They remain in a state of hellish pain. Perhaps they were only being allowed to live. Only now, in this moment, did I fully realize just how terrifying and fearsome that difference was.
People, you see. Most of these wouldn't kill them, if used properly.
Takano-san, as if reading my mind, displayed a shocking smile.
Burning at the stake, the famous method of execution for witches, will kill the person immediately. When the body suffers extreme burns all over the skin, the decomposition of the skin's chemical makeup produces poison-like symptoms and causes an immense shock to the victim. Though I suppose it's still very cruel. Compared to the guillotine, you have to wait far longer for that to happen.
She described such horrors in a strangely medical way. Shion immediately answered the question I had.
Takano-san is a nurse.
There's a saying that nothing can scare a doctor. I guess it's true.
Oh, and also, there was a method of execution in ancient Rome where they would grill the person, just like a barbecue. They would cover the person in wire netting and slowly cook them over a charcoal fire. To think the memories of when I went to a day camp with my family would come rushing back now of all times so vividly. That's what it was like. Apparently they wouldn't die too easily for some reason. According to one source, even if they roasted one side of a person to a crisp for an entire night, they would still be conscious and able to speak fluently.
That's insane. You'd grill someone the whole day, and they'd still be conscious. It's said that ancient Rome, famous for their executions, thought of plenty of ways to execute someone while having the victim stay alive as long as possible.
Among them, there was one method that they would open the gut, pull out the intestines like sausages, pull them up with a winch, and put them on public display.
Shion was behind me, clinging to me. Not just because she was scared. She was protecting her stomach.
You would think someone with their intestines pulled out would die instantly, right? Actually, as long as you do it tenderly and thoroughly, it's apparently possible to pull them all out while the person is still conscious.
I felt a sick feeling in my stomach. It was like my organs were coiling up, just from Takano-san's stare.
Though pulling them out with a winch was a rather exaggerated method. In a more barbaric way, they might slice open the gut, then cut out the intestines and throw them everywhere. It's quite imaginable that they did dreadful things like that too, isn't it? However, those being put to death are conscious. It must be far more terrifying than painful.
She spoke with pleasure, as if she had come here on a sightseeing trip. I heard Shion gulping multiple times near my ears.
Perhaps Hinamizawa, or rather Onigafuchi village, did something like that for the Watanagashi festival. Listen, if you try hard, can't you hear it?
I wanted nothing more than to not hear anything at all. So why? Why only at times like these do I begin to hear things I shouldn't be able to? Takano-san, having realized she'd scared Shion and I enough at this point, smiled soothingly. Then she turned on her heel, raised the lantern, and began to walk again. If Takano-san left us here, we'd be even further away from the light. Shion and I, no matter how scared we were forced to follow Takano-san along on her field trip through the ritual storehouse.
I suppose we've seen a bit of everything. See? This place is interesting, isn't it?
She says, raising the lantern high in the center of the storehouse. The dim lighting didn't change, but for some reason, it felt like I was able to see all of these horrible tools at once.
Kei-chan, look up.
Shion stammered while grabbing the nape of my neck. I couldn't tell because it was so dark, but there were a lot more tools hanging from the ceiling as well. They all looked like they were made of iron bars, but then I figured it out. Cages. For cages, they were very small. Cramped cages just for one, like a casket. If you got locked up in there, no, you wouldn't get locked up inside it. It was another tool meant for restraining people, where the iron bars would squeeze you tightly. So many big and large, things of all shapes, were hanging down. Takano-san's mention of execution by grilling crosses my mind. We weren't just surrounded on all sides by these terrifying instruments. Things crowding the ceiling, were even hanging over our heads.
There are many of these sorts of bird cages among European torture devices. I'm surprised to see them in Japan as well. Kei-chan, is there something in there? A person? A mummy?
Where? Shion desperately pointed to one of many human-sized bird cages hanging from the ceiling, but I couldn't tell which one she meant. Being that dark, there wasn't any way you could tell if something was there in the first place.
I don't see anything. You sure you're not seeing things?
Shion didn't seem convinced, but without any means to confirm for ourselves, we couldn't do much but wonder.
Maibara-kun, after seeing this, have you come to believe all of it? The countless terrible rituals passed down in Hinamizawa?
It's got nothing to do with believing in them. Now that I've been shown the real thing like this, there's no possible way to deny it. Even the nations of Europe, with all their beautiful landscapes and legends, were like a maelstrom during the terrible witch hunts in the Dark Ages. It's well known that that era gave birth to countless gruesome forms of torture and execution. Japan was the same way. Didn't it have its own era of hellscape-like torturous feasts because of religious suppression and things of that nature? Hinamizawa itself had such a period. It had that much history behind it. Even in Europe, land of the witch hunts, that was all far in the past, no more than a series of historical events, and in this age, nothing that abnormal would ever happen. That must apply to Hinamizawa as well. Just as Europe had its Dark Age, Hinamizawa had one too. That's how this should be taken. Even if these things all really happened in Hinamizawa, they're all long past. They don't have anything to do with the people living in Hinamizawa right now.
Maibara-kun, you really do like this village.
It didn't sound like she was making fun of me. Takano-san gave me a light smile.
Takano-san, you're researching whether those customs survived into the present. You are, right?
Shion suggested something that made my heart leap into my throat. Are you telling me that all of these horrible things are still going on even today?
What I'm about to tell you is a secret, alright? I told you, Shion-chan, because you're an understanding person, but the other villagers don't want to hear it. If things go awry, I could be ganged up on and punished.
Shion flashed a devilish smile as if reveling in the immorality of it all.
Maibara-kun, you keep it a secret too, okay? If this gets out, I could suffer Oyashiro-sama's curse, or be made into a sacrifice. If it's the curse, then I wonder what kind of death it'll be this year. If it's the sacrifice, then will I be thrown into the Onigafuji swamp while still alive? If it is tonight, you know. The night of Oyashiro-sama's curse.
Oh my god. Fucking minimized it again. Takano-san said, bringing her face right close up to ours, as if to say that if she had the choice, she'd rather suffer the curse. That was what she seemed to be implying. Takano-san took a fairly worn notebook out of her paper bag, then began to flip through its pages. There were all sorts of references and newspaper clippings attached to them, and it had all manner of things written inside. The letters were very small and bunched together, so I couldn't tell at a glance what it was about.
What I'd really like to do is search through the National Library for newspapers from the era, but here it is.
A photocopy of a page from some book was slid into the notebook, and it too was written in small, tight lettering. Like the other pages, I couldn't tell what it was about just by glancing at it.
This is a story that actually happened. It was around the end of the Meiji era. They discovered an unknown mangled corpse, the victim of a murder in Onigafuchi village.
An old newspaper clipping attached to the page spoke of something that was no mere rumor or fairy tale.
We don't have most police documents from the time anymore, so it's all based on oral traditions and memories. See, it's not very clear, but it looks like a cutout newspaper from the Meiji era.
Never before has there been a corpse treated with such cruelty and inhumanity. Could it be the work of a demon? Being a copy of a copy, it was very hard to make out, but it was more than enough to make me feel strangely tense. Near the end of the Meiji era, in old Onigafuchi village, a mangled corpse was discovered. The identity of the corpse was unknown. It wasn't even in a state where it could be identified in the first place. It was missing a head, and each limb was separated from the body. Skin had been peeled off the entire body, and there were markings that implied terrible torture in every place imaginable. Not only that, but the belly had been cut open by a sharp knife, with the entrails completely dragged out. The police immediately began an investigation, but since they couldn't even determine the identity of the victim, much less the criminal, finding answers was extremely difficult.
Do you understand what it must have been like?
I couldn't imagine such a strange sight, even if I tried. This was the first time I was ever thankful for my lack of imagination.
The victim was skinned while still alive, underwent all kinds of torture, and was killed brutally. The author here also thinks that after death, the remains were divided and dissected even further, the epitome of inhumanity. I'm of the opinion that the entire process was performed while the person was still alive, though. What do you think, my Barakun?
She spoke in a way intended to make me imagine even more vicious things. As my brain was already far over capacity, however, there was no way I could imagine anything more brutal. Then, when I broke my gaze from Takano-san's, those strangely shaped weird tools were all around us. I wonder if you could faithfully reproduce the mutilated corpse discovered at the end of the Meiji era with the tools found in this place. I want to deny it. I don't want to admit that something so terrible could have happened at all. Even so, they were so strange, so terrifying. These tools, as if they had been seen through my attempt to escape from them, they did nothing but ridicule me silently. So, that creepy incident, what was it in the end?
The author says that, regarding Onigafuchi village's dreadful customs, they've survived into recent post-Meiji days, and that perhaps they lasted until around the beginning of the Showa period.
This corpse, at a glance, appeared to have been brutally killed after a period of torture. In actuality, however, it was the pitiful sacrificial remains of the man-eater's terrifying feast. The corpse was just leftovers. It was so fantastic, so strange, that it didn't feel real. Was this an extension of the legends too? It happened in the Meiji era, which is just too recent to be called a legend. Also, there's a newspaper clipping right here suggesting it. Okay, but even if it really happened, it was a long time ago, right? I mean, the Meiji era ended 100 years ago.
That's all. Only 100 years ago. Besides, it keeps happening even after the beginning of the Showa period. Like with the uproar around the post-war canned flesh incident. Oh, I apologize. That story was taboo, wasn't it?
Takano-san immediately stopped talking as if worried about Shion. Shion briefly looked somewhat angry, but that expression soon disappeared. Takano-san, what did you just say? Canned flesh? Just then, there was a huge creaking noise. Everyone whipped around to look. It was Tomitake-san who had opened the door slightly.
Did I startle you?
Oh, Jiro-san, could you not resist seeing inside? This is a splendid treasure trove of torture devices.
I'll pass on that. I'm bad with this sort of thing by nature.
Takano-san held her stomach and had to muffle her laughter, as if she wanted to make a comment about his masculinity.
In any case, the dance and ceremony are over, and everyone's going down to the stream. The festival will be over within minutes.
Oh, that's no good. Libra-kun is just such a good listener that I couldn't help telling stories.
I'd really rather you not mention me in a place like this.
Jiro-san, could you wait out front? I want to take a few pictures. There are actually a lot of tools I'd like to bring home, but obviously we can't do that.
Takano-san took a camera out of her paper bag and began to snap photographs. She looked like she was having fun, like she was on a scavenger hunt.
Keiichi-kun, are you leaving too?
I've seen enough. Shion, you're good too, right? Let's get out of here. I want some fresh air.
I agree. Let's leave.
I did feel a bit of hesitation at leaving Takano-san by herself in the darkness. When I thought about it, though, I realized that whatever kinds of evil spirits and ghosts lurked in the darkness, none of them could hold a candle to how scary she was. Even if a phantasm were to appear, she'd be overjoyed and flash her camera at it. It seemed like Shion shared my somewhat rude mental images. We exchanged glances and smiled painfully. We left Takano-san there, bathed in her strobe of camera flashes, and decided to go leave the ritual storehouse. Everyone at the festival seemed to have gone to the stream, so their voices were very distant. The voices of the bugs, on the other hand, were clear, lending an empty feeling of isolation to the place.
How was it? Interesting?
Tomitake-san gave us a somewhat mischievous grin. He should have been able to tell by looking at how pale our faces were. I should have kept watch outside with you, Tomitake-san. Tomitake-san laughed so delightfully that it wiped away our dark feelings.
How'd you fare, Shion-chan? Were you scared?
I was prepared for it, so I wasn't too afraid, but seeing the real thing was powerful.
Shion spoke like she wasn't scared at all. She really had been quite afraid, but seeing how I was in a way worse state than her, I didn't have much room to talk. As Tomitake-san grinned candidly, my mind, exhausted and locked up by nervousness, began to calm itself.
Was Takano-san an adult about this little expedition? You know how she seems like a child sometimes. I was worried she'd be way too excited.
Both Shion and I laughed and left that as our answer.
Hopefully she was only looking at things. I'm worried she'll sneak something out of there or mess with the ritual implements too much and break it or something.
Right, that's quite possible. She's alone in there right now. She might pilfer something small and easily concealed, hiding it in her pocket.
Yeah, I can see that.
Shion said what I was thinking.
You're sure she didn't break anything? I could clearly hear some noises, like someone jumping up and down. I was getting pretty nervous.
I'm sorry. I ran out of film. Jiro-san, if you have any more, could I use some?
Takano-san suddenly appeared while we were talking about her, taking everybody by surprise. Tomitake-san smoothly grinned and responded as if nothing had happened. He's pretty mature.
I'm all out of spare film. Sorry about that.
Jeez, you wouldn't win any Pulitzer Prizes by not stocking enough film for the occasion, you know. I suppose that's it then.
Tomitake-san scratched his head apologetically. Without film, we're done here. Takano-san seemed to have given up because of that too. We checked carefully to make sure we hadn't left anything inside, then closed the door and turned to the heavy padlock we'd left beside it.
Takano-san, you didn't sneak anything out, right?
How rude. I'm trying not to be that childish.
Kerclack. Tomitake set the padlock back to the way it was before. From a cursory glance, it didn't look like thieves had snuck in at all.
Okay, let's get over to the stream ourselves. If we don't at least set some cotton afloat, there won't be any point in coming to the festival.
Tomitake-san spoke brightly, urging us all on, setting cotton afloat down the stream. I shake my head a few times, driving away my dismal thoughts as to the double meaning. Takano-san, looking a little let down, kept turning back toward to glance at the storehouse.
Let's just leave it at that, alright? You saw enough to sate your curiosity, didn't you?
Oh, not at all. Everything I found only renewed my interests. All those stories and legends suddenly hold water. After today, I'm going to have to change the way I look at all of this.
Wow, she is truly indomitable. Her curiosity really is something else, still interested in all this through and through. We descended the stone stairs, and all the people crowding the stream came into view. Near the bottom of the stairs, we could clearly see people receiving cotton that had been cut out for them, then wishing upon the cotton and setting it afloat down the stream. The festival was already over.
Damn, I missed my chance to photograph the best part of Watanagashi.
Oh, but it's not too late. I'm going to go and set some afloat. Perhaps you could take pictures of me.
Takano-san, with an impish expression, brought her head to Tomitake-san's shoulder. Despite his age, he looked embarrassed. I felt an honest respect for Tomitake-san, man to man, for dating such a handful of a woman.
Goodbye, then. Maibara-kun. Shion-chan.
We're going down to the stream. Would you like to come with us?
No. I couldn't get in your way. Please, take your time.
Shion waved her hand to them with an expression just as impish as Takano-san's. Tomitake-san, on his part, seemed to want us to come, but whatever. Shion gave a big stretch and sat down on the stone steps.
I'm pretty worn out.
Same here. I'm exhausted too.
Kei-chan, this is your first Watanagashi, isn't it? You go on, don't mind me. I'm tired, so I'd like to stay away from the crowd.
Yeah. If we were to go now, we'd barely slip into the end of the cotton drifting ceremony.
My sister and your other friends might be looking for you, too. Go on.
Oh, yeah, right. They've been by themselves ever since we got separated. I'd feel bad if they were looking for me.
Then Shion suddenly got a playful look on her face, then put her index finger to her lips as if telling me to keep this a secret.
My sister is the type that gets really jealous. If she knew I was hogging you this whole time, she'd never let me hear the end of it. So keep tonight a secret, okay?
Keeping tonight a secret. Don't say things that are so embarrassing.
Not only because of that, either. Considering what we were doing tonight, we really need to keep it a secret. Oyashiro-sama's curse might happen tonight, and we four would be the prime candidates.
The loosening threads of tension became taut again. Shion, however, burst out laughing.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here before I run into my sister. I really am tired, so I don't have the endurance to put up with her anyway.
I can't tell if you get along with her well or not.
We get along.
Though as she said that, her vague expression explained that there was a lot of oddities in a relationship between twins. I'm an only child, so I don't really get it. Make sure you get along with her, okay?
Right, then thank you kindly for your meddling. Okay, I'm gonna go. You should hurry up if you want to make it, Kei-chan. Watanagashi really is about to end.
Shion stood up and brushed the dust off of her backside. After watching her do so, I returned my eyes to the final ceremony of the Watanagashi festival below me.
Seriously, though, what was that sound anyway? It was kind of unpleasant and creepy.
Huh? What sound?
The sound. You know, the banging noise. It was really loud, wasn't it?
I was giving her a blank expression, so Shion stared hard at me. I stared hard at her, too. Sorry, Shion, could you give me the short version? What was making noise?
Wait, Kei-chan, it didn't bother you?
When all is said and done, it was like we were speaking two completely different languages. Shion, explain to me without jokes from the beginning, will you? What's this about a noise?
Kei-chan, you quit joking around too. Really, honestly, it didn't bother you?
Neither of us was giving any ground, and both of us were staring at the other in disbelief. We were answering questions with more questions, with no sign of an actual conversation in sight. Baffled, I held in the urge to shout at her and asked politely one more time. I'm gonna ask one more time, okay? I'll ask the questions. Shion nodded silently. Okay, here goes. You said there was a sound. What are you talking about?
The banging sound. It was like a kid jumping up and down on the floorboards somewhere far away. It really didn't bother you?
There was nothing to be bothered by. When did you hear this? I never heard anything.
Wait, Kei-chan, are you serious?
Shion, as if she didn't understand my plain and simple answer, pressed me further, her expression serious. I have no clue what she's talking about, but if it has Shion acting so like this, whatever it was, it gave me the creeps and sent a chill down my spine.
It was while we were looking around the inside of the ritual storehouse with Takano-san. About the time she started her stories, I think it was. A little by little, louder and louder, off and on.
She heard a banging sound, like a child jumping on distant floorboards? That can't be true. Don't start trying to scare me after all of that. I didn't hear anything at all. In fact, it was so utterly silent in there that my own heartbeat was almost deafening.
Please don't try to scare me either, Kei-chan. It was like something was making noise in time with Takano-san's scary stories, and I was totally creeped out the whole time.
The chill rose from my spine to the back of my head. My blood turned cold as it crawled up my body. When it reached my head, my mind froze over.
You and Takano-san weren't paying any attention to it at all, so I pretended not to hear it either, but you heard it, right? It happened a bunch of times, and it was really loud.
Shion's eyes were begging me to tell her that I heard it. I had no doubt, however, that my own eyes suggested something entirely different. You've gotta be kidding look. In that storehouse, we were surrounded by brutal ritual tools that looked like they were from another planet, listening to terrifying old stories. The whole time, Shion had been hearing a sound that we couldn't hear, by herself. Should that make Shion, who heard it, tremble? Or should it make me, who didn't hear it, tremble? I didn't know the answer to that at the time. For now, Shion seemed to have made that decision before I did. What are you laughing about?
I really got you, Kei-chan. I was fibbing the whole time.
What? Shion laughed, saying how easily scared I was, and clapped me on the back. Her smile seemed somehow artificial, and actually made me feel worse. Then, after leaving me with 2 or 3 generic diplomatic goodbye phrases, she left, almost like she was running away. All I could do was look after her, my mouth agape. At the end of the day, I didn't have a clue what was going on. Shion laughed it off and said she had been lying, but she couldn't possibly have been lying. Of course not. And now that I think back, Tomitake-san had said the same thing, didn't he? I could clearly hear some noises like someone jumping up and down. I was getting pretty nervous. Tomitake-san, the most neutral party present at the time, had said he'd heard something. Then, that noise. It was real? The banging sounds. Sounds as though a child was jumping up and down on some sort of floorboards far away. Oyashiro-sama's curse, which happens every year, might happen again tonight. The most plausible victim candidates were Takano-san, Tomitake-san, Shion, and me. The bustling of the people sounded further away than I would have liked, and the sounds of the insects sounded too close for comfort. I'm near so much human warmth, and yet I can't ever go back there again. That was the ominous idea that sprouted in my mind. Then, all of a sudden, I was pounced on from behind, causing my heart to lurch.
Kichi, we found you.
It was Rika-chan. When I turned around, Mion and Rena were there too.
We finally found you. Now we just need to find Satoko.
Everyone's got split up this year. We should make sure we have somewhere to meet up afterwards next year, Hal.
You're right. It's a festival, so we should be all together.
I listened to Mion's happy declaration with a little bit of guilt.
Kichi, did you root for me while I was dancing?
Ah, yeah. I saw it all. You did a great job all the way through. No mistakes either.
Yeah, that's right, Rika-chan. That didn't count as a mistake.
I tensed up as I realized I'd made a mistake of my own. Mion slapped a hand onto my shoulder a little roughly. A gross sweat broke out over my whole body.
Did you do it too, Kei-chan? Did you get some cotton and send it down the stream?
You haven't yet, right? Is what I could feel her saying. Without the courage to tell any more lies, I lifelessly shook my head.
You haven't, Cage-kun? You should go now or it'll be over. It'll be over.
Sorry. This is my first Watanagashi, so I don't really understand the rules and stuff.
That's right. Sorry.
Mion took my hand and we started walking down the stone steps.
Hey, Kei-chan.
What?
Did you see Shion?
My heart skipped another beat. Maybe Mion could sense my surprise through my hand. No. I sort of think I saw her. You two look so alike, though, so it might have been you. You wouldn't have gotten that wrong. We're wearing different clothes. Huh? That's right. Mion's momentary silence was like a death grip upon me.
I just can't do anything about that, Shion. Well, it's her we're talking about, so we can just leave her be.
Mion's expression returned to her former, usual smile, and we continued down the stone steps, her firmly pulling my hand along. Boy, oh boy.
More scrapbook notes and after the festival. For the scrapbook notes, I guess I can just use the filter. It's whatever, I guess. You'll just hear the stupid noise. But fine.
Watanagashi. The rite of Watanagashi is performed during a village festival every June, even now, but reading back to its origin turned up a seriously sanguine ceremony. Originally, Watanagashi would happen at certain intervals, and after receiving Oyashiro-sama's trust, they chose a sacrifice. Then, the entire village would kidnap, demon away, the person and ceremonially dissect and devour them in a feast. The rules that determine the intervals are shrouded in mystery. This is because the ceremonies occurred extremely irregularly. There's a theory that it was determined based on astrological fortune-telling, but it isn't too convincing. The residents of ancient Onigafuji village firmly believed that they were half-man, half-demon transcendents, and that they were more valuable than humans were, and they forced people within and without to accept that. Perhaps the act of kidnapping and eating people was done to prove that they were higher up on the food chain. This is just a hypothesis, but maybe the rite of Watanagashi was a political event for the purpose of being an outlet for, or outright diverting the attention of, the villagers of the isolated Onigafuji village. In case of their complaints or dissatisfactions grew serious, if that was the main reason these ceremonies were held, then it's easy to explain how erratic they were. I'm just gonna keep it on until we get done with the next note. But yeah, that's my exact concern, Lauren, unfortunately. Which is why I want to fix it before next stream if I can. The alleged importance of the implements. I can't find anything that gives a concrete description on what the ritual implements were like. They were, however, real, and there definitely existed a multitude of different kinds. One source states that the implements used in the Watanagashi rite alone number 200. The obvious question, then, is why they required such a myriad of them. The rite of Watanagashi was to kidnap people through the demoning away, dissect them, and eat them. I believe the tools were for dissection and restraining, but 200 of them is far too many. Generally, tools evolve in such a way to reach a solution for a certain problem. Once you've reached the ultimate goal, that is, attained a certain level of efficiency, the tool's evolution normally stops there. Regardless, why would they have created so many different kinds? One of the cultural elements responsible for diversification over time is that of entertainment. Tools used for entertainment would evolve over time and branch out. Unlike normal tools, reaching the ultimate goal would be more of a dead end, and in searching for the next goal, they would split into many different subtypes. So then, perhaps it's not a stretch to suggest that these 200 plus implements had some entertainment value. This is just a hypothesis, of course, but maybe the human dissection process was viewed as a type of entertainment. The three families of old would develop one new implement, dissection tool, after another, and each was varied, novel, and attracted spectators to keep them from growing bored. It's not unimaginable. All of them have to be enshrined within that storehouse. There isn't much longer until the night of Watanagashi. Though its original intent has been lost, I will reveal the secrets of that traditional ceremonial night within the ritual storehouse. I can't restrain my excitement. Watanagashi cannot come soon enough.
And after the festival, late that night, tensions in the police station were strained. In the silence, many of the staff members' eyes shifted back and forth between the clocks and the telephones, counting the seconds in that stifled atmosphere. Kamigaya-kun bust in with a young guy trailing behind him.
Oishi-san, I've got the autopsy results. The court physician just got here. I'm ready to go, sir. I'll head straight for the burned body's location. Kuma-chan, things have gotten a bit complicated. They appear to be having a very difficult time determining who the victim is. Could they have been dismembered? Nope. Cooked to a nice light brown.
He spoke in sportive tones, but the meaning behind his words was heavy. The staff gave a collective sigh.
All the way? Head to toe? Completely blackened, it seems. Probably smells terrible, too. What a shame it is to be Gifu-san.
Cooked with no possessions, then discarded outside the prefecture. At worst, it would have taken a week for the body to be identified. The fact that they'd sniffed it out tonight was huge.
Komiyama-kun and a few others are performing a thorough night raid on the dentist in Okinomiya. All we can do is help a tooth matches some medical records. Sorry, could someone go buy me 2 or so boxes of strong cigarettes?
The young guy answered in affirmation and darted out into the hallway.
We did an excellent job finding it this year. It could be that people who disappeared in past years were scattered outside the prefecture like this too. Why not bury them or sink them into the Sea of Japan, or Lake Biwa or something like that? Why though? Hasn't the pattern so far been one person dies and another disappears? Kuma-chan, the corpse was inside an oil drum, unrestrained and cooked. They probably burned them after strangling them. They knew it would be found. So what you mean is, from the beginning they didn't want a person to disappear this year? Not so much that they aren't just aren't related. The person didn't disappear. In fact, whoever did it seemed to wanted to have wanted to make a show of it. You mean it could be a warning?
He folded his arms and then heaved a long and heavy sigh.
That might have been the case if it happened in town. If they'd messed up, taking the victim far away and burning them alive wouldn't have been noticed. If they meant it as a warning, they should have done it closer to Hinamizawa. They wanted to emphasize the fact that they killed the victim, but instead of doing it somewhere for dramatic effect, they did it outside the prefecture. Did they want to emphasize or hide it? Boy, I do wonder what Oyashiro-sama's up to this year.
A telephone ring cut through the heavy silence. A staff member nearby snatched up the receiver. Oishi-san, it's Komiyama. They have it. The dental clinic in Okinomiya fixed the wisdom tooth 3 years ago.
What about the records?
Complete with x-rays.
Well, I feel bad for waking up the dentist before dawn. Kuma-chan, get out there as soon as you get those records from Komiyama-kun. Will do. Oh, it's the chief. Thank you for coming out at this hour. Oishi-san, my apologies for the lateness. What's the situation? Well, it's just getting good, you see. We're all getting fired up. Whoa!
And so, we continue on. I let out a great big yawn. It was like morning had arrived just as I got to sleep. As Mom set up breakfast, she gave me a pained smile.
What's the matter, Keiichi? What time did you go to sleep last night?
Well, I wanted to go to sleep at midnight, but I had some trouble with that.
You were probably all worked up from the festival.
No, that's not it. Crunch, crunch. I crunched down hard on the pickled radish to hide my embarrassment. After all that happened yesterday, and our discussion about the sound Shion heard, that banging noise like a child far away, jumping up and down on a wooden floor, the story wouldn't get out of my head, so I had trouble sleeping. It was a long night, and I kept jumping at the slight sounds of faraway tree branches, which should have been either unhearable or too insignificant to notice. When I woke up to the morning sunlight and birds chirping, it made me feel pretty ashamed about it, but I felt far from refreshed this morning.
Keiichi-kun, good morning. Keiichi-kun, your eyes are all red. Why is that? Why?
Oh, hey, good morning. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'm sleep deprived today.
The festival yesterday was a lot of fun. Rena's excitement took a long time to go to sleep, so I took a long time to go to sleep too. To sleep.
In Rena's case, her excitement seemed to be wide awake.
They should have this kind of festival more often. So we can have lots of fun together again, huh?
Yeah. Rena talking about the festival yesterday made me remember everything I'd nearly forgotten from last night. The inside of the ritual storehouse had been so utterly different from the relaxed, bright, everyday life of Hinamizawa. All those stories that Takano-san told me, too. The mysterious incidents that occurred on the day of the Watanagashi festival every year. The strange incidents where one person would die and one would disappear. The old stories of Hinamizawa flickering like a candle behind them. The numerous and horrifying traditions of Onigafuchi village. The villagers with demon blood in them. The terrible cannibalistic feasts. The poor sacrifices kidnapped from human villages, victims of the Onikakushi. ERA, how much further are we going? I think we're, Basically, we're going until we get tips again. Like, after the next set of tips is, I think, where I want to stop at. To quell the rage of Oyashiro-sama, the ritual involving living sacrifices, there were also many, many others. There were so many stories that just remembering them put me in a foul mood. Most of them weren't fiction either. That was true. They were true. We didn't need to fear them just because they were real, though, since it all happened so long ago. Such a very long time ago.
Where's Michan? She's late.
Before I realized it, we had arrived at the place where we'd usually meet with Mion, probably because I was so lost in thought.
We agreed that if she isn't here by now, we can just go on ahead, right? Should we?
Mion being late wasn't too rare of an occurrence, but today she was unusually late. A few of the ominous tales from the night before came back to life in my mind again. Who would die this year, and who would disappear? It couldn't have been Mion.
What should we do, Keiichi-kun? If we don't get going, we'll be late.
She'll be here. She didn't call to tell us she'd be staying home today, right? Let's just wait 5 more minutes, okay? Rena looked at her watch and seemed a little worried, but then she nodded with a satisfied smile. If we had to wait 5 minutes, we'd have to run as fast as we could to school or we'd be late. As soon as I thought that, we spotted Mion running towards us out of breath.
Michan! You're late!
You waited? You should have just gone on ahead.
Mion was breathing heavily, and her face was all red. Her house was right down this road, wasn't it? It wasn't far enough away for her to end up like this, was it?
Michan, are you not feeling well?
Huh? Out. That wasn't Mion, that was just narration. Now that she mentioned it, Rena pushed Mion's bangs away and put her hand to her forehead.
Rena, your hand's pretty cold.
Michan, you're a little bit warm.
That's no big deal. Give it half a day, I'll be fit as a fiddle.
You really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know.
What's this? Keiichi-kun, are you worried about me? That's nice of you.
That answer wasn't like Mion at all. She must have had it pretty bad.
I just think you shouldn't push yourself so hard. We can tell the teacher you had to take the day off.
I'm fine. I took some medicine. I think it's already working.
Mion forced an energetic expression onto her face and flexed her biceps at us. Okay, then let's go. Don't overdo it, but of course there's the time.
What? We need to run or else we won't make it!
This morning sure is thrilling. Maybe it's just what I need to shake off this slowness. Let's run.
Hey, wait, you're sick! Don't go overboard! Mion began to run vigorously away.
Michan's older than us, right? She knows her own body better than anyone.
I decided to leave it at that and assume she was fine. Great, then we should get going too. We began to run after Mion. Sorry, just adjusting my headphones real quick. The school looked the same as always. The hours passed listlessly, and my lack of sleep took its toll. If there was a sport where people competed by sleeping, I'd be world champion right now. The trick to overcoming this sort of dangerous situation was to hold your pencil upside down. Why, you ask? So you don't draw strange patterns all over your notes while half asleep. If you were holding your pencil upside down, that wouldn't happen, would it? Bump, 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 bump. Something that felt like an eraser hit me in the head 6 times. Ow! Ow! What was that for, Satoko?
I haven't done a single thing!
Who else would play a prank on me like this? Oh, it was chalk, not an eraser. Huh? Behind me, like a female outlaw might hold razors, was the teacher's shadow holding 3 pieces of chalk in each hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
Maibara-kun, go and wash your face.
Right. Gladly. That alone was enough to wake me up, but I flew out into the hallway as if shoved out by the pressure exuded by the teacher's sheer power. If I was going to wash my face anyway, then I would rather use the sinks out front rather than the ones in the dark restroom. Thinking that, I left the hallway and went to the entrance. The sunlight was strong. So strong you would think it was June. I turned the faucet, and with a lifeless bubbling noise, lukewarm water came pouring out. Wait, what? What? So strong you wouldn't think it was June. Okay, yeah. I misread that. For a second I was like, what? It is June, though. What? I turned the faucet, and with a lifeless bubbling noise, lukewarm water came pouring out. If I let it run for a few moments, would it get cold? I looked at it absent-mindedly for a little while.
I knew you'd choose these sinks, Kei-chan. The ones out front just feel better, don't they?
Mio? No cutting glass now. I stuck my hands into the water to find it had gotten so cold that it seemed strange it had ever been warm. I scooped it up and splashed it against my face. Once I was done, I moved out of the way, and Mion did the same. Mion, how's your cold doing? Whoops. You're sleepy because of the medicine, not from lack of sleep, right?
Actually, this is a secret, but after the festival yesterday, I got wrapped up in the party my relatives were having. Well, I had a bit.
A bit? She made a gesture like she was tilting a cup into her mouth, which means you didn't have a cold or anything. Are you hungover? How old are you?
Give me a break. I really don't feel well, you know?
I suppose she'd be feeling lousy either way. Still, you treat colds and hangovers in completely different ways. I was worried over nothing. Man, guess that's just like you, Mion. Mion scratched her head, a little embarrassed. She didn't seem to be feeling well, but now that I knew that it was a hangover, I didn't need to worry too much. It would go away with time, after all.
Oh, but my head really is pounding, so teacher told me I should go home early.
You cheater. So, are you gonna go home now, Mion? Now that I looked again, Mion had her bag with her. She must have been on her way home.
Yep, I feel bad about it, though. I'll get some rest at home like a good girl. Sorry if I can't make it to club. Would you take over as leader for today, Kei-chan?
I don't know if that'll happen. We have that unspoken rule where we don't do the club unless everyone's there, don't we? We never did it when you had to go to your part-time job, did we? Mion laughed wryly, saying we didn't need to worry about her. No matter how much fun we have, though, I think that guilty feeling about friends who can't share in it's the sign of a really fantastic friendship. In that sense, the club Mion had created is a wonderful thing. As I thought about it, the moisture on my washed face dried up. Suppose we were talking too much. If I didn't get back to the classroom soon, I could get into trouble. Okay, later. I'm going back. Be careful on your way home. Don't wobble into a sewer or a brook, got it? I left it at that, turned around, and started heading back to the classroom.
Oh, one more thing, Kei-chan.
Mion stopped me, and I turned my head to listen. What's up?
This may sound weird, but don't think too hard about it.
Well, that depends on what it is.
Last night, near the end of the festival, did you see Tomitake-san or Takano-san anywhere?
I suddenly tensed up.
You know Tomitake-san and Takano-san, right? You remember, Kei-chan, when the four of you were talking during setup the day before?
If I could, I wanted to forget about sneaking into the storehouse that night as soon as possible. So hearing the names of the people I was with at the time really got me. Besides that, though, why was Mion asking me a question like that? I ended up staring at her, unable to answer immediately. Was she asking to see if I had seen them or not? Or was she asking the question knowing that I had? I couldn't tell. Well, maybe. I might have seen them around. I don't know. My vague response was clearly not to Mion's liking. What answer was she expecting from me? There was no way for me to know.
I see. Then, one more question. On the same night, did you see Shion?
My heart leapt into my throat again. The tiny needles buried underneath Mion's words pricked into me. Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think I told you that I wasn't sure if I had or not.
Did you?
I guess I just thought I'd get a different answer if I asked you again. I suddenly noticed something in Mion's eyes. Something indescribable. Tomitake-san and Takano-san. Shion, too. She was asking me about them. There was no doubt about it. Last night, the four of us snuck into the ritual storehouse. She knew everything. So what? There's not really a curse anyway. That's right. Even Shion and Takano-san said yesterday during the festival that there was no curse. And that rather than a curse, it was the doing of the villagers. My blood curdled. Mion was almost without a doubt aware that we snuck into the storehouse. It was nothing strange. I screwed up bad flipping on the light switch last night. If Mion had been searching for me, it was simple to imagine that she had seen that momentary light and come to find out what was going on. Did you really not see her? Why are you so intent on knowing if I did or not? It's not important. It's just that there are some people who were speaking poorly of Tomitake-san, Takano-san, Shion, and you, Kei-chan. I didn't really hear what they were saying, though. Unpleasant sweat dripped down my arms, and the sound of it hanging from my fingertips was so annoyingly loud. I don't believe that you were doing something bad. I just wanted to ask a bit about it, so I did. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, okay? I found myself unable to reply. My reaction must have made it obvious what the truth was, and yet I couldn't explain myself. Kei-chan, you weren't with Tomitake-san, Takano-san, or Shion, right? Yeah. I finally wrung out an answer between ragged breaths. Mion's expression softened a little. That's good. I'll have to tell them. You weren't involved in anything bad, Kei-chan. So, I'll make sure to tell everyone. Yeah. Please do. Tell them I wasn't doing anything bad. To everyone. Make sure. Everyone. Everyone. Who is everyone? Okay, later. I'll be better tomorrow. Bye-bye. Wait, Mion! What do you mean by everyone? Just then, a freezing cold hand touched the back of my neck. Hey! You're late, Maibara-kun. How long does it take you to wash your face? It was the teacher. I was taking so long that she came out to get me. I'm sorry. I was just speaking to Mion. I turned around, but Mion had crossed through the schoolyard without me realizing it was now standing at the gate. Come back. Come back to your studies. Quickly now. The teacher was being insistent. We returned to the entrance. I looked back one more time, and Mion was nowhere in sight.
Kiichi, you haven't seemed well all day. Red Kite, thank you for becoming a channel member.
It's clearly because he had far too much fun yesterday.
I don't want to be told that by the one who got lost. Your face was all red and you were nearly crying.
Satoko-chan was so cute last night. Oh.
My friends did their best to try and cheer me up, but it didn't lighten my mood. Was it far worse than I thought? Had I really done something that terrible last night? These thoughts remained with me for the rest of the day.
Bye, Keiichi-kun. I'll see you tomorrow.
By the time I realized it, I was in front of my own house.
Mi-chan has a cold, right? Could you have a cold too, Keiichi-kun? Could you?
Huh? I'm fine. I may look scrawny, but I've never missed school because of a cold.
Both you and Mi-chan didn't look so good today, though.
Thanks for worrying about me. I'm fine. Idiots don't catch colds, remember? Rena smiled, then waved to me and left. With my shoulders bobbing up and down from breathing heavily, I entered the house. As soon as I got back in, Mom called out to me. What?
Keiichi? I'm sorry, but could you go to the library and return a few books for me?
I don't feel like it.
Your dad and I have to wait inside the house for a phone call right now, so we can't leave. I need to return them today. Could you please do it?
Sheesh. Did it have to do with Dad's job? No point in arguing if they bring that up. I guess so, but I don't know where the library is.
Oh, you don't? It's a little bit past Okinomiya Station.
Just then, the phone rang. My parents' faces immediately turned grim. Mom snatched up the receiver.
Hello? Maibara speaking. I'm sorry? Yes, he's right here.
Then she thrust the receiver at my face.
It's for you, Keiichi. Don't take too long, okay?
I tried to ask who it was from, but asking the person on the phone directly would be faster. Hello?
This is Sonozaki. Well, the younger one. Hello. Do you have time to talk right now?
It was Shion. Sorry, I'm not going to be able to use the filter right now because I'll just be turning it on and off constantly and just going to hear the noise over and over again. The older sister had a hangover today, but the younger made no reference to it. Shion? I thought you'd be sleeping in today with a hangover, same as Mion.
What? Mion had a hangover? That's so like her.
She laughed warmly, but Mom glared at me, silently telling me to finish it up. Whoops, sorry. My parents are waiting for an important call, so I can't talk for too long. What do you need?
There's something I wanted to talk about, but if we can't talk long, I guess that's that.
She sounded a little disappointed. What would Shion want to talk to me about? Now I was interested. Then how about we meet in person? If you could show me where the library is too, that'd be great.
You mean the public library near the station? Yes, that's fine. I go past there on my way to work anyway.
Okay, then you know where I usually meet up with Mion? At that intersection between the small path from the Sonozaki house splits.
Okay, Chan. Did I not tell you? I don't live at the main house. I live in Okinomiya. If we could meet by the ticket machines in Okinomiya Station, that'd be great.
Main house? Living in Okinomiya? Now that you mentioned it, it always seemed like the Sonozaki sisters weren't communicating. Did they live in different houses? Also, now that you mentioned it, Rena had said she'd never met the younger sister, despite going over to play sometimes. Let's meet at the station then. I'll go there right away. Bye. I set the receiver down and Mom immediately thrust a pile of library books into my face. 6 volumes of long-form mystery novels. Mom had her own hobbies.
Thank you, Keiichi. Be back by nightfall.
Got it. Okay, I'm going. I suppose I'd change my clothes and grab my bike key. I climbed the stairs to my bedroom. Shion had been waiting for me already, so meeting up was a smooth process. Wow, Mio never keeps her appointments. I mean, honestly.
Making my sister the standard for everything will get you in trouble.
Shion seemed a little unsteady, too. She was drinking with Mion last night, wasn't she? You didn't get any sleep last night either, did you? Don't try and hide it. You definitely went home from school early.
Oh, too bad. I've been at home all day in the first place. I'm smarter than Mion, after all.
Hey, I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter.
You should finish your errand first. We don't have that much time. We're going to the library, right?
Yeah, thanks. My mom had to return some books by today. Is the library far?
No, it's really close by.
As she said that, we spotted the signboard for the library almost immediately. If it was this easy to find, I guess I didn't need Shion to show me where it was after all. We rode around a bend and the building was right there. Shishibone Public Library. We lived in the country, so I hadn't expected too much, but it was pretty big. The first floor was actually a government office, so the library was only on the second floor, but it still looked large enough to fit a decent collection of books. We passed through the automatic doors and were greeted by the cool breeze of an air curtain. The cicadas had been loud outside, but it was quiet inside the library. The air conditioning inside was keeping the temperature at an ideal level for the books, which had the mildewy smell unique to old paper. Guess every library is basically the same. If there was one difference, it was that people studying for tests weren't taking up all the seats. I was one of those people, but now that seemed like a distant memory. Hello, I have books that I'd like to return. The librarian went through the process of checking them in and then returned my mom's library card. Shion was going around the bookshelves with a deeply interested look on her face, like she wasn't the type who went to libraries very often. Sorry for the wait. I'm all done.
Libraries sure are nice and cool, aren't they? I want to work in a library one day.
Don't know whether to call that boring or dependable. It's a pretty small dream compared to your sister. Mion would definitely want to be a hard-working employee for an international trading company or some other crazy job that involved her running all around the world. Compared to that, what Shion said's pretty heartwarming.
Well, we need to keep our differences dear to us. We're not copies. We're two different people, called Shion and Mion.
Twins have a lot to think about, huh? Still, sounds like fun. I don't have any brothers, so there's just me and my parents at the house. It can get a little uncomfortable.
It's the same for me. I don't live with Mion after all.
Oh, right. She did say something like that, didn't she? Why, though? Sisters living apart is unusual. We were getting tired of talking while we were walking. We ended up going to the lounge area, which was vacant, and continuing the conversation.
Yes, Mion lives at the main house, and I live in Okinomiya.
What do you mean by main house? You make it sound like you're nobility.
It's just the main house. The Sonozaki family's main house. Mion's the successor, so she lives with Nana, and apparently studies all sorts of things as preparation to be the head of the family.
Mion, the head of the family? It kind of fit her personality, but kind of didn't, too.
Kei-chan, you just moved here, right? This will sound like I'm boasting, but we of the Sonozaki family are kind of personages around here.
Seriously? The word personage didn't really match the extremely sociable air that Mion and Shion gave off. From what Shion explained, the Sonozaki family goes way back to the beginnings of Hinamizawa. After the war, they had a bunch of successful ventures and extended their influence to a wide area. The Sonozaki house is a foundation under which the entire family cooperates. Though the current family head, Grandma, was the one who built it. The entire family would provide backup to help one relative with a business venture. They were like a huge living company. This let them avoid tax-related problems and help relatives' ventures succeed, one after another, using large amounts of money. If you ever go for a walk through Okonomiya, pay attention to the signboards and stuff. There's tons of shops that are managed by members of the Sonozaki family.
Now that you mention it. That toy store looked like it was managed by the relatives as well. Does that mean your relatives operate Angel Mart too? Even what few shops I was familiar with were involved with the Sonozaki family. It was definitely surprising.
The family's particularly strong in finance and real estate. Even a lot of members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry either have the last name Sonozaki or are their relatives. There are Sonozakis in the city council and the prefectural assembly too, since they have the Okonomiya area giving them strong electoral support.
Wait a minute. This is all escalating pretty quickly. Her relatives operate shops in downtown Okonomiya and they're especially strong in finance and real estate? On top of that, a lot of those in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and there are even people elected to local offices. So then, the Sonozaki family, it's pretty famous in this area?
Yes, it's crazy.
All of a sudden, a cigarette-smoking, overweight old man interrupted our conversation. Wait, I know this guy.
Hello. Good afternoon. You on a date today? Ah, what I'd give to be young again.
If you thought we were on a date, then why are you bothering us?
Oishi-san. That was it. He was Oishi-san, a police officer. I thought it was this person who came to my rescue when I got involved with those delinquents before. Now that I thought about it, Mion didn't seem to like him very much.
No, I apologize. Heard a familiar voice, so I came over to see.
Oishi-san laughed coarsely, not showing any sign of giving up. As Shion watched him do so, I didn't feel the same sense of malice from her as I had from Mion.
Maibara-san, right? You're one tough guy. Two-timing the Sonozaki sisters, are you?
No, I'm not two-timing anyone. I turned around to look at Shion and plead for help, but she grinned and maintained her silence. Her gaze wandered. She looked at the clock.
I'm sorry, Kei-chan. I really need to get to my job.
Oh, did you... Wait, didn't Shion have something to talk about today? Now this weird man is here, though.
Yep, I'll see you later. Oh, I'll give you a call after I'm done. It'll be okay to call you at night, right?
Yeah, probably okay.
Then I'll talk to you later tonight. Bye.
Shion left so fast she was practically running. Oishi-san was waving at me with a grin. I felt like I'd been left here as bait so that she could get away. Maybe she was lying about having to go to work.
You're quite the big shot, being so close to the Sonozaki daughters. Maybe I should rethink how I talk to you, too.
Oishi-san put a coin into the vending machine as he said something a bit appalling.
Is iced tea okay with you? You want milk in it?
Huh?
Oh, no, I'll put some in then, alright? Here you are.
He handed me a cup of tea filled to the brim with ice as I looked on absent-mindedly. I don't think I'm obligated to have a guy like this buy me a drink, but he did get it for me, so I'll thank him. Was Oishi-san just killing time? We didn't know each other well, but he still engaged me in conversation about all sorts of dumb things. When I thought back to how I talked with Shion, this seemed like a total disaster.
Maibara-san, how much do you know about Sonozaki-san?
Other than what I heard just now, nothing. Until then, I hadn't known anything about either Mion or Shion other than the fact that they were interesting. I really did only just learn that she was the daughter of some prestigious family.
The Sonozakis are a syndicate with this entire region under their thumb. Incidentally, her father is a high-ranked executive in a syndicate association that's well known even in the Kanto region. Did you know that?
What? An executive?
Have you ever seen where Shion-san lives? It's the very picture of a gang boss's house, protected by high walls, barbed wire fence, and security cameras. If you have the chance, you should go and visit her.
She'd mentioned Mion being the successor, but to a crime syndicate?
No. Not at all. Boring old syndicate isn't the only thing Mion Sonozaki-san will inherit. She's inheriting the Sonozaki family itself. I'll leave it to you to mull over what exactly that means.
Oishi-san had spoken lightly about all of this from start to finish, but what he was saying wasn't light in the least. It was abrupt and unbelievable.
If Mion-san wanted to, she could kill somebody in the middle of the street and still cover it up. Not only would witnesses not show up, but she'd put pressure on the police, too.
But Mion would never kill someone.
She wouldn't. I'm just speaking hypothetically.
Your name, it was Oishi-san, right?
Yep, that's right.
Then, Oishi-san, whatever family Mion comes from, it doesn't change the fact that she's the best friend I could ever have, and I'm proud of that. I don't appreciate people speaking ill of her. I let my quiet anger show through in my gaze as I stared at him. Of course, I could never seem to tell what he's thinking, so I didn't know if it had any effect.
Then, let me be frank. If Mion-san was suspected of a handful of incidents, what would you think?
Suspected? Incidents? You can't just say terrible stuff like that on a whim. Then it would be a misunderstanding, of course. Mion may say some dangerous things, but she's not the kind of person who would do something so awful.
Maibara-san, keep your voice down. We're in a library.
Oishi-san shushed me, but in a state of heightened excitement as I was, I wouldn't be so calmed so easily.
Please calm down. As I said before, the Sonozaki family holds a lot of power in this region, for better or worse. So if anything happens, they would be immediately suspect. I appreciate it if you understood that.
Well, I know what Oishi-san's trying to say. Combining it with what Shion told me before, the Sonozaki family is huge and controls everything from Hinamizawa to Okinomiya. Mion, meanwhile, is its successor, who apparently holds strong influence over the entire family. Still, that's all? That's the only reason they're suspecting her?
I'm just doing my job here. Not to doubt Mion-san or anything, but to clear up suspicion surrounding her. Please think of it like that.
He could talk a dog out of a meat truck. He was the definition of a shrewd, unfair adult. At this point, I began to think that it was no coincidence that I'd met him. Oishi-san, do you need something from me?
Yeah, I do. Keiichi Maibara-san.
He answered in an absent tone of voice. Mion's being suspected of something, and you came to hear from a friend of hers. Me. Is that it?
No, that isn't it. I didn't come to talk to a friend of Mion Sonozaki-san. I came here to talk to Keiichi Maibara-san. Would probably have bothered you had I visited your house.
To me? What did the police want with me? Having realized this faked coincidental meeting had me as its target, my mood immediately turned foul.
You don't need to be so tense. Calm down and just answer a few questions.
Am I being questioned?
Let's call it a chat with the guy you happened to run into.
Oishi-san freely suggested that I relax. That said, behind his eyes was a light, which I could only see sometimes, but that was as sharp as a hawk. If I tried in vain to run away, he might actually take me in and bring me to an interrogation room or something. That was undoubtedly an unpleasant thought.
You had a roaring good time at the Watanagashi Festival last night, didn't you?
Don't beat around the bush, please. I can't do small talk right now.
Last night during the festival. Did you see Jiro Tomitake-san and Mio Takano-san?
I could plainly feel myself giving a start.
Where'd I put those pictures? Oh, here they are.
He opened a small notebook and removed 2 photographs. I didn't have to look. Who knows? I might have seen them around. I don't remember. I was asked the same question for the second time today. I gave the same answer for the second time, too.
Your memories are blurry? You couldn't have possibly been drinking or anything.
Here, too, I got the same answer as I had from Mion. I realized he wasn't taking my vague reply well. Why is he asking me the same thing Mion did? The dark feelings I had nearly forgotten due to my conversation with Shion came rushing back in a hurry. We snuck into the sacred ritual storehouse, a punishable act. It was on a tiny impulse. While it may not count for much now, I do feel sorry about it.
I'll ask you again. Did you see Jiro Tomitake-san and Mio Takano-san at the festival last night?
His tone was soft, but there was a dreadfulness in his voice, clearly different from the first time he asked. I'm scared. That was exactly how I felt. Even if you repeat the question, my answer won't change. I don't really remember.
There wasn't any better answer I could give him. I didn't have the balls to say that I didn't see them, or the courage to admit that I had.
I see. I just thought that maybe I'd get a different answer if I asked a second time.
I'm too scared to look Oishi-san in the eyes.
I'll change the question. Come, Maibara-san. Relax, relax.
Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders and squeezed them as if trying to give me a massage. It mostly just hurt, though. Still, why would he ask the same things as Mion? If he's asking the same things, then the next question must be...
On the same night of the festival, did you see Shion Sonozaki-san?
Clatter, clatter, clatter. I wondered what that sound was, and when I looked down, I saw that it was the unmelted ice in the cup I was gripping in my hands. My hands were trembling, rocking the ice back and forth. Realizing that, I hastily put the remaining ice in my mouth and crunched on it. Sorry. I may have seen her, but, well, you know, she looks just like Mion. I might have just mistaken the two.
But that can't be.
Suddenly, Oishi-san grabbed both of my shoulders and hunched down to give me a level stare. This must be what it's like, to be a deer in the headlights. I want to look away, but I can't. This is the first time I've experienced such a piercing stare.
Mion-san and Shion-san wear completely different clothing. You wouldn't mistake the two so easily, I would think. Maibara-san.
His voice was harsh. Harsh. The same as when Mion said it. I could feel my heartbeat quickening. When I realized that he could feel it through the hands on my shoulders, I got even more scared. Why are Mion and Oishi-san both asking about last night? Was sneaking into the storehouse so bad? Ugh. I shouldn't have let Takano-san talk me into it. Tomitake-san casually said to check it out too, so even Shion, if she hadn't encouraged me... No, I understood. I was the one most at fault here. I shouldn't have let my curiosity get the better of me. I shouldn't have gone into the forbidden storehouse.
Oishi-san, I think that's our cue to get out of here.
A young man wearing a suit came into the lounge. From the way he held himself, I knew immediately that he was Oishi-san's subordinate.
Oh, so it is. Closing time already?
I hadn't realized it until he said something. The jingle and announcement telling patrons the library had closed had started playing without me realizing it. I was so irritated, so overwhelmed that I couldn't even hear it.
Well then, Maibara-kun, we're out of time, so allow me to take my leave. I'd like to talk with you a bit more about this at your leisure, when we have more time.
This isn't a joke. If I never saw him again, it would be too soon. Oishi-san followed his subordinate and left the lounge behind him. However, he spun back around.
Oh, right. Maibara-san.
What is it?
Those two questions I asked you before. You don't remember well enough to answer either of them, correct?
Right.
Just so you know, you saw them all yesterday. You were walking along, four of you, having a pleasant time, near the stone steps. Saw you with my own eyes.
I caught my breath and my heart seemed like it was about to stop. What a detestable person. He knew, and he was testing me.
We'll meet again. Have a good year.
I sat there like a rock, unmoving, until I could no longer hear the clacking sounds of their footsteps. I love the contrast of this scene with previous Oishi scenes in Onikakushi, where like in Onikakushi, Keiichi began to get paranoid about Hinamizawa before he ever knew that much about its history, directly from like a reliable source, or well, like, you know, a source that he trusted, I mean. So he immediately became way more willing to listen to Oishi and buy into everything that he said and cooperate with him. Here, he's already got much more of a, like, sympathy toward Hinamizawa and more of a, like, oh, I really trust my friends and I really like Mion and Rena and all them. So when Oishi comes to him about this stuff, he's way more like, hey, dude, fuck off. And he doesn't trust him at all, and he's just like, this guy's a piece of shit. So, yeah. Nice contrast. I do quite like that. I was on my way back home. The cries of the Higurashi accentuated the already lonely evening. More time had passed than I'd thought. The oranges of the dusky sky was being chased down, little by little, by an indigo color approaching from the east. Exhausted from the slow climb towards Hinamizawa, without even noticing, I'd gotten off my bicycle and was pushing it upward. Uphill. I don't understand any of this. No one had told me to my face that I'd done something wrong. No, in fact, it might have been much easier on me that way. What happened yesterday really was just my curiosity. It really was no more than a quiet prank, no more than having the courage to cross at a red light as long as you did it with other people. The storehouse for ritual implements, hallowed ground, only accessible to the family of the priest. For sure, I had seen terrifying things that I'd never imagined would be there. Thinking on it now, though, it didn't matter what was stored away inside. It didn't make the wrong I had committed any more right. But the four of us did. Mion seemed to know about it. For some reason, even the police were trying to learn what the four of us did. Did we do something so bad? Really? It doesn't matter how wrong it was. I did something wrong. It was nothing more than that, and yet I couldn't accept it. I didn't apologize to Mion or Oishi-san. All I did was shield myself with ambiguities. I did something wrong yesterday. I set foot into a forbidden storehouse for a little bit of mischief. I'll forget everything I saw in there. I won't ever do something like that again, either. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I apologized like that, would they forgive me? The suddenly cool evening air left no room for such sentiment, however, as it mercilessly chilled my feet, urging me to head home as soon as possible. In the end, the evening air was correct. If I trudged along such an isolated road, regrets would pile on top of regrets, but nothing would change. Let's go home. I'll go home, go to my room, put on my favorite music or something, and go to bed. That might sound plain and boring, but it's probably the strongest I've felt all day. Now that I've made a decision, there's no point in dawdling in a place like this. I sat back on my bike. I pushed hard on the pedals. I rapidly advanced forward. I steadily gained speed. The wind was cutting and mercilessly cold, but it actually felt good, as if it were softly punishing me. I didn't eat much dinner before excusing myself early and returning to my bedroom. My mom called me from downstairs.
Keiichi, you have a call. It's from Sonozaki-san.
Sonozaki? Was it Mion? No, it was Shion. I just remembered. She'd had something she wanted to tell me today. Oishi-san had interrupted us, so she didn't get the chance. Shion had said she'd call tonight. Hello? Is that you, Shion?
Hello. Ran into a bit of trouble today, didn't we?
She said it so plainly that I got a bit annoyed. She was the one who left me there and ran.
Don't say that. I gave you the signal to run away with me, didn't I? You just sat there looking dazed, Kei-chan.
I wasn't dazed. All of a sudden you left me there, and after that I had to put up with that Oishi guy for ages.
Don't complain to me about it.
I can't believe she passed it off like that. She looks like Mion, and yet inside she's this different? I got a little irritated at myself when I realized I was somewhere in my mind hoping for the same reaction I would get from Mion, even though she's a different person. Sorry. Next time I'll run away first thing and leave you there.
Hey, it's ladies first.
Shion laughed refreshingly. When I heard her voice, I realized that she wasn't really that angry or anything. It was just as she said. The cause of my temper was because it was my own fault for not leaving immediately. I'll stop blaming it on others. Blaming it on others would be... Anyway, you had something to tell me, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you already know, then it's not something that bears repeating. Do you already know?
Shion lowered her voice suddenly, as if she were glancing around. I had no idea what I could already know. Sorry, but I have no clue what you're talking about. At least give me a hint.
So that means... you don't know.
She seemed to take my stupid-sounding question as evidence. However, her voice didn't sound disappointed or exasperated in the slightest.
Actually, it's about last night. During the Watanagashi festival.
My entire body jolted as I was assailed by a terrible feeling. Is Shion going to ask the same thing?
Hello? Kei-chan, are you listening?
Yeah, I am. What about last night?
The four of us went in there, right?
She didn't beat around the bush. Whether or not I wanted to admit it, that was the actual, honest truth, and I couldn't act like it hadn't happened.
Then, after that, we walked away together, and then went our separate ways near the stone stairs, right? Takano-san and Tomitake-san went to the stream, and you stayed there, Kei-chan. I went over to see some relatives.
Yeah. Why do you ask?
We won't make any progress if we keep asking each other questions. So let me ask this question first, okay?
You mean... Did I see Tomitake-san and Takano-san last night?
Huh? Oh, yes. Did you see the two of them after that?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. This is the third time I've been asked this question today. Why? Why? What the hell was going on? Why? Why are you asking me that?
No, Kei-chan, I'm asking the question. Please answer me.
Did you, Shion? If you answer first, then I'll answer. My shabby response betrayed how scared and small I felt right now, after everything that had happened today. Shion didn't say anything for a few moments. Just as I was beginning to think I'd put my foot in my mouth with that response, she finally answered me.
Of course I didn't see them. My relatives were with me, and they can vouch for that.
I didn't see them either. People can vouch for me too, like Mion, Rena, and everyone else. Now that we knew our answers matched, she let out a sigh that sounded more relieved than anything else.
Thank you for answering me honestly. Okay then. I'll tell you. Apparently last night Takano-san and Tomitake-san died.
Sorry, Shion. What was that you just said?
Apparently last night Takano-san and Tomitake-san died. Takano-san was found burned to death. Tomitake-san was... well, it looked like a suicide. I found out this morning. I heard my dad talking to a relative on the phone about it.
Late last night, a police car on its way back from the festival security duty had discovered Tomitake-san lying in the middle of the road heading towards Okinomiya. He had clawed out his throat and died. What? He clawed out his own throat? That bright, cheerful Tomitake-san committed suicide? That can't possibly be right!
Police did an autopsy. He did it with his own fingernails. He scratched at his throat so hard that he ruptured his blood vessels and bled out. He died in a pool of his own blood, that's what they said.
I've never heard of such an insane suicide. You can't just scratch open your own throat like that! I realized I was yelling too loudly, so I lowered the force I was putting into my voice. I didn't want my parents to hear me, so I switched to the cordless phone and ran up to my own room.
What? She just said that she heard it from a relative. Or heard her relatives talking about it. Chat. Please.
Sorry for yelling. So, was Takano-san... was that a suicide too?
In her case, it's a little unclear.
Takano-san's body was found in the mountains of Gifu Prefecture. Employees at a rest stop reported to the police late that night that they could see flames in the mountains. The firefighters dispatched were the first ones to find her. An autopsy concluded that it was the burned corpse of a half-naked female. They initially considered the body beyond recognition, but directly after, there was a request for a dental comparison from the XX Prefectural Police Station in Okinomiya, and the results concluded that it was Mio Takano. The cause of death wasn't confirmed, but it was highly likely to have been a homicide, since she was in her undergarments, and her clothes were nowhere in the area.
The oil drum had fallen over, so it's also possible she burned herself to death.
It couldn't possibly have been suicide. If you're gonna die, there are plenty of easier ways, aren't there? This can't be suicide.
That's what I think. It's unthinkable that Tomitake-san would kill himself too.
After the two of us rattled at each other, there was a silence as we paused to catch our breaths. And as we calmed our nerves, right then, I understood what Shion's story actually meant.
I think it will end up being Oyashiro-sama's curse. We all did more than enough to deserve it, after all.
Deserve? You've got to be kidding! It's not like Shion wanted to see it with me. I just went along with her. I tried to say that, but I fell silent. Nothing would come out of me blaming others. It didn't matter how much everyone else encouraged me. I could have put my foot down. I lost to my own half-assed sense of adventure and agreed to go with them. Yes, it's my fault and no one else's. Shion, last night, when we snuck into the ritual storehouse, did you predict that things would turn out this way?
Of course not. I mean, I thought it was pretty risky, but I never even dreamed something like this could happen.
Shion's words were probably her true feelings. She knew that she could get in trouble if we were caught, but that was the thrill of the little adventure. It was the same for me.
Besides that, Kei-chan, think about it for a moment. Didn't Oyashiro-sama's curse turn out a little strange this year?
It was already plenty strange, seeing as how Tomitake-san and Takano-san died like that. Given all that, what could possibly be stranger?
I mean, that they found 2 corpses. Remember what I said? Every other year, one person would die and one person would disappear. This year's the first time that 2 people have been found dead.
That may be true, but that's not a huge deal, is it?
It is, Kei-chan. Think about it harder. Listen, if 2 people died because of Oyashiro-sama's curse, then in order to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger, 2 people would need to be sacrificed.
Is that how it works? So what? Tomitake-san and Takano-san died, so now 2 people are going to go missing this year? I don't understand why, but when I said that, I felt my spine freeze.
I don't think anyone's been confirmed missing yet. I think that those 2 people have yet to disappear.
Shion, like me, was obviously getting the same feeling crawling down her back. 2 people have yet to disappear? Shion didn't answer. I couldn't say any more than that either. A chill crept in through my clothes and tried to wrap into a fist around my heart, cold hands feeling about on my chest. Neither of us could say anything. Tomitake-san opened the lock and he died. Takano-san exposed the ritual storehouse and she died. If 2 more people were to be sacrificed, then they would be none other than the ones who entered with them. None other than us. No. This has got to be a joke. I wanted so much for her to pass this off as a joke, even now. That, though, was such an incredibly difficult and selfish request. If Tomitake-san and Takano-san had died in a common way like a car accident, I could tell myself it was a coincidence. Instead, he clawed out his own throat and she burned to death, drowned in oil in the mountains. The 2 deaths were so out of the ordinary, but I couldn't possibly dismiss it as mere coincidence. It was as if, in exchange for sneaking into the ritual storehouse, there must be someone punishing us, some sort of cruel will working behind the scenes. Even so, I still didn't want to accept that terrifying truth. If I did, then I would have to acknowledge that a horrible crisis was growing near for Shion and I. That's why I argued against it. I argued, knowing I was running away. In the first place, it's not even in the newspaper, is it? Such a monstrous incident would be all over the newspapers and television. Magazine writers would flood the village too, thinking it'd make for an interesting story.
Of course it's not getting reported by the media. That's how it was in the past, too.
When the incidents occurred for the 3rd year in a row, there were some third-rate magazines that sniffed out the story and ran issues full of gossip columns about Hinamizawa. Fearing that the region would develop a negative stigma, they negotiated with the prefecture and the police. Since last year, it became a big conspiracy, where no information about the incidents was allowed to be leaked to the media.
I hear the elders and the top brass from the Sonozaki family put all the pressure they could on the police.
Then you mean their deaths are going to be dealt with in total secrecy?
That's how it is. Of course, the police are investigating it. That's being performed in secret too, though, so I hear the investigation itself is very restricted in what it can and can't do. You could essentially say they're interfering with a police investigation.
This story was unbelievable. People died, and yet they don't publicize it and deal with everything in secret.
If we break it down further, it means that no matter who dies on the night of Watanagashi, it won't go public.
That's the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever heard!
Kei-chan, before I said how the villagers could be the ones carrying out Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's what I mean. At some point a tradition was created here in Hinamizawa, where every year you're allowed to kill someone on the night of Watanagashi under the guise of it being Oyashiro-sama's curse.
When someone dies on the night of Watanagashi, it turns into the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The curse turns into the serial murder incidents. In order to avoid exacerbating the negative stigma surrounding Hinamizawa, those incidents are dealt with in secret.
That's insane! Dead and missing people turn up every year. However bad the stigma gets, the police have to draw the line somewhere, don't they?
You could say the incidents happening every year is mysterious, but the police can get the job done when they need to. After all, the incidents always get resolved individually. It doesn't end up being a string of incidents, you know? It just so happens that something unfortunate happens on the night of Watanagashi every year. That's all it turns into.
Most of the criminals responsible for the original dismemberment were arrested. The last one managed to get and stay away, but the events were totally exposed and elucidated, so it was in essence resolved. The dam supporting couple who died in the accident on the second year, that was an accidental death, plain and simple. They made a lot of investigations into the possibility of it having been a homicide, but they didn't turn up anything. It ended up as an accident. It was resolved. On the third year, the priest fell ill and passed away. There were doctors present at the hospital at his deathbed, and they all had trustworthy medical certificates. They even did an autopsy. It concluded that it wasn't a homicide. That was resolved too. On the fourth year, the sister-in-law of the dam-supporting couple was murdered. The criminal was an abnormal man with a history of regular psychostimulant usage. He confessed that he thought Oyashiro-sama's curse was so interesting that he wanted to try it out. The criminal died of an accident while imprisoned, so this incident was essentially resolved as well. That's right. None of the incidents had any relation to another, and each was independently resolved.
So then why does an unfortunate coincidence occur every year on the night of Watanagashi? You can try and say that it's a string of related incidents, but they're not related. Yet every year someone always dies and someone always disappears.
The story Takano-san told me on the day before during the setup. Now that the curse really had occurred this year, I couldn't just laugh it off. Then, does that mean it'll come for us too? Just like how one person dies and one disappears every year. Are you saying we'll be taken along with Tomitake-san and Takano-san in a race too? My lips had at some point become completely dry, and just saying that was difficult. Shion didn't respond. Her silence, however, was the clearest form of confirmation she could give me. Sure, we went somewhere we shouldn't have, but we were just looking, right? We didn't steal anything or take anything out, and we didn't tell anyone that we looked, right? I was already regretting having committed such a wrong. Even so, was it really so bad that Tomitake-san and Takano-san deserved such cruel deaths? Besides, I didn't care about anything I saw in there at all. Takano-san was the one getting so happy over it, wasn't she? Takano-san was really the one at fault. I don't have anything to do with this. I'm not interested. I'm not involved. I don't give a shit about what was in there. I knew saying so wouldn't solve anything. I could feel myself, my cold self in the innermost depths of my heart, disgusted at my pointless howling. However, my emotions had broken through the dam, and I just couldn't stop them anymore. I didn't have any interest in any of this from the start, damn it! All I wanted to do was to watch Rika-chan's performance. You were the one who pulled me away from that, weren't you, Shion? I don't give a rat's ass whether those two were trying to steal something or try to meet up secretly or whatever. That's right, you're the one who made me go in there in the first place, Shion. You were all, Kei-chan, you need to see what's inside, and you convinced me, and then you pulled me in. Why the hell did you do that? I didn't have anything to do with this. What will you do? What are you gonna do, damn it? How are you gonna take responsibility for this? Huh? Hey, are you listening? Click. Without any warning, the phone cut off with the soft sound of a receiver being slammed down. Shion was just as terrified as I was. I just said some really self-centered things. My riled-up emotions disappeared as if they'd never existed, and in their place surged waves of deep regret at having run my mouth so irresponsibly. I could try to call out Shion's name from beyond the disconnected phone, but it was too late. What have I done? Shion was only trying to tell me as much as she could about this thing about to descend on us. As for me, I could only whine like a child about it. I went to call her back, but then remembered she lived in Okinomiya. I didn't know her phone number. Since I had declared to Mion that I hadn't seen Shion last night, I couldn't just call Mion and ask her for Shion's phone number. I was too scared. I couldn't even call her back. I was stricken with hopeless regret. I returned the receiver to its stand, and I simply prayed that Shion would call me back again. Please, Shion,
calm down and call me again. Hello, this is Maibara. I swept up the receiver as though it wouldn't go through if I didn't grab it at that exact moment. Is this the Maibara residence? Excuse me for the late call. I'm Kimiyoshi. Is this the head of the household? Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't. Voice. It was the voice of a girl who clearly wasn't Shion. All my hopes rushed out of me. No, it isn't. If you need Dad, I'll go call him. I went to put the receiver back down, but the caller stopped me hurriedly. Oh, no. If he's busy, that's fine. This may be a strange question, but is my old man paying you a visit? No, nobody's here at the moment. I see. Again, I apologize for calling you so late at night. Goodbye. Clack. I don't know who that was, but what if Shion tried to call while I was on the phone? I thought, bubbling with egotistic anger. Hey, wait. Give it a break, Keiichi Maibara. These are the selfish emotions that made Shion mad at me, aren't they? The more I thought about it, though, the more I thought that Shion had given up hope in the short time since we had our conversation and didn't want to call anymore. Calm yourself, Keiichi Maibara. If Shion does call me again, then first, apologize in a calm voice. If you do that, then Shion should understand. However, no matter how long I waited, the phone didn't ring again that night. And remember, so the person on the phone there was asking, hey, did my old man visit you? The name was Kimiyoshi. They mentioned earlier, Kimiyoshi is the name of the mayor. More scrapbook.
Womp womp. The significance of Watanagashi. Watanagashi, a festival of hunting for sacrifices and feasting on them. While the festival itself is remarkable, it's come to be considered a form of entertainment as well. Perhaps it was because of the disparity between being both an egregious act and a form of entertainment that the perpetrators began to believe themselves transcendent. However, I found some very interesting literature that appears to raise questions about that explanation. As with most oral traditions, it's not easily swallowed, but it does mention a few things that spark my interest. According to this literature, even the residents of Onigafuchi village felt fear towards this ritual. Women and children would grow pale and tremble, and those of weak constitution would vomit. But it says that the feast, the dissection, was an obligatory viewing. This is an extremely curious tale. Until now, I thought the residents of Onigafuchi village were fascinated by the Watanagashi ritual. They looked down on those vulgar, barbaric humans, cut them open like fish. And by eating them, they reaffirmed their own holiness. At least that's what I thought. However, if what the villagers gained from this ritual was not fascination, but fear, then that would suggest the ritual meant something entirely different. There's the possibility that the executions were meant as warnings, encouraging the villagers to strictly follow religious precepts created by those with power for their own convenience. Onigafuchi village would have been effectively ruled over by 3 old families, called the Three Families. Without investigating the 3 families, I probably won't get any closer to the truth of Onigafuchi village. The Three Families. The Three Families refers to the 3 old families who effectively came to rule Onigafuchi village. To break it down, there was the Kimiyoshi family, the Furude family, and the Sonozaki family, and each of them still exists today. Though they don't have as much control as they did in the remote past, they still hold considerable influence today. The 3 families are considered by legend to be those in whom the blood of the swamp demons runs the thickest. The Kimiyoshi family. The Kimiyoshi family appears to have held great power as the head of the 3 families, but it doesn't have that kind of leadership today. The current mayor of the village, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi, is from this family. The fact that members of the Kimiyoshi family are elected as mayor every generation is thought to be a remnant of the old system. Of course, as no rival candidates appear, it doesn't change the fact that the Kimiyoshi family holds the mayoral office even through popular elections in the post-war era. The Furude family. The center of the village's fate since ancient times, the Furude clan has guarded the sole shrine dedicated to Oyashiro-sama. They were worshipped as the only people to represent the voice of Oyashiro-sama for a long time, but the family branched off after the war and lost most of its power. It now consists of only the main house. The main house, as well, presently consists of only one daughter, Rika Furude, so the lineage may end in this generation. There is apparently an old tradition of honoring females of the Furude family, so the only daughter, Rika, is the subject of much respect among the elderly of the village. The Sonozaki family. It's said that this family had a certain police-like role of protecting the religious precepts of Onigafuchi village. Of the three families, their relatively weak position can be seen from me putting them here last. Of course, today, the Sonozaki family is flourishing, and the state of affairs among the three families is completely reversed. Even now, one could say that they are in control of Hinamizawa. The three families conferring with each other is similar to the old way. The current head of the Sonozaki family, Oryo, essentially decides all of the goings-on in the village by herself.
Red Kite, I wouldn't quite say cops. I would use a different term for what exactly the Sonozakis are being likened to. Late night phone call. Oh, okay. Maybe I can just leave the filter on for this whole thing.
Excuse me for the late call. I'm Kimiyoshi. Is this the head of the household? Yes. No, not at all. Thank you very much for that. Yes. Well, you see, I do apologize for calling at this hour, but I was wondering if our old man was visiting you at the moment. You've got that right, yes. Once again, I'm very sorry for calling so late. Goodbye. Click.
So, no good? I'm not sure what to do. He may be passionate about it, but he always at least gives us a call. You called everyone he plays Go with, didn't you? Hello, this is Kimiyoshi. Oh, no, turn it back on.
This is Sonozaki. How'd it go? Have you found the mayor? Oh, Mion-chan. I called everyone I could think of, but I came up with nothing. We can't find him. What do I do? Where could he be idling about? I put in a word with a bunch of people who might have an idea, but nobody did. I asked Nana about it. She said we should go see the men of the village together to search for him. At this hour? I mean, it's not like he's definitely gone missing. Watanagashi just happened. She thinks we should be a little more cautious. If we still can't find him, then we'll notify the police tomorrow morning. Whether or not we find him, though, we should refrain from making any false accusations. Orya-san said that? Yes. If you can't trust her without hearing her voice, then I can put her on for you. No, that's fine. I understand. We'll get the men together and search. If we still can't find him, then we'll notify the police in the morning. She'll leave it to you to organize the men. I'll be there as well, as Nana's representative. Thank you. I'll get everyone together immediately. Thanks. I'll talk to you later.
Alrighty then. Well, that is in fact where we are going to stop for tonight. But once again, stick around for theories. Let me just boop. And art. You guys get talking while I pull up art. And I gotta clean my glasses too. There we go. All right. Let's see. And like I said, I'll try to make sure that the filter thing is fixed next stream. Maybe I can revert back to an older version of the program, hopefully. By the way, I do see ahead of time already that there are some art in the tags for both DRA and for Dual Destinies, but I'll be waiting to show those off until those relevant streams. Furby, I think you're thinking of the mayor himself. They said on the phone that, or they said before when that person called Keiichi that it was a girl's voice. So it's like a younger relative of the Kimiyoshi family. It's not the mayor himself. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Okay. Go to Tumblr. My God. It seems like some people in the art tag really ran with one of the stream jokes, and I'm so glad for that. Okay, let's see. Alright, got stuff from Discord. Let me check real quick to see if there are any things in the blue sky tag. Let's see. Wurmst. Oh my God. Don't I have fucking... Damn, okay. One second. There we go. Damn. Okay. There was one on blue sky. Okie dokie. Alright, I think I should have all of the art pulled up, so let's go ahead and look at what you guys have been saying. Let's see. Okay, Grifter's Bones. Okay, first of all, I am jumping for joy that I was right on the money for the nationalism stuff. Yeah, you were pretty on point about some of the theming stuff there. They really got into it this time. I was happy for you. Indigo. God, the scene where Shion and Mion both appear is special. The fact that there's funny music and it's treated as a gag in its own right feels exploitative. It's brilliantly written. Uh-huh. Pigpen. Anytime I think, man, Hinamizawa looks like a really chill place to live, I quickly remember the insane amount of stuff that makes it a horrible place to live. Yeah. Yeah. True. Fair enough. Cloning Wars. I think there will definitely be more twin swapping, and that may snowball into something bigger. Interesting. Okay. Historian Sayori, if this three-family business has any importance, I think that the Sonozaki is rising to become the dominant one instead of the Kimiyoshis. Implies the Sonozakis could be orchestrating affairs using the clout from the dam resistance to take control of the village. They were said to police religious affairs, so that makes them inquisitors. Interesting. Okay. Perhaps. Who knows? Gona. My theory is that I think the Mion in school the day after the festival was actually Shion pretending to be Mion. Why was she so sweaty and out of breath if her house is close by? Why did she appoint Keiichi as the club? As club leader when she herself made the rule that all members need to be present? Why did she repeat her questions from yesterday? All can be explained if that wasn't Mion. Fair point, fair point. Okay, yeah, Grifters, you're going for yours, but I'm gonna wait for you to get a little further before I start reading them off, so I don't have to get cut off. Real Carrier. Oyashiro-sama is Keiichi's dad, who is also Rika and Satoko in a trench coat, who are also their twins, Shika and Shatoko, who are also Tengen. Okay. Red Kite. I think the question of who is Shion and who is Mion at any given time is a big one. Okay. I don't think they impersonate each other a bunch, though, at least not at school. Okay. Donkey Monkey. I'm still waiting for the direct incident we were promised at the start. Just how vicious is this chapter going to get? Right, Kite, that question raises the question of Mion's sudden change in demeanor that Rena mentioned last time, so I think the whole win at any cost mentality might be due to losing Satoko's older brother. Oh, interesting. Not a theory, but as an anime only, I find Oishi so means to an end kind of guy that it wasn't so clear in the anime adaptation. No, yeah, like, the anime adaptation doesn't necessarily... I wouldn't say it necessarily makes Oishi look flattering all the time or anything like that, but I would definitely say that the anime kind of sanitizes Oishi a little bit here and there. They definitely don't make him look as much like a dirty cop as he does a lot of the time in the VN, which stands to reason because the anime very much softens a lot of political elements of the story, which sucks. I think Shion pretended to be Mion first to test if she could pass as her sister, and second to test if Keiichi would reveal their secret. Interesting. Cloning Wars. I also think since Tomitake and Shion heard footsteps, they're the ones who will succumb to the paranoia part of the curse, like how Keiichi succumbed to it last chapter. Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess, you know, Tomitake is dead right now, but you know, I know what you mean. I used to think it was an industrial accident covered up due to the focus on the dam last chapter, but now I'm not so sure. If the belief in Oyashiro-sama's curse, does that mean the belief that the villagers are superior also came back? Don't know. I mean, you would think that if that were the case, then everybody would be a lot more hard on Keiichi, though, right? Because he just moved in. And everybody's pretty happy and, you know, nice to Keiichi. With the existence of Shion now being confirmed as an entire separate person, does Shion's existence change your perspective on anything in Chapter 1? Good question. Fair enough. I mean, Mion having a feminine side does change how I see the mochi scene. Interesting. As in, like, do you think it would be more likely for her to, like, it's like not as uncharacteristic for her to like do something nice or whatever, or like, yeah, I'm not. Like, she was a better cook than Rena, probably. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I just, for some reason, I blinked on how I wanted to phrase that exactly. Gona. Also, Shion 100% knew Tomitake and Woman were planning to break into the warehouse. She already had an idea of what was inside, and she noticed Tomitake was messing with the padlock. Those are also fair points. I'm glad that all of Grifter's posts seem to be coming through this time, by the way. Hyped to go to the what? Living in Hinamizawa must be so fucking funny. It is June 1983. You're hanging out with your friends in some fuck-ass village with zero formal education institutions and being like, yeah, man, I'm so hyped to go to the Watanagashi festival and play the ring toss. Hopefully nobody dies from the blood curse for the 5th consecutive year. Anyway, did these cicadas ever shut the fuck up? Or yeah, I remember that post. Sounds like Shion wanted them to get cursed or something. Well, Shion did say something about how she wanted Keiichi to see what was inside for one reason or another. But I will not necessarily tip my hand toward any particular reading of what those motivations might be. Gona, Shion mentioned that as a sister, there's some things I can't forgive Mion for. What happened? What happened indeed? I guess you'll just have to wait to find out. The Hisui and Kohaku parallels? Yeah, I won't say anything about Hisui and Kohaku from Tsukihime right now. I will say that there are a couple of other When They Cry characters in a different game of Ryukishis that I will also not name in this sentence that to me seem like extremely fucking blatant parallels of Hisui and Kohaku. But yeah, again, I hold my tongue on that one. If you were in the small overlap of people who have played all of Ryukishi's works and have also played Tsukihime, you might know what I'm talking about already. I'm curious if maybe the original Oyashida was a case of Hitobashira, especially since the dam construction seemed to kick off from the last 5 years this happened. Hitobashira being a ritual sacrifice during the construction of a large building. I read some stories where it occurred during the building of bridges. Oh, interesting. I have a guess, but I am not in that overlap. Well, clearly, Atropos, that just means that you have to read Tsukihime, maybe. I don't know, actually. I don't know. There's some stuff that sucks in there. I don't think that you would like some of it. But if I told you the details, you would understand. You would get it. kind of think Shion's dislike of Mion is related to her hatred of the village and her interest in the curse. Interesting proposition. For those who read Tsukihime, how was the updated version compared to the original? Cloning Wars. The updated version of Tsukihime it's kind of a Final Fantasy VII remake sort of situation. It is a different story. There are a lot of changes. So, like, you know, I think both are good. I think the remake is pretty excellent in a lot of areas, but if you read the remake, you're not reading the original. They're not the same thing. Also, the remake is currently not finished. It only has 2 of the, what is it, like, 5 routes? Yeah. Donkey Monkey, like a separate story, or one where you should have read the original first? Honestly, it's kind of one of those situations where to get the most out of the remake, you kind of have to read the original first. The original has a lot of dated aspects, I will not lie to you. It's a bit of a tough read, but, you know, yeah, like, granted, I don't know. I mean, like, I've heard of people that say that they've read the remake by itself, but I would say that, like, again, you're not really getting the original story in the remake. Okay. Grifter's thing is finished, so let me scroll up. Apologies if it takes me a little bit of time darting around. Okay, hopefully none of my messages get cut out this time. I want to talk about the most important conflict. Woman versus Hinamizawa. I think that I am spot on with the nationalistic feelings within Hinamizawa, but I'm reluctant to believe everything Woman says about the town, even if she isn't actually joking. I think this is going to be more complicated than just this town has bad ideologies. I think Takano is very interesting as an outsider to Hinamizawa. She doesn't seem to have any sympathy for the town. I don't think she technically is as hostile as Shion, who probably has her own individual reasoning, so I don't think they're the same. But I think Takano sees the town as specimens. I'm not really sure or willing to take what she says at face value. I think it's a case of an outsider looking down on a more disenfranchised, smaller town with some strange history. It's similar to how many East Coast Americans view the southern states. The laws and general culture for smaller towns may not be great, but treating them like they're evil or dumb really, it doesn't help anyone. It's kind of colonial or nationalism on both sides. Outsiders like Takano and Oishi versus the town's important people. Nothing gets solved because the people involved suck. So the information we can get comes from multiple unreliable sources, and I really don't trust how Takano talks about the town. Reminds me of both privileged Californians talking shit about southern states, and it also reminds me of how history buffs who don't care about indigenous people. The town definitely has some weird nationalism going on and cannot be trusted. Everybody sucks, lol. Yes, I think you make a really good assessment there. I'm definitely with you on a lot of that. Takano is definitely, like, there's some weird stuff going on there. Like, obviously, you know, there's things going on in Hinamizawa, but, like, to what extent you can extrapolate all of that to what she, like, her particular view of it is definitely questionable at best. Obviously, Keiichi is going to get paranoid about it because he's a 14-year-old boy and he's easily swept up into things like this, and obviously, you know, he's easily sort of led around by scary implications about places he's unfamiliar with. But, like, you know, Takano definitely has... not to use a word that has been used for very cringe reasons as of recent, but she has an agenda. She definitely has an agenda. Now, what that agenda is at this point is anybody's guess. But it's clear that her view of the situation is definitely not an unbiased one. If Shion thinks the villagers are behind the murders, it makes sense why she would grow apart from Mion, who obviously doesn't believe it, but Shion doesn't come across as somebody who cares so much for some random person being killed. I think she knew one of the victims personally. My guess is Satoshi. He's close to her age, plus I can't think of anything to the other victims, plus we know Shion went to someone's funeral last year. Very good point. Historian Sayori asking about some of the content in Tsukihime. Yeah. I don't like, to Red Kite's credit, I don't want to get too spoilery about it necessarily, but one thing I will say about Tsukihime is if you are not able to deal with scenes that revolve around sexual violence, you might as well just completely turn away. You're not going to be able to make it through it. So that's like the most prominent content warning that I would probably give for that. And yeah, very much so. It crops up quite a few times throughout that story. Cloning Wars. I can't remember. Was it specified if the city was also going to be flooded by the dam project, as that would add another layer if the nearby city wasn't going to be, while the village would be? Especially as we're able to get through a chapter without even mentioning her, it does indicate some separation between the twins. I can't remember. I don't think Okinomiya would have been affected, though. I don't think it would have been. If I remember correctly, I don't think it would. Oh, yeah, I see. Grifters, I can't believe me talking about the swamp creature was actually somewhat relevant, though. In the first chapter, it got dropped after a while, but damn, Oyashiro-sama really is the swamp creature. I mean, in a sense. The longest I've ever been in a NezumiVA stream. Well, thanks for being here. What did I think of Kikonia? I have not read Kikonia yet. But I'm going to. I'm just like, I'm bouncing on the line of like, I want to because I know it'll be really good and I'll like it, but it's also not finished yet, so I'm kind of like, and it's kind of on hiatus and like an indeterminate period hiatus, so I'm just like, well, if I read it and I catch up, then it's just gonna be like, I'm not gonna know when it will come back and I'll be so sad. So, I don't know. Well, we had some good theorizing here. Unfortunately, nobody mentioned the true theory about Rika being Keiichi's dad. But don't worry, because some of the wonderful fan artists fixed that. You're welcome. So we're gonna move on to fan art now. Yay. So let me turn off the map pat and go on to this, starting off, as usual, with some lovely art from Chiyoko. This week is a sketch of Shion, another great character. Whether she truly does exist physically remains to be seen. Well, not anymore. She's now here, but you rendered her so well. Thank you for this lovely, lovely Shion art. Very, very good. Next, we have this also from Chiyoko, some updates from this the big Umineko OC spread. Wanted to update on a few characters that I had rendered once. The project is slowly coming along. It's coming out fantastically. I love seeing every update that you give for this. I'm really, really excited to see the full thing. It's turning out so cool. Next, we have this from Dav at Space Caribou. The two glitched Tomitakes appeared on screen, and suddenly I had a vision. Tomitake and Somitake. Oh my god. So much has happened to this stream, I almost forgot about glitched Tomitake. What a wonderful little event. They're having such a good time. Maybe Somitake made it out of Hinamizawa alive. Maybe he did not claw his throat out. Hopefully. Oh my god. Very, very good, Dev. Next, from Tumblr, we have this from Dingo's Trash. I had to draw Rika Furudad. I was enamored with the concept.
I'm so proud of you, son. Meep.
It's so good. This is so good. And of course, I had to draw our very normal girl Shion. It is Shion, right? Oh yeah, totally. Very, very good Shion too. I really like the eerie cat eyes going on here. Sorry, I got distracted for a second. I always love your art style, Dingoes. You do such a fantastic fucking job. And that reminded me, I wanted to say, because a lot of people have been a little hard on her this stream, and I understand why. Obviously, this is the first impression she's making, and it's not a great one. But I will say, for, you know, like, just, this is my general, like, you know, opinion at the end of the series kind of thing. And we'll see how many of you follow along these same lines by the time we get to the end, which will be in a while. Shion is good. Shion is probably, like, Rika's my favorite character. Shion is second favorite, easily. She's fucking S tier. She's, like, one of the best characters in this whole goddamn novel. So, yeah. Really, really good. Thank you for drawing her on that note. Thank you. Very, very good. As always. Next, we have this from new-art-blog. Art you make in your sketchbook versus art you do on the back of a scrap receipt. Real, not clickbait. The one on the left is Rika in a trench coat with a fake mustache pretending to be Keiichi's dad. Very good, more Furudad. And of course, we have Abeto from, what's that series? I think it's called Yumi Neko or something like that. I don't know. Who could say? But she looks totally normal. I bet she has no problems at all. Very, very good. Speaking of Shion, we have this on Blue Sky from Phantom at Furude Erica Byrne. The hand is backwards, RIP. Well, it still looks good, though. You did a good job either way. Very, very good Shion doodle. And now we move on to the stuff from Discord. First, we have this from Raibko. I love making silly art. Also good art, but silly art makes me go, yay.
Keiichi, can you pick up some sour cream and onion chips from the store?
And Ben & Jerry's.
And 2 pints of Ben & Jerry's.
This is really good. I love this. You did this so well. And Satoko looks great there, too. I love the little swirly cheeks that she's got going on. She fits your art style very, very well. Very good. Very good. Next, we have these doodles from Pining Tree. Fatphobia. That's a pretty low insult. Yes, very true. And also, Satoko with the caption, also Satoko should have poisoned them, lol. True! And then this as well. Very, very cool. Very good. Always love your doodles, Pining Tree. And let me make sure that, yep. Last but not least, we have this from ERA. You guys were having your secret other sibling jokes in the chat
for so long that I didn't even, like, acknowledge it out loud, but, Tion Sonozaki, unknown third twin, loves theories, Matt Pat fan, ignores her sister's fights until someone dies, will fight for the Monopoly's car figure, give her the tea, riddle me this Batman, I mean Keiichi. This is actually very cute, though. I think, a quote-unquote, like, Sonozaki twin with, like, the little hair braid is, actually, like, it looks pretty cute on them. Like, I wouldn't have imagined either Mion or Shion with a hairstyle like that, but it kind of works, actually. I'm not gonna lie. And you did a very good job with this. Silly post, but you did a very good job with the ERA. I don't think ERA is still here right now for the live, but ERA, if you're looking at this later, you did a very good job. Thank you. And that, I believe, will be it. Let me just do a last little sweep. All of this wonderful art. And that will be all for tonight. But remember that I have another stream tomorrow of Dual Destinies. That'll be at 6 p.m. CST, so be sure to come around and check that out. I'll be playing Case 3. Again, blind playthrough. Yay. And on Sunday, we'll be having another, not stream. On Sunday, we'll be having a video premiere of my video about Shadow Generations, and that will be great. So please make sure to tune into that. Even if you're not a Sonic fan, I tried to make it as accessible as possible for people who don't know shit about Sonic. So there you go. Anyway, until next time, see you later. Bye!